To the mothers who rise with the sun each day, with hearts full of love, come what may. Through sleepless nights and moments so long, you carry the world steady and strong. To the hands that soothe, to the voices that care, to the endless patience only mothers can bear. In the quiet of chaos you stand so tall, a guiding light, the heart of it all. Through every challenge, you lead with grace, finding joy in every embrace. With wisdom deep and love so wide, you nurture, protect, and stand by our side. This summit's for you, to honour your way, to celebrate your strength every single day. For in your courage, we all find our part. A mother's love, the world's beating heart. So thank you for all that you give and you do, for the beauty of life that flows through you. In every story, in every tear, know that your presence is always cherished here.
Hi, I'm Shikha Khanna from India. I'm a portrait photographer and I'm so happy the summit is happening, and here is a little thing that I can contribute. My work around self-portraits with mothers and a book that is called 100 Self-Portrait, 100 Dreams of Mothers Who Dared to Express is a book that I created where I interviewed 100 inspiring mothers' stories across the world in 100 days in 2022 and brought them to India. 40 of them came to India to just tell their stories. And we celebrated for 3 days and gave each other the support they needed to tell their stories their way, not the way the world wants to hear. And hence I'm here with a little message that in my understanding, the biggest hindrance that comes to a mother is her self-image issue. To be able to resolve that, to be able to find the support, to be able to stand up and be in her authentic self and hence raise children is one of the biggest journeys a mother can take. And I do that through self-portraits because the visual completion that I find when I see myself and my people who I work with in self-portrait just gives a little power to us to show up fully, authentically, just the way we are, whichever stage we are in, and accept ourselves fully. So I think the biggest resolving I've done in order to contribute in my children's life is to resolve my own negative chatter around who I am, how I look, and bring myself out from this place of loss to a place of empowerment for myself, and through that my children see that I do that for others as well now, and hence that gives them more power to see a mother coming back, dreaming, creating her dreams, rising, falling, taking the journey, and that gives them a great confidence in order to move forward. So as a mother, the biggest resolving that I've done is to contribute to my children's life by contributing to my self-image issues, my negative chatter, and rising in my own light. Thank you.
The powerful journey that transforms every part of life. To me, it means a love deeper than I ever imagined. Growing stronger each day, finding strength I didn't know I had, facing challenges heads on. Constant growth and learning, adapting as my child changes. Moments of intense joy mixed with times of worry and doubt. Nurturing potential and supporting dreams even when it's hard. Becoming a better person, more patience, more understanding. A lifelong commitment to shaping another person's world. Balancing the desire to protect with the need to let go. Discovering new parts of myself through this unique bond. An adventure that tested me, inspired me, and fills me with purpose. Motherhood isn't always easy, but it's the most rewarding role I ever had. It pushed me to be my best self and show me the true meaning on unconditional love.
My name is Sakala. My mom is still alive and I am a mother of 2 girls, 21 and 16. Growing up, I just simply thought that being a mother meant you have to provide. There are no alternatives. But since becoming a mother myself, I have learned that there is immense joy in giving to those you love, which in my case are my daughters. I also have had the privilege of living life again through their eyes and seeing and appreciating what my mother has always done for me, which is the providence part, not only of material things, but of love. Today I am in my mother's home where I'm always welcome, whilst I've got my daughter's hoodie on. So being a mother has opened my eyes to so much more love, so much more giving, and being part of a network of other women who have gone through the same journey has been such a blessing in sharing and caring for each other and supporting each other. This is the role of a mother: caring, sharing, and support in whatever community you come from. Thank you, ladies. See you at the summit.
Beautiful people, my name is Marie Ferguson and I'm one of the co-founders here at Awæcnian Academy. I'm a feminine embodiment leader, a global platform speaker, an international author, and I have a master's in education specializing in the arts. I'm really passionate about sharing our voices, sharing our vision, and particularly as a mum, I've got a beautiful 8-year-old daughter, and sharing the insights that I've learned along the way. And motherhood is no easy feat. It cracks your heart open and it totally shifts you into a place of understanding what unconditional love truly feels like. And this piece around motherhood and identity, I feel, is something that I've really shifted and dived deep into head first in my own motherhood journey. And what does it mean to be a mum? For me, it means selflessness. It also means honoring the mistakes, even in the way that we speak, and even the trials and errors that we just get to embody in figuring it out with either your partner or by yourself or with your family members, and just being in the thick of it. And so being a mum is so much more, but we are not just a mum. And so for me, this motherhood journey has also been one of refinding myself again as Marie, as my own essence, and being and trusting that this cracking open of what it is to be a mum and what it is to be more than that, and to remember who I am, was initiated in motherhood, initiated in this deeper love and learning to love myself again wholly and holy, and just really allowing that piece to be shared with other women and the power of our stories in this motherhood journey, but really coming back to the essence of who we are.
is Taji, and I'm here to tell you what I've learned from being a bonus mom. You know, sometimes it wasn't, you know, I became a bonus mom overnight, so it certainly was not an easy situation. We had our ups and downs, we had our struggles, we had some fun times, we had wonderful times, and yet, you know, I stood strong, wanting to be there for my bonus children because their mother was not with us, the biological mother was not with us. But, you know, I have to say that love prevails because 6 months ago, my bonus daughter came to me and stayed with me, and we had wonderful talks and we reconciled. And I know from now on that everything's going to be fine. I've always had a great relationship with my bonus son. So remember, love prevails. Always love is the strongest.
Amazing to be a part of the summit which Marie introduced me to. Waiting to learn so much from everyone out there. Every story, I'm sure, has something to learn from. Looking forward to meeting every single woman out there who has been so inspiring and doing such amazing work. Thank you once again.
Hello, beautiful people. I am so excited to be part of the beautiful Mum Summit, the Mothers United moment with Shika Khanna and my beautiful business partner, Marie Ferguson. What is it to be a mum? For me, it is more than just an identity. It is an embodiment. It is a caring, nurturing nature that is there in celebration of others. So I cannot wait to be a part of this summit, to be presenting on reclaiming your identity on the second day. Have a fabulous time, people. Enjoy watching this summit. Motherhood is so much more, and this is how we get to see it and view it. I love you all and enjoy.
Wow, 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 wow. Celebrating all of these amazing mothers uniting together and welcoming our beautiful co-hosts, Felicia Lee and Shika Khan, all the way from India. And for those tuning in, hello, my name is Marie Ferguson, and I'm just honoring Flea for the amazing intro, the beautiful poetry, tapping into the hearts, and then bringing together all of these beautiful clips from some of our amazing speakers and mothers and just these powerhouse women who are just doing beautiful things in their families and their communities. So welcome, everybody. I've shared this into many different spaces this morning. And if you're tuning in, say hi, please share, give us some love hearts. We'd love to know who is visiting us here at Awæcnian Academy with the Mum Summit, Mothers United moment. Now, my goodness, so many beautiful women. We've got 24 ladies from 8 countries, and Felicia and Shika, we came together to really bring this idea forward. I'm going to pass it over to beautiful Flea because she just shared some of her vision and redefining what motherhood means to her, and we will share also with beautiful Shika, who has collaborated with us. So Flea, you captured it so beautifully in those few minutes, but how are you feeling?
I am like so excited. I haven't felt this much energy in such a long time, like actual nerves, like I'm shaking like a little kid. It's so exciting. And I'm just like, the transformation that gets to happen when we come together. That's what this is about. And whether you're tuning in from across the globe or you're just down the road or you're just, here just to be excited about, what can we do? What can we learn from mothers? That's what I'm here for, and what I believe that all of the mothers that we brought together to share their story, to share their wisdom and their workshops, their expertise, things that we can actually do to make a difference in our lives. This is a phenomenal movement.
You've said it. And this movement happens in each moment, which I know is a really powerful thing. In order to create momentum, to create a movement, you've got to tap back into the presence, into self. And I know, Shika, creating this space is something really on your heart. And I was like really emotional, like Flea. I know she's just dropped out, but she's still tuning in, and we're still tuning in live. So folks, if you see one of us drop out, still keep tuning in, because we're going to be back, and the stream will still be going. But Shika, welcome. I know it's super early there for you, and mum life can be very tricky. Oh, look, Flea's back like magic. Beautiful. But Shika, these moments, like even just noticing moments like that, going with the flow, mothers do it best. And I know you've also just been navigating motherhood, your little people, and you're here, you're present, you're here in this moment. So I would love to hear from you and what this summit means to you.
Marie and Flea, thank you so much coming together. This is really exciting, and nobody better than doing this with you. It's been a vision for a while to bring this summit online. So thank you so much for being so gracious and amazing and doing such a fabulous job always when summit starts. Well, yes, I am showing up as a mom. My little one is not well. 4:30 in the morning. You still dream, right? You still have dreams. You still have things to do. So you wake up while they sleep, while they wake up, while they do things. You might just see him stepping in, and the real vision of this summit and overall Mothers United movement was that a mother must keep dreaming. She needs to keep dreaming. She needs to not forget that little dreams are the things that create the momentum in life for you and for your children. And just because you stepped into this busy world, stepped into this providing, stepped into caring, just forgetting of ourselves is the very natural thing that happens. And I found that when I interviewed 100 mothers continuously across the world, no matter what shade of mother I was interviewing, the losses that she was finding within herself, that was not even she was also not noticing it, is something that inspired me to talk about it. And what better way to do it than to talk about their stories? And that's what in Mum Summit we are also focusing again, is yes, she does do things like she has a profession, she's constantly doing something, but she has a story inside. That is her story. That's her story, her way, the way she wants to tell the world, not the way the world wants to hear, not the way the world wants to tell her that this is what you should be, but just the way she thinks her story is. And this is what it's all about, celebrating the stories together. And then inspiring that one mother who can just hear that story and say, if she can do it, so can I. If she can do it, so can I. If she can do it, so can I. And that's what the real core of this summit is, that when we are talking here and something comes up, a mother somewhere can relate and say, if she can do it, so can I. And she can get up and start dreaming again. So thank you so much for bringing this live again. And I'm super excited to see where this goes with all the stories and all the inspiration we'll bring to the world.
So beautiful, Shika. My goodness. I was just checking the live and just seeing all of us just tuning in, and the mums tuning in now from around the world, just supporting us. So, ladies, if you are here to be inspired, to feel empowered, to just not feel alone, you're in the right place. And, part of me in opening up any space, I just really tap into the heart. I do have our official bios here, but we'll save it for our actual workshops and our keynotes, because each one of us have a really beautiful keynote. But in this opening, I think Shika and Flea and those little clips touched on this essence of redefining motherhood. And we've touched on it a little bit more, but we're going to just dive deeper into this in the next half an hour about when we allow ourselves to reclaim this power, but also allow it to shed and fall away and come back into that inner light within. It's really, really powerful to notice who we are at the core. And look, yes, motherhood can define us in so many ways, and we've all stepped into these roles that we put on. But when we allow ourselves to actually come back to that essence and that light within as a woman, as ourselves, when we choose the role of mother, it gets to be a choice, and it gets to be met with more joy and compassion and empathy. And this is the transformation and resilience that we're going to be sharing more of here. And today I've got my crown on because I haven't worn this in a very long time since I bought it, beautiful crystal crown, because, and I know Flea will talk about this more deeply in her keynote, but when I stepped into becoming a mum, my whole identity shifted. And in that shift, I lost myself, as Flea mentioned in your clip as well, and Shika and even though there were other mums that I could talk to, there was something deeper inside me that I lost along the way, and motherhood became like a burden in a way. Like I had to, and I had to, and this role of the martyr and going heavily into my masculine, heavily into doing things for others, which is part of the mother archetype and the nature, in also the nurturing. But it was very out of balance for me. And I had to learn how to rest and stop and actually set really clear boundaries that my body actually forced upon me because I wasn't listening, in order for me to stop and to rest and to redefine and reclaim the queen within and that sovereignty of remembering who I am. And I'd love to just open it up to these themes of rediscovery, of redefining, and I know we'll go deeper a little bit later, but this transformation and reclaiming that is a powerful term, but it's also something we can choose when we remember ourselves. So we'll just open up to Flea and then Shika.
It is a hard one, and I will be speaking on this, but like our identity, for me, that's how I identified myself. It was all I wanted to be was a mother. So from as young as I can remember, like I mothered my sister, both my sisters, I mothered my cousin, I mother everyone around me. And it wasn't really until I had my kids and I was the actual mother and they grew up and moved out that I then realized, hang on a sec, that identity, that notion of a mother, it still exists within me, even though I don't have to care for anyone anymore. I still have to care for myself. And I guess for me, like the identity and the role of the mother is really that. How do I mother myself? How do I come back to owning my heart and who I am every single time when I kind of feel lost and, I need that mothering, that guidance. And like my story, which I'll get into a little bit later on, is a little bit more traumatic where that mothering role wasn't something I knew. So I became it. It's like, well, when you don't know something or when it's like, well, what is that to me? It's like, well, to me, a mother is a person that sacrifices for everyone else around them with no thanks, no gratitude, no real recognition needed. They're just willing to do it because that's just what you do. There's there's a level of just even more than sacrifice. It's the word has eluded me. It's almost a separation to a degree where you become something else. And it's hard to explain because it doesn't actually have to be through birth that happens. It's just through this role, this archetype that we take on board that is part of our genetics, part of our design, whether we're masculine or feminine, that caring nature to just give comes out. And so, I really, want to open up this idea of motherhood as more than just you've got kids or you've had kids or you care for kids. It's how do you mother in your everyday role of yourself to then better those around you, because that's really what it's about. When we honestly do everything we can in our power for the betterment of those around us. So,
Yeah, I just totally relate to what both of you are saying. And when I initially started this whole buzz of talking about stories of a mother and how she feels about 2 years back. And what really was coming up for me was that it was a very common thing across the countries. Like, of course, I'm from India. And initially, when I started this whole process, and I was of this notion that maybe I come from a very traditional background in a country where probably the culture is like putting its pressure on us. So hence we are dedicating ourselves more to the children and etc. 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 Unless I just started like interviewing all over the world, and all over the world there was this common thread of the loss that a mother felt within when she stepped into this role. And this word balance was being very used very on a very surface by most mothers when I was interviewing them. And then when we went deeper, we realized we're all off balance, because you can't really step into the you can't say, okay, I'll be a balanced mother, I will do 2 steps here and then 2 steps here and then 5 steps here and then 5 steps here. You can't do it. It doesn't happen that way. When the child is out right in your hand, and it could be any shade of mother, it could be a bonus mom, as we are going to be discussing, it could be a mom who's adopted a child, it could be a mother's role, as Flea was talking, as a sister, just the role of a mother, it's not a very balanced thing. So that notion of balance should first step out, even in discussions. That let's balance it out. We can't balance it out. It just takes us in a flow in so many ways, that just that balancing, and that little humans that are all around us have this little power on us when they're that little, with their little hands all over us, that even if we try to, we're doing it a very superficial way, and diseases are entering in because we're not balanced inside. We are forcing that balance. So how does one get the community to recognize, one, the role of a mother is raising the next generation. It's a very, very important role. So giving her the space to be able to express herself, to go off balance and accept her in her off balance, is the very first thing a society needs to start acknowledging. And that's why I stepped in, because I felt I was getting very obsessive about my little baby, and I wanted to do everything on my own. And of course, over a period of time, I realized that because my mother was missing post I was 5 years old and she was taken away, I was trying to cover up my childhood on this child. And it took some kind of a learning to realize that, step back, balance, what are you doing? But many times people don't even get, like, women are unable to even get to that place where they can get that hint, that get balanced, so I think we should start off with this summit by saying that let's just take them off this balance problem. They can't balance, it can't be balanced. The only thing they can get initially is that look, that you're in a phase, it'll go away, you'll be fine, and if you need help, ask for it. Is where we need the starting point. And to be able to provide a space, and to be able to provide what we are doing here, that it's okay if you're off balance. Please talk about the off balance. It's okay if you're hating to be that for some time. It's okay if you're losing yourself. It's okay if your dreams are going off but you want to come back, and you're not selfish, and all those other aspects that just come in. But at the same time, it's okay if you're totally obsessed with your child as well. These are all the different things that come in when you become a mother, and it just takes over like a wave. And it takes some time. It takes a little time, and that's the grace the society needs to provide to the mother, that the wave she's in, let her ride it, and let her rise, and from there let her come out, and then let her children see that she was riding this wave but she still shines. What happens instead is, one, we are very tough on ourselves, and then we don't have the community and space to accept this whole wave as a off balance situation. And this off balance also, I want to just say, comes in terms of our bodies, our speaking conversation, the way we conversing with the world. Sometimes we are irritated, we are frustrated, and it's all changing, and people just think, what's the big deal, you're just a mother. It is a very big deal. It's just shaking everything inside of us when we're becoming a mother, or when we are leaving. As Flea mentions, that when you leave the motherhood, it's all shaky, right? So that's where the summit beginning. I would like to say that allow the fact that everything can go off balance, but also allow the fact that we can come together and acknowledge that and say it's okay. This is what happened when I went off balance, and this is what's happening with you going off balance. But can we just come back to a point where we can restart and dream, because our children are watching us and they don't want an off balance mother for very long. So that will come from acceptance, that will come from love from the society. And that's exactly what we're doing in the summit. We're just giving an opportunity for mothers to say, all is fine, but let's come back and restart and collect the pieces so that we can move and dream.
I love that. Such a powerful point. I've got goosebumps and I'm just like, oh, and you shared it so beautifully, because I have this conversation with people sometimes about, can we shift that word to balance to harmony, and to have that harmonizing. Sometimes there is a tension here and maybe this is not so much attention here, but then when it gets reharmonized, there may be more focus over here and it may look bigger, and maybe this over here is a bit smaller, but it's this dance with, like you said, acceptance, that sometimes we may feel like we're off kilter, and it's this perception and this narrative that we're reframing and redefining here in conversations like this, because it does also come back to mental health and well-being. And here in Australia, we're also it's mental health month here, so I love that this is aligned with mental health month. And in that mental health, sometimes we have those inner battles. I have them all the time, and then I let them go and surrender, and then I step in and do the things and be present. And it's that harmonizing. And I love this, like, to balance something on scale is like, sometimes things will be even, but like you said, life is not like that. And can we be okay with the reharmonization of the chaos, of the beauty, of the calm, of the fights, of the battles, of the stillness, and all of it? Like you say, Shika, there's many shades of motherhood, and there's many shades of our emotions and being. And this is why Flea and I love grey, many shades of grey. And we've got that beautiful grey wall in the background, and we've played with the black and whites and the greys, and a lot of our imagery. And even in Awæcnian, like, there are many shades of the in between. It's not just black and white. And we need to, as a society, come to the many shades, come to the blending of how that looks in the roles that we get to play, because we're choosing them, and reframing that we don't have to do this or do that.
Right.
And I know sometimes I still get into the phase like, no, I have to do this. And that's okay. I'm going to just do the things and then step back and surrender and go, I'm just going to let it be. And it's that continual cycle, whether it's in your relationships, whether it's in your parenting, whether it's in your friendships. That's just life. And motherhood is just a facet of that. But yeah, so many important pieces there, I think, also around mental health and well-being, and that acceptance that you were talking about. And Flea as well, mentioning that earlier.
I love how you had that descriptor with that. And I work in symbols, and that painting that's behind me was created exactly for that. It's like, okay, well, if I am the center, and you can sort of see the circle in the center, and this is incomplete as well, that's why it's there. The center is the individual, and every single fragment is interconnected, intertwined. So it's like that balance. We keep putting the pieces in there. We add kids, we add family, all of the outside interference. Every single thing on that painting is actually a spot. It's a dot. And you can see where the dark and the light and the color of our energy and our chakras and everything comes together. And it's all there, it's all present, but it's this moving object. And that's, the creation behind me is this movement. We have to be flexible in the movement, and this is what motherhood taught me. It's like, well, how many times do we have to adapt? I can't afford something. I've got to, sell, adjust, budget, whatever, to do things for my kids. My kids want to do an after school activity? How do I manage the time? How do I fit it in when they're sick and when they've got competitions like work and life and relationships even? All of that is that jungle. It's that balance that we seek. And as Marie said, it was like going in this, cyclical type of back and forth movement. Well, if you speed that up, it becomes a sphere. And that's us in that constant movement. That's the balance, is understanding that nothing is ever going to be stationary. If you take your scales, like we've known measurement to be, as completely level, it's stagnant, it's stuck. It doesn't move either way, because the minute you take something off, it's going to flip. Now, the versa of that is when there's too much one or the other. The same thing, it doesn't move. You have to slowly adjust and create movement for that balance to happen. And this is where motherhood and the power and the wisdom, that's what this has taught me. Taking the power of, like with Shika, your photography, being able to notice and see things for the depth that they truly are. That hindsight, that ability to be productive and counterintuitive and flexible. We don't know what our kids are going to do in any second. They could jump off bookshelves. I used to fret that when I was working in the kindy with the young kids. I had two twins that liked to play either side of the room, and that you'd see one in the corner of your eye. No, hop down, and the minute you go over to get them, the other one would be up the other side. You can't prepare for that. All you can do is start to adjust and to work out and determine what's the best logical route to take at this time. And this is the value of motherhood. It's so much more complex than anybody ever gives it credit for. And it's time that we value that worth. And that's what this summit is all about. Really valuing the worth of those really complex, and that's our minds. That's the woman's brain there for all the men at home. We are these complex. It is a twine of absolutely everything. Every single micro fragment that could possibly pop in there is going to happen, because that's what we have to do to be adaptable, to be. We could organize it into boxes, but we wouldn't be so manageable.
Yeah, and just the fact that motherhood can bring us so much in present, that sometimes we can forget a lot of things, and that's all right, it's a very common thing, again, just based out of judgment, that just since she's become a mother, she's forgetting she was so much more organized, she was so much, so many things happen, and they bring, like you just said, anything can happen in any minute, right? And just like my son was absolutely okay. Just a day before, he fell sick again, and well, that sleepless nights coming back, even if he's 5 years old, with his cough and cold and everything. And then you do forget to do things, and you do go off balance, because that life which you've brought, you absolutely know how to become present for it while forgetting everything else. And then that's how the off balance happens, because this can't, you just can't do it. There's so many things that happens to a mother, that just becoming present is the only thing we can give to a child, because rest everything else will eventually get resolved. But if we don't accept that being present is a good thing and not a bad thing, um, you know eventually all this we'll do for 20 years will go off, because the children will remember that we weren't present. And when I did this, and when mothers came from everywhere, the only request I had was, I had a missing mother physically, so I know what it is when I was 5 years old, and physically to maneuver through the mist, though I had a very big loving joint family. And I'm very indebted to them, because they gave me everything they can, but they still can't cover up for that one big miss. But that missing mother can't be missing when she's physically present. Like, that is the problem that we are facing today, that the mother is physically there but she's missing. And that's what we are bringing, because not because there's something wrong with her, it's because the support is lacking. And to acknowledge her story, to say whatever she wants to, and whatever her childhood is bringing to her motherhood and is interfering with her motherhood, and to being present, is what is the permission we must grant to her, to say, yes, I'm not present, yes, I'm cannot attend to this because of this. And that's what we found in the 100 stories, that there was backstories. And that is the reason why her presence, not because naturally a mother will be present. So again, focusing on how I know what a child feels to have the missing gap. Even today at 43, I'm trying to cover up that gap inside of me, because that gap is a big gap of a mother missing. But then having a mother around physically and that gap happening is a very big problem today, because we've started to force ourselves on the balance wheel. Like, let's balance it out. Let's not do it. It can't, like, just like on the starting note of the summit, it's all right. Some things will just let just be losses happening. But sometimes we have to go off balance to present ourselves to our future generation that we have brought into this world, not for them to become something, but for them to just know that they are important, and they can thrive with their little maneuvering stuff, whatever is happening in their head, and she will be there. So, to just want to start on that note, that one, the acceptance of off balance is okay. Second, being present is very important. And all this cannot happen alone. It'll only happen in community. It'll only happen when we accept each other. We stop judging each other as mothers. This is a good mother. This is not a good mother. What has this mother done? If we just get out of that and we accept that all is fine, it's all part of the journey. And as I said, there are 100 shades of mother. There might be 1,000 shades of mother, and no shade is better than the other. The only thing you can do is pat their back and say, you'll be fine. Just do whatever best you can. But we have a life attached to us. And just giving that support is good enough, because a mother, when she becomes a mother, knows exactly what to do to put her children safe and sound emotionally, physically. She knows it, but sometimes she gets lost and she needs the support. And that could be an empty nester, which Cleve will be talking about as well. Even she needs the support, because now what? I've done it all. I'm out of it. And now what? So I'm very happy what's going to unfold here, because this is a very important topic, no matter what country we belong to. At a human level, this is something that people can go on and talk about. And if we can put the ripple out and tell any mother who's watching, all is fine and you're fine and everything is going to be okay, I think there'll be a better job done by a mother, and she'll feel more empowered.
Such beautiful pieces there about presence. Our children are our best teachers, and our mothers as well. And I think about, Flea sharing something we've shared before. It's like our parents do the best job they can do in the time. And whether we agree with it or not because of our upbringing, we have the power to change that. And I love that you were talking about even just those gaps that you felt in an absent mother. And I felt that too. And those that are tuning in, like, there is mother wounding that we become aware of. And like, I love my mum, she's Filipino. She traveled with a little baby, which was me when I was 3 months old, from a country of warmth to snow to Tasmania. And I now look at that with so much courage and so much awe, because that would have been so scary for a young mum who had never left the country before with a little baby. And my dad was in the army, so he was traveling. So he flew us down so we could live in Tasmania. But that's a whole culture shock, a whole way of being, on top of being a mother. And then 11 months later, I wasn't even 1 year old when my brother was born. There's 11 months between us. So when we acknowledge the feminine matriarchal lineage, like, and I speak about this a lot, but we think about our grandmother, our mother, and ourselves. We're all in the womb at the same time in our grandmother's womb. And even our mother, us, and our children, our daughters, our sons, are all carrying this epigenetic trauma, these gifts as well. And when we start to become aware and come into community and reflect on ourselves, there are pieces that, in my journey, I was like, oh, wow, I'm feeling triggered by this. I fought my mum a lot growing up. It was like fire and ice. And now we're really great, and we still have moments. But I've also worked a lot on myself in my own motherhood journey, honoring my boundaries, honoring the mother I wanted to be because I didn't have that nurturer side in the way that I wanted. She did the best that she could. She was providing, she put food on the table, she worked her butt off to give my brother and I education. And I think of, wow, what resilience and what courage and what fiercefulness she strived for in sacrificing. And I spoke earlier about that martyr, but that martyrdom, again, super out of balance. And it was like noticing that. And then I see traits of that within myself. And it's like that reharmonizing of like, okay, where can I pull back? Where can I notice? Where can I stop? And I think about my daughter Aya, and I'm like, I still see moments where I'm with her, but I'm thinking about work, and I'm like, okay, let's just stop and ask her. And every night, I always ask her a question, and I change up the questions, like, what was the funniest part of your day? What did you have any challenges, or what was something that you enjoyed? Instead of saying like, how was your day? Diving deeper, and every night, and this is just my also a bit of insecurities because I didn't have my mum putting me to bed and hugging me every night. But every night I'm like, I'm going to, for however long she wants, I'm just going to give her a cuddle and stay with her even for 5 minutes just to be present. And I know that, like, that gap that you were saying, Shika, that's a part of my little girl that didn't have that. And I noticed the difference in the trust, in the confidence that I see in my daughter. But I also notice, like, again, that balancing out and noticing the things and the insecurities, but also meeting it with love and intention. And I think that's really core. And I know, Flea, you talk about intention and that presence in the intention, not just with children or school or whatever, but just in our own lives. So I'd love for you to share that piece around presence and intentionality.
Yeah, Flea. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to what you said at the beginning there. Like, it's very true that, like, we have to remember that, this is our parents' first time doing this job. And it was actually something very similar to that put me on this path of intentionality and looking at, well, where have I been copying and taking on board other people's values as my own? And I did it quite a fair bit throughout, like, the raising of my children. It's like, oh yeah, you should do this. I remember my daughter was 2 and I wanted to get rid of the bottle. It's like, no, she's old enough now. We'd had the discussion. We did all the mum thing of, oh, we're going to give it to the fairies and get, like, it was lovely. And to that, like, the difference of opinion from my mother-in-law was that she was too young. And no, she needed it. So out of the bin they came, and next thing I knew, I had a child that would not walk, like, she wouldn't take it out of her mouth. She'd walk around with it just hanging from her mouth. And then the ripple effect of that was the bad teeth and the self-confidence and on all of that. And it's like, why didn't I listen? I'd already done it. I, as the mother, had taken that role, but yet this value that had been instilled upon me was that you had to listen to your elders, that they know better because they've done it before. And it's like, yes, they have, but they did it in a different time. They did it with a different child, and they did it with different assistants. And I didn't know any of that. And it was through this really deep understanding and intentional, like, let's go in. What have I taught my kids? Where have my values been sort of crossed in those boundaries? And how can I rectify it? So I've always had very intentional conversations with my kids, especially around their personal safety and privacy. And yet still those things get missed. They get lost in translation because of other people's values and society. So the intentionality is, how do we teach them? How do we actually show them that they can discern for themselves this exact same role that we now are all sharing here? It's like being intentional with our word choices, with our schooling, our education, with the foods that we eat, because I think, Shika, it was you that mentioned our health is declining because we have no understanding and discernment of what it is to actually fuel the vessel. And that comes from a lot of those outside intentions that all mean very well. and we can accept them with love and kindness, yes, that advice is fantastic. Thank you, Mum, for your help and assistance. But remembering that it is a different time, it is a different child, it is a different home. And as helpful as it is when you're there, the minute you go home, you're still stuck with the child that wants to scream. So, in all fairness, like we have to allow people to walk their own paths. And I guess that's where the intentional conversations, the intentional attitude and education that we are bringing as part of this academy and part of these summits is to really teach the why. Ask yourself who first. Where did it come from? Like who is the person that this belief or this value is stemming from? Do I really align with it? How does it really sit? And think of the deep concepts. I had a Bible reading this morning that was talking about anyone who preaches the gospel at someone who is not a believer will then receive their karmic distribution. And it's like, if they're not a believer, is the key point. Their perception, their values matter. And I guess that's where this intentionality comes from, is in our language, in our word choices. That can sometimes be misperceived, and that conflict can happen. But when we're intentional about it, we can pick that up and we can address the situation with calmness, with gratitude, with love and kindness, and that growth gets to happen not just for the individuals, but everyone around them, because our kids see what we do. They are master geniuses. They know 100 times more than you think they know. And they will always hide how much they know, because it's part of being a kid. We've all done it. I know all of the hiding places of where Mum kept anything that we weren't meant to have, where the Christmas presents got hid. You know, kids just know these things. We're master investigators just in our soul, and that's our little children inside of us as well. So that intentionality, that coming back into you. What does it mean for you? What is it going to mean for your child? But be prepared to let it go, because they may not see it the same way you do, or they may perceive it and then interpret it and act on it completely differently. We've all had, oh, don't go, don't, yeah, I know, and whoops, there they go.
Yeah, and I think time for our panel time's coming soon. I just want to add one more thing, is that I love what you're saying, Flea. And at the same time, like, we all need to start accepting the fact that we will do mistakes as mothers. Like, whatever that definition of mistake is, like, it could be not a mistake or a mistake, or whatever definition turns out to be with our children. We're not going to, even if we've learned from our mothers, even if we've healed ourselves, even if we've done I don't know where I was, and I was talking, and I did say that, yeah, I was in one of my workshops and I was telling them that you still don't know what your child is going to take from you. I have two kids, right? Both of them are going to take totally different things from me, good and bad. They were going to remember the same incidents in a very different way, totally different way. So, forgiving ourselves, and not being so hard on our own selves to say, um, I've learned it. I've done the inner child healing. I have done this. I've done that, and now I'm going to be this like person who will have a child who will never have a problem with me. They'll still have some problem, because there'll always be a gap coming in, and that acceptance should be all okay as a mother as well. So just take that pressure off. That I'm like, even if I've worked very hard, I've paid attention, but at the same time, and just a little example I want to say, when I launched this whole thing, very big thing, prime minister's letter, women coming all over the world, everything happening, perfect, big event. And when I got off, my son, who thought I was the world's best mother, told me, "You're the world's worst mother." you know so to step out from the stage, and I held him, and that's why 2 years I slowed down, because yeah, here I was standing up for mothers telling their stories, but my mother role was feeling, he was absorbing stories from all kinds. Some of them were very, 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 intense stories. So just give me an example of somebody who's leading it as well. I had to just give it all up. The minute I was on the stage, right on the spotlight, everybody thought it was a great thing. And from here, Shika's going to launch herself in a big way with her concept. I stepped out and I said, let all that just go. let me say. It's taken me 2 years to get him out of it. And my younger one is taken totally different from that phase of mine when I was thinking I was present, but I was totally missing because I'm outwardly going. So all sorts of things happen, even if in your head you're thinking that you're doing everything right. There will something that will go off, not because you're off, but because it's perceived by your child as an off with what they wanted at that point in time, and it didn't get fulfilled. So even it's taken 2 years for me to forgive myself, to say I did what I wanted to, what I was called for, and now I'm coming back to you to do what you're telling me, because you're giving me a hint that what I was doing was not working for you. Didn't mean I didn't do a great job. Didn't mean it didn't have an impact. But it meant that I was needed to come back to the present and say, what do you need? Okay, fine, I'm back. What do you need now? How can I rectify it? How can I? So just forgiving ourselves, even not feeling guilty that we are dreaming, is another thing that happens. Yes, we get carried away, but we always have a way back. And our children have a very beautiful way to get us back. They are going to just tell us right on our face to say, come back. And that's the time we need to listen and become present for them and say, what do you need? What do you need? Let's do this together. And I've got it all together. So yeah, I think Marie can take it from there. I think we are going to be heading into a beautiful panel discussion soon as well. So
Yeah, beautiful. It's such a beautiful insight. And it's those moments, like you said, sometimes, feeling that reflection of, oh, you're a terrible mother, or how can you do this to me? I know there's been times growing up, being a teenager, I hated my mother. And I would die if my daughter said that to me, knowing that she probably will at one point, and feeling through those feelings,
yeah.
and to reflect and to allow it to be felt. And I know some of our beautiful mums tuning in are going to be talking about emotional intelligence, not only for ourselves as mothers, as human beings in general, but to regulate that for ourselves and to model that not only for our children, but for our partners, for our family members. And I know when I did a lot of work on my own emotional intelligence and regulation, I saw shifts in how I, had conversations with my own mother, and noticing the trigger shift, noticing then her energy shift, and allowing those feelings to be fully felt as they are, and then letting it go. Because feelings will come and go, emotions will pass to communicate things, and then it's how we then talk about it, how we acknowledge it, how we then move on and take action from it afterwards. That's the important part in conversation, in unity, in relationship with others, which is powerful. And here we're building those relationships within ourselves, within our families, and with each other in community. So it's so exciting. And I'm just pulling up the beautiful program, because we do have a panel starting. And let me just double check. We have some amazing women joining us in a few minutes. Some of them are already backstage. And this beautiful next summit is leaning into identity, leaning into these beautiful threads that we've already touched base on. I've lost my beautiful program that we created here, and all of the amazing things I've got up here. So, rediscovering your identity in motherhood. We've touched on it so beautifully. We're going to open it up more deeply into the stories, into the lives of the amazing women. We have beautiful Therese, Lucy, Donna, Chaitra, and Charlene joining us. So we'll be back in a few moments, ladies, and we hope you've enjoyed this beautiful opening. We'd love to feel into how this has resonated with you, your key takeaways, and we'll see you soon. Hello. I am just double checking because my computer is having a few little glitches, but we are live. Beautiful. Welcome back, everybody. We are so excited with this beautiful panel discussion about rediscovering your identity in motherhood. We have such a beautiful lineup from women around the world. And before we invite them on, we're going to introduce them. And the first beautiful woman, Therese Parkin, is the ageless beauty queen. I've got my queen on to honor our queendom, and unique essence image coach. She helps women embrace their natural beauty at any age, which I love. And having won a beauty pageant at 65, my goodness, you go, girl. She inspires others to feel confident in their own skin and is offering a free makeup masterclass to all Awæcnian panelists and attendees this October. My goodness, I think I'm going to have to join that, and I love this beautiful insight. We've got pass over to beautiful Flea with our next guest.
I can't. Oh, there it is. I've got too many things open. This is what happens. Our next guest. Where am I?
Beautiful Lucy.
Okay, sorry, people. There we are. Lucy is an internationally recognised business mentor, helping entrepreneurial women over 60 transform their expertise into digital products. As a community builder for Launch Lab Academy, she connects Be Connected members with resources including AI-powered personal branding webinars to support their online business success. Thank you, Lucy.
All right, I'll go for Donna, and Donna had to be introduced by me. Donna, it had to happen. We're going in circles, and we just like you had to be introduced. But personal note on Donna is that I totally love her, and just her thoughts and her way of living is amazing. So here is Donna. Donna is a neuro movement practitioner, teacher, transformational life coach, author dedicated to guiding clients on their journey to wellness. Her practice is rooted in the belief that healing is a journey and health is a lifestyle. She offers personalized mindful movement techniques that foster lasting vitality. So, and many other things that all these women do, but yeah, we're trying to just put it to profile line.
So powerful. And also our next awesome guest we have is Chaitra, and she is an enthusiastic interior designer with 2 years of experience, dedicated to infusing energy and passion into every project. Her unique vision and attention to detail sets her apart in the design world, and she looks forward to sharing the stunning spaces that she will create. And she's also a mum of 2 beautiful children. One is a teenager, amazing young man who is a wise young gentleman, and a beautiful daughter who's friends with my daughter. And Chaitra, has such inspiration, which is so beautiful. And our final guest, Flea, who do we have, who we love?
Down in the corner there. Charlene's journey of resilience and transformative healing began after surviving 2 near-death experiences, cancer and life-saving surgeries, all while navigating motherhood. How fabulous. Now fully healed and the founder of the House of Alchemy, she empowers others to unlock their own potential for healing and growth. Charlene was also the sponsor of our last event, and we got to experience that beautiful, transformative House of Alchemy and the magical being that is. And we've just lost Marie.
Yeah.
Smack bang in the middle. I think we got everyone. I think we did, yes.
We did. And I'm going to also introduce beautiful Felicia, who is a visionary educator, a mystical guide, whose transformative approach to learning weaves together elemental wisdom, philosophical insight, and the alchemical power of creativity. With over 20 years of experience spanning early childhood, primary, secondary, and adult education, Felicia cultivates holistic personal growth through her heart-centered teaching. That's only half of her bio there. And I will also, while I'm on the floor, beautiful Shikha Khanna is India's first child and family photographer, speaker, teacher, and author of The 100 Self-Portraits, 100 Dreams. In her book, she brought together over 100 mothers worldwide, and some of them are here to join hands and share their stories in words and through self-portrait. Beautiful woman. And Flea, do you want to just do me quickly as you do?
Yes, I was going to say you can't do your own. Well, you could. I'd had to. But Marie Ferguson is a leader in feminine embodiment, youth empowerment, and creative expression with over 16 years of experience in education and a master's in education. She has overcome many personal challenges like burnout and miscarriages and now guides others to reconnect with their feminine essence through ancient wisdom and modern coaching techniques. And she is also the founder of Awæcnian Academy and my business partner.
Oh, beautiful. Amazing. Oh, look, we wear so many hats as women, don't we, ladies? And this piece around identity and how we fit into our families, fit into a society, fit into motherhood is what we're here to discuss. And some of you are tuning in live on Facebook and also backstage where Flea, Shika, and I spoke about identity and the pieces that change and shift us. So stepping into motherhood and your identity, we're here to share story, and you all have powerful stories, and I'm loving this wide variety. And I'm going to pass it over to beautiful Therese to share a little bit about her journey, the identity, perhaps the shifts. And folks that are tuning in, these beautiful ladies are going to be sharing a little glimpse, and we're going to be passing that through. So if you are not speaking, just make sure that you are on mute. And then when you do speak, you can pull yourself off mute. But Therese, all the way from the US, love for you to share a bit of your story and who you are. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I'm blessed and grateful to be here amongst all of you beautiful hearts and souls. And I love your hat. As you talked about hats, you have a crown on, and I'm Therese Parkin, and I am the ageless beauty queen because at age 65, I decided to stand on stage with no pantyhose and graying hair, and I won a beauty pageant. And the reason I did that is because I believe that beauty and love are the same, and that both are absolutely ageless and there's no limitations, and that I just want to encourage everyone to feel beautiful in their own skins and feel and treat themselves like the queen that they are. I'm so blessed to have been on this journey and to have been in Chica's 100 Moms book. It was a profound experience, changed my life. And and so I'm so happy about this journey of the question of how this has impacted our lives as moms. I have a lot to say about that. I just wanted to first introduce myself on that's not all I am, but that's where I stand proudly to say that today. And that's a long journey of mine as someone who, growing up, thought other people's opinions were more important than mine. So it's been a journey and a fascinating that I'm still on. So thank you. And I don't know if you want us to go into a discussion about motherhood or just have everyone introduce ourselves first.
I think that's a beautiful introduction, and we'll share. Yeah, Therese, share a little bit more about you know choosing you on this journey and balance. We're talking about balance. We're going to talk about harmonizing. Refinding yourself again, and the journey that you have experienced in your motherhood. Um, I find motherhood is an initiation into many facets of self. And so I'd love to we can just dive deeper into your story, and then we'll pass the baton on, the crown on to the next queen.
Fantastic. Thank you. I believe that there is no book we get when we become a mom. There's no guide. We do have examples of our moms with which I am blessed to have had a very positive mother who actually was also in Shika's book. So I couldn't say this journey without talking about that a quick bit. That at 100 years old, she was handed a book with her story in it because of Shika's promise and us being making the choice to be part of that, and it was just a beautiful experience and one I treasure. And I feel like what I'm doing now is furthering her positive attitude and look on life, and it changed the way I look at myself. So now I'm trying, my title of a lot of my speeches are, if we change the way we look at ourselves, we can change how we impact the world. And balance and is so such a big part of that. And as we have young children, we sometimes lose that balance. We lose ourselves, who is Therese, who is all of us, as we're mothering little ones. And I have to tell you that it doesn't really stop there, because I have my little grandson with me. I'm coloring as I'm getting ready for this. And but that's, so I'm making it work because I'm allowing to to give that space to him while I'm doing this too, whereas before I might not have done that. So in that way, I've learned so much through this. And one other part of that, being as a mom, becoming an ageless beauty. And I talk about beauty in everything, and it's not just physical beauty. It's physical, it's beauty in nature and your environment and what everyone here is talking about. But it is also ageless. And during my quest for becoming a queen, it was a really big choice for me, because with my gray hair, I just decided, well, why not? And I asked my daughter, I went to my daughter and I said, Lauren, why, what do you think? What do you think of me going gray? And she said, Mom, I love it. I think it's great. She's older, so she's not a young girl. Not old, but older. And she said, but the most important opinion here is yours. If you're okay with it, then everything will be as it should be and okay. And so, what a gift for me to make that choice, and then for her to actually reflect back to me, yes, I think it's beautiful, and but you have to be okay with it. And that confidence comes from doing the previous steps, from my mom's example, but also standing in my own right without trying to ask everyone, do you think I should do this? If I had done that, I probably would not have done that courageous thing to stand on stage. It's not easy to do that, and I really didn't know what that was going to be like, but it was powerful, because I decided that morning that I already won in my heart, because I made that choice, and it didn't matter what the end result was. And the symbol of a queen and a crown is important, yet it's universal, because I believe if we treated ourselves like royalty, like we're the divine beings that we are, we could we could just do so much more. And so anyway, my daughter and my mom, and the way I'm showing up with my children and grandchildren now, it is a balance still. I won't lie to you, it is still a balance, because grandmothers can dive headlong in and not um, cultivate their own things. But I think it's important to choose what you do and to allow that play, and then they reflect back to you and you reflect to them as you do that for others. So thank you.
It's so powerful. And this idea around identity and where we sit with that. I know, Charlene, this was something that you spoke about at the House of Alchemy, and where I guess, you spoke of your own journey and hating yourself and your image and your body, but knowing that you had to do it for your son. Like, I'd love like for you to expand on this idea of identity a little bit more, because I feel like that really adds to what Therese was saying about like moving into this acceptance phase of let's just be okay with it.
Yeah, absolutely. The more that I unravel and have more awareness around identity, the more my perception of it shifts daily. I feel like the concept of identity is so fluid and it's ever evolving and ever changing. And I feel like the resistance and the struggle happens when we try to grip onto that existing identity. That's what I keep coming to. And that quite often we're gripping onto these identities that really aren't us to start with. The idea of us that we've gathered from situations, opinions, people, like, you know, all of the external stuff that we gather data from all of these from birth. And from that, we create an identity. And then as we obviously become, you know, more aware and we have our own journeys and we start questioning all these things. And it's like, for me, it was the unraveling of, motherhood was like, I felt like I was losing my identity, but at the same time, I was finding it. And so I feel like that's constant. I don't even feel like that's just motherhood. I feel like if we actually surrender and let go, that's just the constant thing around identity, and that it, dependent on where we are, what we're experiencing, our identity changes. But then, you know, related to motherhood, I think because it's such a sudden shift quite often, like we have a certain way of living, being, whether it's working, to the smallest things, like being able to just go out and, you know, go and do whatever whenever you like. And then motherhood's like, oh, I can't do that anymore. I've got this little being that's dependent on me. Like I'm breastfeeding, especially in the early days, like I'm breastfeeding all day long. Oh, I'd love to go do, and you can't. And so you've got this like, oh, but I used to be able to do this. And that's where that struggle starts to happen, because it's like, oh, but I used to do this. And so, you know, if I could go back to those early days of parenting for me, I'd be like, just surrender. Like, you know, and obviously because of what I've journeyed since, I attached so much to that was my identity, that was me, that was not me at all. And it's quite interesting, you know, journeying that and unpacking that as we have all of these life experiences. It's a reflection point for, oh, okay, that actually wasn't me, or that was me then, but that doesn't mean it needs to be me forever, you know, and not even resenting that, just taking it for what it is. But yeah, like a lot of my reflection around what you were saying, Flea, is like, I really resented my body for a long time. I struggled with eating disorders, you know, and anorexia and all the things. And, you know, through my health related stuff, it's come into like complete reverence for my body, you know, and, you know, my identity was so intertwined with my appearance, you know, and, for me, as I addressed a lot of health things, I had to for me, what I perceived at that time was letting go of a lot of those things, like, you know, no more Botox, no more nails, no more makeup, no more this, just trying to, you know, get rid, like for me, it was just, you know, releasing all the toxic things that I was doing to my body. But it's interesting because all of those toxic things I was putting into my body were the toxic emotional things that I was avoiding. So they're all little mirrors. And so it is. And like I said, I think it's an ever evolving thing. And as I've been sitting and reflecting on speaking into identity, it's only become more apparent to me that, you know, with motherhood, with everything, we are just constantly evolving, reassessing, shifting, becoming more aware of ourselves, which then it's like a kaleidoscope. We look and then something shifts and then the whole picture shifts again. So then we've got a new identity to work with, a new, you know, surroundings, new everything. And then the more you change, the more surroundings change. So it just has this flow on effect, I guess. So yeah, yeah.
Oh, my button didn't want to move. It's like, unmute. Oh, I so totally feel that. I spent a lot of my motherhood, like my kids wanted to be me more than anything. It was like, oh, when I grow up, am I going to look just like you and all of this? And I was like, oh, hopefully not. Hopefully you can be anything but me, because I was so self-repressed. I couldn't stand the way I looked. I suffer with body dysmorphia, so like the anorexia and bulimia, I did all of that as well. And like still looking at my face, I'm like, who is this? Like, why would they want to be me? And a lot of those judgments and things that I noticed actually didn't come from them at all. It was what other people perceived. And it was like, oh, you shouldn't be doing this as their mother. They'll be embarrassed. And you shouldn't do this as, like, what will your kids think? And my kids are like, oh, no, I want to be just like mum. And there's confusion in my head of like, what is this identity? And like, who am I? That then shifted. And now I've got this role of the stepmom. And it's like, how do you be a stepmom? Like, is it the same? Can I just do the exact same things I would do for my kids? Like surely, like there's other ways. And I know, Lucy, like this is something that you've experienced and can talk a bit more on. So yeah, definitely, Therese, she needs to talk more on this. So I'd love your insights, Lucy, into this role and identity of the stepmum, the bonus mum, as you lovingly call it.
Well, I call it that because Shika and I had a discussion about why Shika had asked me a question: why are stepmothers in the United States seen so in a negative way? And it's true. I mean, all of the stories were about stepmoms were horrible. The ugly stepmother, the person who hated the children. It went on and on and on. And so when I was invited to be in the book, I didn't even think that I could be in the book because I never identified as a mom. It was with talking to Shika that she realized that I was a stepmom. And so when we had that discussion, we decided that we were going to call it by another name, bonus mom. And it makes so much sense because, you have your biological mom, and then you have you have like a bonus mom, another mom. For God's sakes, you're lucky. I mean, if you think about it that way. However, it was something that I decided when I was 18 years old that I did not want to be a mom. And that came because my mother had, 7 children. I was the third at the time, but I saw my mother. It was a 24/7 job. And I thought, oh my God, that's not the way I want to live my life. I want to be free and fancy free, and I want to be able to travel the world. And so I did not want to be a mom. However, the universe had a different plan for me. Oddly enough, I became a teacher. And so some of you who have taught, that in the classroom, you're everything, a teacher, a mom, a psychologist, you're everything. But the good thing is that you have those children for a time in the day, and then you can say at 4:00, well, that's it, goodbye, back to your mom, and so there's freedom in doing that. But oddly enough, I had this relationship, and I just, even in my relationship, I never wanted to get married because I always thought that I would lose my identity. I always thought that I would lose myself in other people. And I was afraid of that in the momhood too, because I saw my mother just disappear as a person. She was just a mom. She even was more of a mom than a wife. And so even she lost herself as a wife, so she just totally lost that identity. Then she became the mom. She was a fabulous mom. There's nothing that I can say that I had a great, certainly a great relationship with my mom. But to get back to my story, so I'm in this relationship. I don't want to get married. And all of a sudden, my ex-husband had 4 children. And when I met him, it was after he divorced for the second time with the same wife. And she had taken the children and gone to Arizona. We lived in California at the time. And it was very difficult for him because he was a good dad. He loved to pay attention to the kids, to be with the kids, to play with the kids, to talk to the kids. And so she took that away from him. And one of the things that happened is the oldest daughter died of hepatitis. And we knew that there were drugs involved, and the anyway, not to talk about the mom, because moms are just, they come in all shades, and moms always do what they know best how to do. And so my ex-husband at the time decided that he was going to take over the two children, because the oldest child had been out of the house and married already. And so there I was. He looked at me and said to me, I know that this is, I have to do this. So you have the opportunity to say no to this to this situation. So, I do respect that if you don't want to be in the situation, you're free to go. And of course, I assessed the situation. And I thought, well, I love this man. And I thought, well, I'm a school teacher. What, it can't be all that bad. And so I went along with it. And oh my God, the children were 10 years and 12 years old. And I was in for a surprise, because every day was a struggle. I'm not going to go into my whole story, because I will be talking about what it was like to be a bonus mom. But I can understand moms saying that they lose our identity, because, when you have children in the household, they become the prime, the prime people in the house. They're the people that you have to take care of, and there's no choice about it. And so you kind of, no matter what you want to do about your identity, you just say, you know what, I have to be a mom right now. And I didn't make that choice. Although I did decide that I would, be in that situation. But I totally understand exactly what all of you are saying about losing the identity. But in a way, I took on another identity. I thought, oh my God, this is an opportunity for me to be somebody that I've never been before. And so, I looked at it that way. It was an adapting to the situation and adopting some kind of a new kind of mindset. And so that's how I looked at it. It was like, take on this identity, because not only do these children need direction, and they need you, because they need a female parent in the household, then you can be the best person you can be. And so so for me, it was like taking on an identity that, of course, I never wanted to have, but it kind of added to my life in a lot of ways. So yeah. So I will be talking about what it's like to be a bonus mom. It wasn't all fun. It was a lot of struggle, a lot of heartache, a lot of good times, bad times, and there's an echo here.
Beautiful. And I know, Shika, I love that term bonus mom. How did you did it just come to you, or you're just like, you know what? How did that, I love that we can reterm and reframe new things. Did that just come to you intuitively, or you've been thinking about it for a while, or you noticed that? Some really cool questioning of that bonus mom term.
I've been, I love books, and I've been, somebody's voice is echoing somewhere. Some mic is it mine?
I think you're okay.
Okay, I just think my mobile was on. Okay, I think I'm hearing you. Are you guys hearing me okay? Okay. I think my live was on the on Facebook. So I read books. I'm obsessed with books. And then I said, okay, let's go for fairy tales. Like my older one, I was like, I'm going to read this fairy tale. And till then, I'd heard these fairy tales, but I was not a mom, so I had not related to these fairy tales. And I'm like, fine, let's read it. Okay, there goes the stepmom comes and she throws, and I was okay with it as a child, and she just throws the children out. And then again, another story I read, the stepmom comes and she beats the children up. And the stepmom comes and the child is struggling. And the stepmom, and I was just done with it. I'm just like, I, as a mother, when I was reading these stories, I was like, you're not reading these ancient stories, including the giants. Like the giant has to be a bad guy, even if you're stealing from him. Like my son asked me when I was listening to that beanstalk story, and he said, but he's the one who stole it from the giant. The giant was all right and he was sleeping. How can he be okay when the giant is the one whose house he's stealing from just because he's a giant? And that question, I started questioning more fairy tales. I'm like, exactly, just because he's a giant doesn't make him a bad person. And it's the boy is the one who's stealing the golden eggs and stuff. So then I started questioning the fairy tale, and there I was in this movie. I was just like, really? I mean, I've met all kinds of mothers as a photographer, and I've met all kinds of people, and there are not this way, and including the Indian stories. My younger one is what's brought this. So I think we were just on a discussion live, and like this, and then the discussion started, and we just discarded the whole thing of stepmom only because of the fairy tales. And we came up together with audience and everything, and we decided to call it a bonus mom. Um, and just this question, I have two bonus moms in the book, but just this question, that am I a mom, itself is a thing that the society needs to start accepting, that motherhood, like, yes, you give birth to children, but being a mother is bigger than that, right? And we just have to start accepting it and giving gentler terms, and because it's about children, and all children need to be accommodated. So yes, bonus moms, fairy tales are all out. Makes no logic to read those fairy tales anymore, and new stories need to be told. And we start with
That's
the
right.
bonus mom story.
I love that. I love this piece around reframing the narrative and these characters we see from myths, from fables, from fairy tales. I talk a lot about archetypal figures, and we were talking in our opening about, mother wounding, the martyr, we're wanting to be the hero, the sacrificing that we do, and these mindset pieces that we get to reframe when we talk to coaches, facilitators, healers, friends who are opening their hearts to allow us to see a reflection of ourselves. I know, Donna, this piece around wellness and that holistic approach, you work with a lot of women in your field. I'd love for you, and we've shared some of your stories now, being on the other side, being a grandmother as well, living through it, having older children. I'd love for you to share this piece around identity and your story. Oh, you might be on mute, Donna.
Is that better? Oh no. Am I unmuted now? Can you hear me? Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so I had quite a bit of trouble with identifying as a mom because I had my first child when I was 15. And so I had to learn to be a mom because my dad decided that I was going to put the child up for adoption. And I went along with everything right up to the time, and decided, I got some information from the adoption agency that said it was my choice. And so I did decide I knew I wanted my baby, but I was so young. I was just used to my dad being my authority. And so when I decided to tell him that I was going to keep the child, he said, that's fine, but you have to move because we already have our own kids to raise. And so I did. I moved out, when I was 16. And then my parents left town. And so I really did have to do it on my own with her dad. Her dad was with me. And we were very, very young and both in high school. But it just so happened that there was a teenage parenting high school that I got to go to. And so I got help with a lot of things. And so I did get to finish high school and raised my daughter. I did eventually separate from her dad and became a single mom. And the thing that I really didn't want to be was my parents. I just knew I could be better parents than them. They booted me, and so I was going to do everything I can to be a better parent than they were. And then as my daughter grew up, for me, it was just her and I, and so we grew together, and it really wasn't as the struggle that people would think that it was. I got to go to school. Everything worked out. And then I met my husband, and we had a family together. And we've been together for she was 5, so she's going to be 51 next month. So we've been together a long time, and she never really wanted him to be her father because she had her own dad. So we had 2 children. We had 2 boys, and I had her, and they were 11 years apart in birth. And so that whole time that I was raising this family, thinking I was being very different than my parents. And as, life came on us, I realized I am my parents. I am my dad. I'm very controlling, and I needed to do something different. And I had such a separation between being a single mom and a married mom. I had a family, she was part of that family too, but I made all the decisions for her, and we made all the decisions for the boys, and then she went off to college, and then I had, so I've been through so many different phases of parenting: a single mom, a married mom, a teenage mom, and then I got to this point where I realized it was time to give up control or being the mom that kids weren't meant to be taught, especially by people who didn't know what the heck they were doing. And I really came to the conclusion that kids are meant to teach you, not to be taught by you, because I think we're all so limited in what we know when we have kids, that you get all of your parenting skills from having children. It doesn't matter if you're a bonus mom or a biological mom or a single mom or whatever. They give you every lesson that you need to have. And when I sat down and wrote a memoir of my life, I recognized that all parents do the best they can, and my parents did the best they can with what they knew, because they only knew what their parents knew. And based on what I learned about myself, that I only knew what my parents knew, and I used that. And when I finally surrendered to the fact that there was no right or wrong, but surrender to being open to whatever the universe brings you and just maneuver those situations, everything got better. It wasn't that there wasn't trials and tribulations with my kids, teenage kids, 2 different, 10 years apart teenage. One set of problems was with a girl, the other set was with boys. And I really feel like I got the full lesson of how to be a parent from every direction. And I can really relate to what almost any parent is going through, because I think I've been through it all. And but today I can appreciate it so much, and I know that every single bit of it made me who I am, and I'm so pleased to be who I am and to experience the healing from that, and know, and also their healing from it. I had to admit to them that I didn't know what the heck I was doing. And parenting with children, now having adult children, like I said, I have children in their 30s, 40s, and 50s, and I feel, and it's just like a big pulse. Life is just like a big pulse. You come apart and you come together, and you come apart and you come together. And there can actually be a rhythm to it. And today I feel so blessed just to have the relationship that I have with my kids, because I have surrendered to everything that I've done wrong, forgiven myself for everything that I've done wrong, and promised to do everything as right as I can do it, and then move on to being the person who I want to be now. I feel no longer do I need to be a mother to those adult children, but I get to be a grandmother. And I can do that totally different. And today I have a 7-year-old grandson and 3 teenage grandsons, 17 and 18, a set of twins. So I know what you're talking about when it comes to twins. But it's been such a journey. And I just want to say to everybody, healing comes from surrender. Just surrender to whatever life is bringing you and let it pass through you. And because it will. Everything you've ever experienced in life has passed through you. But if you can let go of it a lot sooner, you can experience what's coming a lot easier. And it's so worth letting go of what you believe you know about being a parent. You're not meant to know how to be a parent, and it is a blessing, no matter how hard it is. What I say to my clients today that come think they're healing from, a this or a that, it's all emotional. Every bit of your ailments come from some stuck emotion that you couldn't get past, that you think you did wrong or somebody did wrong to you or whatever. But today I can say to those people, everything you've ever been through is a gift. It's a gift, and you just want to accept it. And no one ever said it was going to be easy to live life. If you'd have given up on learning to walk or learning to talk or learning to eat, well, you'd really be in a problem if you let go of any of the learning that you had to do without any say. Today you have a say. You can let go of it. I think I've let go of so much, and I can just be in peace about what I've done in the past, all the mistakes I've made, and I think it's just worth it to share with people to just let go and let God, because that's what's happening to you. Life is coming through you. It's not, happening to you. It's happening through you and for you. And I truly believe that. And if you can get there, you can be that for your kids. And then they can start that a lot sooner, to just know that life's not happening to me. It's happening for me. And just be okay with making mistakes. So
So powerful. And I love that you shared your story of being a teenage mom, because it took me back to a memory when I was teaching high school before I had my daughter. And there was a 16-year-old girl, Sudanese background, and she had twins, and she was in school, she was studying, she was married, and she was 16 in a Catholic school. And I just had so much awe for her, choosing education, choosing herself. There was, yes, definitely support systems around. And like no other teenage girl or boy around her really actually understood how much courage she had to keep showing up every day and go home to 2 little babies. And I can only imagine what she's doing now, but that piece around supporting our teens and supporting them in their lives and not judging, because life just can happen. And I feel like there are so many young people that have been blessed with the gift of parenthood, perhaps as a teenager, to teach whatever lessons, and sometimes as a society we shun them so quickly instead of supporting them. And I know Chaitra, as a mother of a teenage boy, we've had conversations. And like you said, Donna, and we said earlier, like our kids teach us. And Chaitra, I think her son's that 15-year-old as well. And she's like, Marie, I don't know where he gets it sometimes. And we have these moments of awe. I'm like, well, you've done a great job. And she's like, he's just teaching me in these reflections, in empathy and compassion. And it can be challenging, but Chaitra, having a boy and then a break as well, and then having your daughter come later. I'd love for you to share your pieces of motherhood and identity and a bit of your story.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Thank you all. I think it was just so amazing to actually listen to everybody's stories. There was so many times like I went like, oh, I could just relate to so many things when you guys spoke about your stories, and when Shika, especially when she was talking about how physically not being mothered, I experienced that. I think I lost my mother when I was 3. And for that, it was such a, I grew up in a big family and a family with a lot of people around me. But I think not having that mother is the most important. That it was a void in my life. And I didn't realize it then, because I think growing up in such a big family, you always kind of have that support, and you have that love. It's just covered. But as I grew up, I kind of understood that how important it is to have a mother, because till I became a mother, I didn't realize that only a mother can be a mother. You want the best for your child, you want that unconditional love what you have. It's just so pure. I think for me, and because I lost my mother at a very young age, I always wanted to be a mother. That was something, I wanted to experience. I wanted my children to always get that love. When I first got pregnant with my child, it was such an amazing thing. Like, I couldn't express how beautiful that moment was when I had him. Like, it was like a dream come true, I suppose. And every moment was such a beautiful journey. The way, the courage we learn, to nurture them, to give the best, the way you go out of your way to do things for your child. I think those things, I kind of felt that that was my identity, like, being a mother. But even like after I got my second child, I still thought somewhere that, that is what is my identity. But I think in 2000, when the COVID hit and everything, I kind of went through a phase of my life where the whole world shifted for me. It was like a shock that I think I had a panic attack, and I didn't know what was happening. Like, I just didn't know that I was shaking, I was crying, I was like, whom do I ask for help? Because everybody around you are judging you. They don't know, they don't want, like, everybody I went to, the first question was like, you're a mother, you're not supposed to feel that, you're not supposed to go through that, you can't think that. you know there were thoughts which were like, I could have never even imagined in my life that I could experience. And when I went in and shared with some of my close friends, they were like, no, 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 you're a mother, you cannot think that. You can't, you have to be there for your child. But what about me? What about me was the question which actually I felt it, like, I was like, where is my identity? Where is me in this? Like, lifelong, it is like you want to do the best for your child, you want to do the best for the society, you want to do the best for your husband. But what about you? Like, I think that was the opportunity where I got to rediscover myself, the healing process I went through, the people I met. I met so many healers. I went to Marie. She's a part of my journey, which is so beautiful, where she actually told me, spoke about certain things which I didn't even know it would actually have so much of impact on us. And slowly, I think I started to feel that the balance and the way you have control over your life reflects everything else. Everything around you will change only if you are in balance. You understand that, okay, this is okay to feel, and you go back to your uncertainty life, and again you go back and you rediscover, you learn, you kind of do all of those things. But at the end of the day, again, I think it is very important to go through a phase of your life where you actually rediscover yourself, and that support where you can actually give your children. Because when I talk to my son, I don't know, I think in that phase he was still, I think a teenager, like he just started his teens when I went through the panic attack, and I couldn't talk to him about mental health and all of that because he was too young for it. I used to just close the door and discuss things with my husband and just cry, and I think somewhere, I think he could understand that my mom is not my mom, like she is going through something in her life. He could sense it. Then I think after 2 or 3 years, like it took me a long time to actually come out of it. And I think after the third year or something, when one of my healers said, I think the most important person you have to discuss is your son, because when you start talking and expressing it, the truth, you know people will actually connect to you. And when I started to tell my son about my stories and how I felt, he's like, I knew it, like I knew that you were going through something, but I couldn't discuss it, or because I didn't know. But today, when he's 16 years now, and I can share anything with him, and he's like, I'm always there, I know what you're going through. And he helps me actually, because I think the perspective changes, because we look at it only in one way, because you're so anxious, you're so emotionally connected to that phase of your life. But when you actually talk to somebody else, they give you a different insight. And that was like, oh, can I even think like that? Those things. And now I can just share everything with him. And that's what I keep telling Marie, like he is like my best friend. Like I think I discovered like my lifelong friend, and somebody who can help me, who can think we I think that identity, when you say, it's like when you're in your true self, uh, and when you speak the truth, I think everybody around you also starts to find their identity. And that I felt with my husband, that I felt with my son. So it was a beautiful journey, and I'm still learning, and I'm still happy to experience emotions and imbalances in life. So yeah, that's my story. Yeah.
So I'll take it on from here. Chaitra, thank you. Being a fellow Indian, I totally understand. We are very blessed when mothers are missing. We get
Yeah.
extended families coming in, stepping in,
Yeah.
even today, in a big way,
Yeah.
and shielding the child. Um, so that's why when the stepmom stories were like, I was just like, I have like 10 mothers. I have no
Yeah.
idea what you're talking about. I have this
Yeah.
place where literally 10 mothers when my mother's was missing. And the identity, I would go to flee with this after stating this is that, I'll go back to my mother because we've discussed all kinds. And my mother was identified as a schizophrenic, and dangerous for the family because I had a very big family. And all this while, I was like all accepted at the age of very young age. Fine, something wrong there.
Yeah.
Forget it, taken away, and identified as not fit for the family or fit for the child. And of course, she lived through it, through and through. However, she did. I didn't meet her, and something I was somewhere, and suddenly they said people who are schizophrenic are gifted. They just call schizophrenic. They just have this special gift of seeing things that normal people can't see, and that shifted the whole identity of me identifying with her disease to identifying her as a gifted soul. And that's why this movement came up, because I stood up for her. And as God says, the minute the book got launched, I came to know that she passed away in 2 months from then. But it shifted the whole identity, and it taught me that you can keep identifying with things, but you're an option of shifting the identity as well. And
Yeah.
it can move so many things. And when we are not trying to listen to the solutions that are of our identity is where we start getting stuck. And I want to say that we when we start identifying, there are messages coming from different parts of the universe to tell us that this is a solution, but it does not fit with our identity at all at that point in time. And we protect that identity so much that we are not ready to listen to the solution. We will keep denying it, we will keep thinking that the person on the other side is not with us, but sometimes they're speaking a solution which is off your identity. So the question that all of us need to somewhere ask in the audience whenever is, when somebody asks something which is totally opposite to what you think you are and who you are, pay attention to it before rejecting it into a fact that not possible. This is not me. That's a very common thing. That's not me. I know myself. We don't know ourselves. We don't know there's so many possibilities opening up. So we don't know ourselves. And when a voice comes that is totally opposite to what we are identifying ourselves to be, whether I'm a daughter of a schizophrenic, or I'm an obsessed mother, or I'm the best mother, or I'm the worst mother, like it happens when you thinking you're the worst mother and somebody says, oh my god, what you do for your children is amazing, like you don't even know how bad I am. Like we just can go to all extents to identify ourselves with all kinds of things. So pay attention to the voices when they come, and they are sometimes crashing your identity or knocking at your identity, and just look at it and say, okay, well, let me just pay attention to what you're saying and go back with it, and then see, are you attaching yourself to an identity and that's why you're not listening to it, or it doesn't make sense for you. So rather than jumping and attaching to it and this dejecting the solutions all the time, I think I would love to tell mothers and anybody else around that give it that, like just I mentioned that doing this big mother's thing, and I got off the stage, and my son, who thought I was the world's best mother, told me you're the world's worst mother. You cannot imagine what it takes. When I got off the stage, I held him and I went to the room, and I witnessed as all the mothers. I was never available for any dinners, anything, because my son was going through so much when I was standing on the stage and leading and giving space to the mothers. But I was identifying myself as this great human who was standing up for mothers and making ways and stuff like that, while my son was struggling with attention, and he probably heard my story for the first time, probably saw me bringing stories which were very heart warming and very difficult for him to digest at the age of 8. So and at that time again, suddenly, how can I be a worse mother? How can I be the worst mother? The whole identity crashes from this amazing good human, the world telling you, the prime minister sending you the letter, and there it crashes. But I paid attention to not letting myself crash and say, what do you need, where is the solution, so that I don't make this problem a bigger one. 2 years to get him out of it, I had to read like 30 story like novels with him, so that he can start listening to my voice and I can bring him back. So flee identity crisis, I've spoken to you a little. Moving from full-time mother, listening to elders, I can so relate to it, and I cannot believe somewhere in Australia people can believe that, because I just feel Indians have to listen to the elders. I don't think anybody in the world people have to listen, because that's again an identity I'm attaching myself to. But just the same thing, that listening to your elders, what they said is right, from there to moving as a bonus mom, and also moving through letting children go and finding yourself, whatever little glimpse I've had, where is your piece here for identity? And I think the world would love to know.
Oh, there's so much to this, and to what everyone has said and has been saying, and the role of mental health in this as well is something that I know very well. The detachment of identity happened very, very young for me. I've never been one to say I hate my mother. That was one thing that everyone's like, oh, you should. Like, they hear my story and then they fit this judgment, and it's like, but you can't hate the person that brought me life. I would not be here today if she'd chosen another way. If she hadn't have cared for me in the way that she did, I couldn't stand here with the stories and the empathy and the understanding of diversity that comes from having circumstances outside of your control. So my mum was a very young mum. She fell pregnant with me when she was 17 to a married man. this is something I had no idea of as a child. So like my identity, the man that was in my household, I believed him to be my father. And I had no idea that any of this would matter until much later on in life. But there was always something different for me. And I was like, what is it? And I used to play games and pretend it's like, oh, maybe I've got a different father and he's like a doctor and a millionaire and all this sort of stuff. Or, maybe I was adopted and I didn't know. And I created these stories because I just didn't understand like why I was so different to everybody else in my family and why I was treated differently. And I didn't click to what it was that was different until so many years later. And I moved out of home quite young and went into a relationship where I lived in many different homes and different families. They were Burmese Thai, so they had a lot of those Indian traditions. And I do remember like the women do this and the men do this and these roles and these responsibilities being really embedded into me, and this identity of you are nothing but gutter trash. And that stuck with me for so long because it was like, why am I my parents? Why do I have to carry that label with me this entire time? And it has really been a depressive episode of I can't ever better myself. It doesn't matter how much I hide, how much I put the makeup on, change my hair, change my clothes, change the way I speak. I'm still their child. And then the big wham for me was like, hang on a sec, he's not even my dad. And I found that out at 18. It's like this whole entire time, this has been my identity. That was my father. That was the person I said I would choose no matter what. Like when we were talking about like who we would live with as kids, it's like I would go with dad, 100%. The man, he wasn't technically there the whole time, but the relationship was there. It was this, he was different to my mum. And I never really understood why. And when I found out that he wasn't my dad and this identity piece, it's like I understood, that's why mum didn't love me. That's why I was different, is because I wasn't the love child. I was the regrettable mistake from an affair that, left her as a 17-year-old needing to fend for a child. And my uncle just admitted that that he was like, oh yeah, you made 3 teenagers become adults overnight, because my aunt and uncle are 2 years younger than my mum. So they had to help. They had to help this 17-year-old. And I have so much respect for her knowing that, because it's like, what would I have done as a 17-year-old with a baby in the 70s, out of home? Like, you only have to know what was going on in that time to understand the poor choices that could be made. And it was the utmost respect. My mother survived. She survived with 3 kids, constantly on the run, in and out of homes, never any support, never a strong masculine figure there to pick her up. And to me, that was like, I want to be associated with that. That's not gutter trash. That's strength. That's courage. That's determination. That's something so much more than anybody could ever imagine. And I don't hate her. Has there been some poor choices that have led to some hardships for me? Absolutely. But they were my lessons. And I know that my roles in that are far greater than anything. And I'm shaking so much now because it's like, the respect of mothers and this role of identity and mental health, it goes far back. And a lot of my health issues, like Charlene has spoken about and other people, when we talk about energy, so many of the injuries that I actually carry within my body, that I've carried all my life, medical professionals, I don't know what's wrong with you. You're perfectly happy, healthy. There's nothing there. Your levels are fine. Everything is fine. And it's like, well, what's wrong with me then? These are genetic curses and disorders of energy that has been stuck in my body for so many generations. My poor grandmother that left her husband and was beaten multiple times, that everybody witnessed. I can't even go back to her mother, who was the most vile, hatred person that I know. Never had a nice thing to say about anybody. But what she must have gone through with her 9 children and being brought here to Australia and her husband off to the war and having to raise all of them on her own. You only need to understand that every single person in their life is going through a new version of something traumatic that brings them into this awareness of themselves. And so when I talk about identity and energy and everything, it all comes back to that. It's like, who am I? I can be whoever I want. That's the beauty, is I'm not the gutter trash. I'm not just the teacher. I'm not just the mum. I'm not any of those things, but I'm all of them. And this is the power of the getting to be. When you accept that and you really drive with it, there's so much power. And I know, Marie, like this mental health issue and, you know, what it's like to be a mum and to then not be a mum. It's something that's very real for you and what you've gone through. And still today you're here. So I'd love for you to share your part of the story. I don't want to share if you don't want to, but how powerful it is to step into these roles when loss and heartbreak and our sheer mental ability to continue to go on is what drives us past everything.
Such powerful insights, and the piece of recognizing your story, your heritage, but then also choosing that you get to be all of it and change it in that thought and change it in that moment for yourself, for your children, for your future grandchildren, for the children that come into your life as a teacher, as a nurturer. And it's these moments that, again, redefine who we are. And you know, I'll be sharing in my keynote later about this piece around loss and this continual shedding and dying, and this piece around identity. This is just one facet of understanding this lens, but we've all spoken about parts of ourselves dying. And we as women, with our cycles, we are cyclical beings. And, you know, with our menstrual cycle and our flow, we are constantly shedding physically, monthly, whether you're in this phase or past it. But that death and rebirth cycle, in those identity deaths, in those moments of crisis, in those moments of shifting and recalibrating, however long that takes, it may be short or it may take years. And it's like honoring the self and honoring where you're at in that moment, in that presence. And, you know, some of these beautiful women have held such beautiful space in the last month, where I experienced my 4th miscarriage. And at our last summit, beautiful Charlene, Chaitra, Flea, I was pregnant and showing and hormone shifting and allowing myself to dream, considering I knew what had happened in the past and all those things, and then having those internal battles, and then continuing to choose hope and continuing to choose the most beautiful dream possible. And in the truth of what was revealed through my own experience, actually coming to a place of honoring my body's wisdom in the harshness, in the reality, in the sadness, in the grief and the anger, and honoring that, I feel in my experiences has allowed me to shift at a quicker pace of healing, of acceptance, of surrender. You can't help but surrender. Your body just is the best teacher for ourselves. And it was a deep, deep surrender and trust back into the waves. Shika spoke about the waves in our opening keynote, of going with the flow and going with the waves of motherhood. And it was actually a really deep lesson back into that intuitive part of myself, and choosing to honor that. And thank you, Therese. Yeah. And this piece around noticing, feeling. I found that even in motherhood, feeling and allowing those moments of my daughter's tantrums and the fullness of her feeling her rage at certain times, and witnessing that and holding space for that, taught me to honor my emotions in its fullness. And so I want to, oh, that time. I want to open it up in this last 20 minutes, and you can put your hand up to talk. But we're tapping more now into, I suppose, shifting out of the identity and the ego and tapping into that divine feminine energy and honoring the soul wisdom that comes online. So even with these last shares, I'd love to just open up the floor to the wisdom that comes online and how we then get to shift, go with the flow, and allow the essence of the soul and what we get to experience to be embodied in the present, embodied in noticing the many facets of our identity, and we get to choose that. So, ladies, you can just raise your hand if you are inspired, if you would like to add anything to that, or shift or go with the flow. But it has been a massive healing journey, and knowing that I'm also fully healed in that. So, is there anyone that would love to? Beautiful trees, off you go.
Thank you for sharing that story. Going through that with you in one of the calls just really touched me because we don't know what's going to happen to us in life, and we don't foresee things that come into place. I believe that everything is for a reason, and the learning from it. That doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt, and so I offer you that love. And my mom's message as a mom was about, I just wish everyone could love each other and love their family as much as I did my family. And I know that we we're born, when we become a mom, however we do that, we are stepping into the most important job, I feel, in the world. And I think that we all want to do the best we can. I do also believe, as you said, that our moms and our grandmothers did the best they could with the knowledge they knew, for sure. So just owning that it may not be completely what worked for us, but that's our responsibility to then take that and learn from that and take that ball and run with it, and trust that the divine the divine that is guiding us. I loved what Donna said about that, because it can be the divine is really guiding. So trusting that, and just settling in that. Yes, you had a question too. What is she? Yeah, Shiatra.
Chai
Awesome.
trust, feel free. Thank you, Therese.
I didn't want to mispronounce your word, your beautiful name.
No, no, that's fine. It's so important, like when you said that the divine guides you, and we understand. The learning journey is like a never-ending journey. Like there's sometimes like you're in your peak where you think that you have mastered it, and suddenly you have that drop where you're still like, oh my god, it's come back again, and you're still like, what did I miss, and how do I get back to the same what I was yesterday? So I think the support, and that's again and again I always mention it, is like having the right support, and people around you to push you and to say that you've got this, and we all are human beings, and we all experience that in our life, and it's okay to feel anxious, it's okay to feel unhealed sometime. It's okay, we are still there, and we can still make it. And those kind of things are very important, I suppose, for everybody's healing journeys, and life as a mother, life as a human being. So for me, that is something I have learned the most in this phase of my life, like how important it is for us to uh, be there for somebody, because you don't know what that other person is actually going through in their life. And at least have that courage, or having that humanity to be like, okay, I don't know what you're going through in your life. The way they have spoken to you, sometimes it just hits you, right? But then again, it's like, okay, just think back and sit like, okay, she's a human, she can go through nonsense, she can go through every phase of her life, in whatever way. So being that thing is, I think, the support, and that's what I think, even we, when we say that, it's through us, I think the divine is saying to say that to them as well. So those kind of things are, it's like an eye opening for me. And I would continue my journey and, learn and heal. And yeah, that's what I wanted to share.
I just want to,
Beautiful.
I know the wrapping time is coming up, and I just want to thank everybody that everybody shared their stories. And stories uh, heal a lot.
Yeah.
And the whole concept, if she can do it, so can I. If he can do it, so can
Yeah.
I. It's very important. And to give the permission to yourself to tell your story without hesitation, your way, is a great way of bringing change. We should not underestimate that our story matters, and to be able to bring in concepts by our story. So I'm really grateful to be having this panel today, and I'm very looking forward to all the other panels, because the way the stories are emerging, it's only inspiring to see that all is okay and everything is possible and everything is fine, as long as you come to the place and center yourself and can rise from there. So um, thank you for actually creating this space, Marie and Flea, always, but also specifically Mum's stories coming out. And even Charlene's thing is just rotating in my head about the identity constantly changing, because you know it, but to be able to hear it, that it constantly changes. And it just gives you more power to hear other people. So just that, like, I'm very, very grateful of hearing the stories. I've heard the stories before, but now hearing it again only brings new insights to my story as a mother. So I just wanted to thank everybody for telling their story their way, just the way they want to, not the way the world wants to hear. So
So powerful. And just let's popcorn in one sentence for the mums that are listening in now or in the replay. What's one little bit of advice in, I suppose, your journey, your identity, your motherhood wisdom that you would love to impart on any mums that are listening in? And just one sentence. I'm going to go to Donna.
I guess one thing I'd like to share is that we are all energy, and energy comes from a vibration that we create. If you don't like the vibration you're in, create the one that you want.
Powerful, beautiful. Charlene.
What kept coming up for me is that mother is an identity and that we attach to mother, but that mother is the umbrella term for many identities. It's the nurturer, it's the teacher, it's the everything. The mother is the everything. If you look at it just from the micro to the macro, like look at our beautiful Gaia, like that's our mother, and she is all things. And so the mother is all things. So the identity of mother is all things, right? And so that's what I've been feeling into, is like when we channel ourselves, I'm like, I'm just a mum. It's like, no, I am a mother. I am all, right? And that umbrella term encompasses all things. So yes.
Ugh, powerful. I love it. Lucy.
Thank you. I just think that, I've always thought this, moms are saints as far as I'm concerned. And so people, motherhood is to be honored. It's to be, it's a divine position. It's a divine, I think it's an honor to, just think that we bring to, we're co-creators with with our God. It's just an amazing thing to me, and so let us always think of that we are these divine beings, because we are the divine beings.
So beautiful. Beautiful. Chaitra.
I think mothers, I think for me as a mother and all the mothers around, I think they're fantastic, the way we handle every situation and everything, the courage we share and the courage we have, and teaching, being a role model to the younger generation. I think that is something, we have to teach them that it is okay to experience everything in life, and you can come up because you have the power to choose what you want to do, right? And that is something which we all have as young. I mean, like right now, everybody, I think we are in the phase of our life where the mental health is actually being spoken so well, and where everything is coming out because of internet and because of social media and all of those things. But earlier, like when we were young, we never knew, like, what it was to be that having those kind of issues in our life. And today we have the power to change that. Let's as a mother, let's be honest to ourselves, and let's be honest to our children, and just encourage them to acknowledge everybody's emotions. I think that's something which I feel is very important.
Beautiful. And final thoughts, Therese? Advice.
My last word about this beautiful subject is that would I encourage each of us to give each other the empathy that I feel for every single one of your stories that's here, and to cherish and with with grace the love that's within you that was divinely given, and trust that, and just know that if you can look at yourself in a mirror with love, it can change the world, and just know that you are worthy of that love.
The worthiness. Yes, let's all help each other adjust our crowns. I love that. And with that final note, that has been such a beautiful panel. And I just love listening. And it's that fertile listening to each other in honoring and in seeing the wisdom. Every time each one of you speak, there's like a glimmer of something within me that sparks and lights up, that is this beautiful reflection that you get to be in the world, and those listening in will feel that reflection as well. So honoring you all, and we are going to have a short little break because we've got Lucy joining us soon, and later today we also have Charlene and Chaita as well, and some other amazing women. So we'll come back in about 5-6 minutes, beautiful women, and we will see you soon. Thanks, everybody.
Exciting. We are now back with our very first keynote speaker, the beautiful Lucy, who is an internationally recognized business mentor specializing in helping entrepreneurial women over 60 transform their expertise into profitable digital products. With her wealth of experience, she guides her clients through the processes of creating and marketing successful online businesses. As the community builder for Launch Lab Academy, Lucy connects members of Be Connected with valuable resources, including AI-powered personal branding webinars and networking opportunities to elevate their digital presence and branding. Her mission is to empower women to leverage their knowledge and expertise, allowing them to thrive in the online business world. Lucy is passionate about fostering community and supporting women in embracing new opportunities for success. And we just had Lucy on as our beautiful speaker in our panel, and I have just lost my little screen. Excuse me. Here we go. Let me add her in. Welcome, Lucy.
Thank you, Flea. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And it is an honor to be here. A little scary to be the first keynote speaker, however. But no, it's not really. But I am here to talk about what it means to be a bonus mom. And so
I love that.
I know. And so what is a bonus mom? So hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me today. I'm here to talk about what it means to be a bonus mom. You may be wondering, why bonus mom instead of a stepmom? Well, we already discussed this in the panel. My dear friend Shika kind of coined this term really while featuring me in her book, 100 Self-Portraits and 100 Dreams. She asked me why stepmoms often had the negative reputation in the US, especially in children's stories. And as we reflected upon that, we realized that bonus mom better represents the added love, the care, the dedication that we give to children who may not be our own, but become really an essential part of our life. All right. And today I'll share my story of becoming a bonus mom and how this really unexpected role profoundly shaped my life. My journey into motherhood was not one I planned. In fact, I never wanted to have children. And, for women to say that, sometimes there's negativity that is shone upon them. But really, I was content with being a teacher, a role that I felt really allowed me to be a mom to my students without the full-time responsibility. And I was really happy about that. But you know what? Life had other plans for me. My ex-husband and I were living our lives when tragedy struck. His oldest daughter, Jennifer, passed away from hepatitis. We don't know how she got the hepatitis, but she died of hepatitis. So soon after, my ex-husband decided he was going to take custody of his two younger children. To protect them, I will call them John and Mary. I'll never forget the moment he told me, he looked at me and said, "I understand if this is too much for you. You can leave if you need to." And I thought about it deeply. Well, I never wanted to be a mother, let alone step into the role of caring for two grieving children. Oh my God. But I also loved my husband. And as a high school teacher, I was already playing a motherly role every day with my students. And so I really decided to stay. But I had no idea what I was really in for. Really. At the time, I was teaching 5 classes a day with 30 to 36 students in each class. And I was studying for my master's degree in Spanish literature at night. So I had a full-time job. I was studying, for my master's degree in Spanish literature at night. My ex-husband worked long hours in his family's business and wasn't home until late, which meant that I was the one caring for the kids, preparing dinner, managing the household. And I had to do it all. I was trying to juggle it all: work, school, family. And I have to say that the pressure was immense. And then I made a decision that would change everything. In the midst of it all, I began relying on cocaine. It started as a way to give me energy to get through the day and to keep everything together. Really, I thought it was the only way I could manage my teaching job, my studies, and being a bonus mom to these kids who needed me. But deep down, I knew it was wrong. I knew I was heading down a path that could destroy everything I was working so hard to hold together. It wasn't just my workload that made things difficult. John and Mary were going through their own struggles. John was rebellious. He was 12 years old. He was challenging me every turn. Mary, even though she was quieter, she was caught in her own turmoil also. They would often say to me, "You're not my mom, so why should we listen to you?" And believe me, that was hard, really hard. John would do things like jump into the front seat next to his dad, wanting me to sit in the back. That was always a battle. And one day I came home to find he had taken apart my bike and he used the parts for his own. They were constant struggles like that, power struggles. And I often felt alone in handling them because my ex-husband would tell me, because we weren't married, and he would say to me, "Well, you won't commit to me. You won't commit to marrying me. So, you have to handle the kids on your own." That was really tough. Eventually, I did agree to marry him. I thought, well, if that's what I need to do to get his support to help me, I thought that it would give me more support with the children. But even that didn't solve the deeper issues. At one point, I had to make a tough decision. My master's degree was hanging in the balance. I had been given 6 months to complete my final oral exams. But really, between my job, my responsibilities at home, and the pressure I was feeling, I realized I couldn't continue down the path I was on. So I went to my school principal and I decided to stop studying for my degree, even though I knew it would affect my salary and future prospects as a teacher. I chose to give up my degree to be a better bonus mom, a better teacher, and a healthier version of myself. I quit using cocaine cold turkey. It was one of the hardest decisions I ever made, but it was also one of the most freeing. I was no longer trying to be that superhuman, and I could focus on what truly mattered, helping these kids who had been through so much. But even after making that decision, things didn't get easier right away. Mary, the young one, eventually chose to go back to her mother in Arizona, and we didn't hear from her again for years. John, meanwhile, fell deeper into rebellion, eventually getting into drugs. By the time I took a summer to study in Spain, John had spiraled out of control. And when I came back, my ex-husband had thrown him out of the house. John ended up living on the streets of San Francisco, addicted to drugs, until his grandfather intervened and helped him get back on his feet. So grandparents do play a great role very often. So fast forward to today, John in his 50s, drug and alcohol free. We have an incredible relationship. Actually, every time he sees me, he apologizes. He apologizes to me for being such a difficult teenager. And every time I tell him the same thing, you know, you were just a kid, you were dealing with immense pain. And really, I don't blame you for any of it. So we both healed a lot over the years, and I'm so proud of the man he's become, a wonderful father and a wonderful son. And as for Mary, well, we connected just recently. She called me out of the blue and asked me, I live in Mexico, and asked me if she and her partner could come visit me in Mexico where I live now. And, you know, we were able to talk for hours. And when she left, we were good friends. And I encouraged her to visit her father, which she did. And they were able to rebuild their relationship too. So looking back, I've learned so much about what it means to be a bonus mom. It's not about perfection. It's not about having all the answers. It's really about showing up day after day, even when it's hard. It's about loving these kids, even when they don't want your love. And it's about forgiving yourself when you make mistakes, because you will. There's a lot of stereotypes about stepmoms, but I like to think I broke some of those barriers. I didn't do everything perfectly, but I did my best. I learned that being a bonus mom isn't about replacing the biological mom, but it's about being another source of love and support in their lives. I may not have been the mother they wanted, but I became the mother they needed. So I want to say to all the bonus moms out there, I want to leave you with this. You are enough. Your love, your patience, and your presence matter more than you realize. The journey isn't easy, but it's worth it. And you may not see the results right away, but trust that you're planting seeds that will grow over time. And really, one day you'll look back, as I did, and realize that even though you weren't their biological mom, you were the bonus they never knew they needed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for listening to my story. It gave me just a new, a different identity. I didn't lose my identity. I just took another one on.
I'm so sorry. I hit the wrong button. I was talking and I didn't send the screen. Oh, you're so beautiful, Lucy. Thank you so much for sharing that story. And I don't know if you could actually hear me in the ramblings behind the scene. But I was just saying that my role as a stepmom hasn't been challenging in that way. Like, I've been accepted and respected in that way, but it's very different. It's a different relationship than what I've had with my children. And,
as much as I've tried to, it's like, oh, I can just treat you the same. It's not, because you do have that additional, well, they do have a mother, and that right is hers, and you have to always be cautious and, respecting of those boundaries, but at the same time, like, showing them that actually you do mean just as much to me, and you do mean just as much as my own kids. And it's difficult to kind of get that across as a bonus mum or a stepmom or whatever you want to call yourself. How did you find that?
What the fact that if the difficulty of being a bonus mom, you mean?
Yeah, and I guess the conflict of, like, the other parent always having that final say, or having to even check in with, like, dad, like, is this okay? Can I say this? Can I do that? Did you ever
Yeah.
have that type of conflict?
Well, fortunately, the biological mom lived in another state, so she wasn't present in their life, and so I knew that these children they were 10 and 12 when they came to me. So you can imagine it's like being torn away from their mother. They didn't understand. They had lost. Not only had they lost their sister, but they then lost their mother at the same time, practically in the same day. And then here's me that I'm stepping in, and I, thinking that I could take this on, and thinking, I don't know what I was thinking. I was just hoping that I just wanted to be there. Something made me stay. Something made me want to be there. There was a calling much bigger than me that I didn't understand, and I just, it changed not just my life, but it changed their lives too, because they were able to, I made sure that their father never spoke about their mom in a negative way. I, was always very encouraging of them to contact her, and make sure that they they got on the phone and spoke to her, because it must have been very difficult for her too. And so it was just a very difficult situation all the way around. And there I was. I had to be like the lamppost that was holding everything together, you know, while my ex-husband was being the breadwinner, bringing home the bread, and expecting me to have this have the children around the table every night to have dinner. And that in itself was a challenge every day. We would come home from school at 4, they were hungry, you know, please don't eat so much, we're going to have dinner. Your father wants to have dinner, that kind of stuff. It was like, it's a daily kind of battle. But actually, I mean, thank God that I had the experience of being a teacher, working with teenagers, because teenagers don't know really what they're doing. They think they do, but they don't, you know. And so I really could understand the age. I had that experience that helped me, live through this, get through this. But it was difficult, and I had to give up part of myself. I mean, I did have to give up on my studies, just so that I could, do this right, because
Yeah.
I owed it to them. The kids, it's never their fault. They're always the consequence of parents not getting along. I don't know.
Mm. And it is a sacrifice, but it's a sacrifice that comes from such a deeper place, like,
I,
this understanding of, like, I know that when I met my partner, because, like, we're similar in age, but we had our kids at very different times. So, like, my kids were already getting ready to move out of home, and they were that little bit older, and his was still young when we met.
mhm.
And it was always this, like, this idea in the back of my mind that once my kids grew up and moved out of home, that I would travel the world and I would do these things. And then I found myself in this situation. I was like, I can't do any of that. Like, how long do I actually have to wait?
Right.
And is this something that can be put on hold and can wait until later? But they're the things that aren't recognized in in relationships, like for those
Mm-hmm.
people that are out there that, you know, do have a different partner or are divorcing, like these concepts are something to really take seriously and to consider and to talk about as well, because not everybody's the same. Like my children had a beautiful relationship with their stepmom, but there was still conflict there because of how I was perceived in the family role compared to her. And me being their mother was always, you know, I was always put on a pedestal.
Right.
And I had a conversation recently. It's like, you all did this. You wonder why there's this conflict there. And it's like, if I had never been in the picture and that relationship had come in and it had been new, everybody would be like, oh, wow, I'm so happy for you. Like, congratulations on finding the love of your life. But because we'd already been married and we'd had children and this relationship, and I had a relationship with the family, when this new relationship came in, everybody just went straight to the, oh, you're not her.
Right.
And that comparison and that you'll never be the mother, you'll never be this. And I can only imagine for her. And, you know, to beautiful Melissa, I have no issues with anything. I love the way that you have cared for my kids. Thank you very much. You know, this idea that there was conflict between us, like, I didn't do that. Others
Right.
did, because of their perception of the reality. And you really do need to consider it's a new relationship. They're already taking on more because of the conflict that's there.
Right.
And you so beautifully like shared like what it is that you had to give up. And as a person that didn't even want kids, like I already had them, so it was easy for me. But like that difference in life, that respect, and for the kids that are out there to fully respect your bonus mums and your bonus dads and your bonus aunts and uncles, because we really don't know how long we get. And those people that are willing to be there for you no matter what, that's family. That's the
Exactly.
covenant that we get to
Exactly.
choose.
Yeah.
Mm.
The fact that you're there every day, you know, to show them that yeah, maybe I'm not your biological mom, but I'm here for you no matter whether you want to or not. It's like, you know, and I will, you know, I'll love you as much as I possibly can. And so there's nothing that you can do but just be, you know. There's nothing you can say to them. There's nothing, you can just be the model. And you know, today it shows that it did pay off, because we're all good friends, and we're like a little family today. So that's really, and it's a choice family today, which is lovely. Yeah.
Just totally celebrating you, Lucy. And where can people at home find you if they'd just like to continue the chat or have a little talk about how they can, I guess, sit in this role and find their identity in this role?
Right. I guess the best way would be, actually, they could email me. It's my last name, Rosa Stodgy, one word, Lucy in front of it, rosastodgylucy@gmail.com. And yeah, and we can continue this conversation for sure. And yes, and you
I
know,
love
if
that.
anybody, absolutely, because I think bonus moms are at a disadvantage in that everybody worries about the kids. Everybody worries about the kids and the dad, and the bonus mom is really left on her own to figure things out and to be the strong one to keep it all together. You know. And unless
Absolutely.
you're strong yourself, it's almost it's you know, your situation was different than mine, and the fact that I never even wanted to be a mom in the first place, but you know, the universe had a different plan for me. And so, and you know, Donna said it best, you know, life happens for you, not to you, you know. So
Very, very perfect. Okay, everybody, we are going to take another short break. We will be back in 30 minutes. So please enjoy your morning tea, lunch, whatever time it is for you. Thank you so much, Lucy. And don't forget to join us back shortly.
thank
Bye,
you.
guys.
Bye-bye.
Hello, beautiful people. So excited to be back. We've had such an amazing opening and panel, and beautiful Lucy just sharing her heartwarming story. And we're so excited to have another beautiful mum join us, gorgeous Chaitra. And she's going to be sharing in this beautiful interview conversational style. Enhancing your happiness and energy with tips for your home and your life. And I know we've been talking about motherhood, but we've also been talking about like our household, our energy, and being able to just really blend the inner world with the outer world. And I know our beautiful other co-host Flea is going to invite Chaitra on shortly. But Chaitra is an enthusiastic interior designer with 2 years experience, known for bringing energy and passion to every project she undertakes. Her unique vision and attention to detail sets her apart in the design world, allowing her to create space that truly reflects her clients' personalities and needs. Chaitra believes in the transformative power of design and is dedicated to crafting beautiful, functional environments that inspire and uplift. With her commitment to innovation and creativity, she continues to push the boundaries of interior design, making every space she works on a masterpiece. And Chaitra, welcome. It is so beautiful to have you. And I've had the pleasure of also being in your home that you have designed, and your stunning, beautiful home, and the flow and the energy. Just such a beautiful space to be in, and this reflection, I suppose, of the inner world and the outer world, and mum life and managing family and house life. I know my kitchen is a bit of a mess at the moment because I've just been go, but this piece around energy we've been touching on in our beautiful panel that Shika is also part of. But welcome, how are you feeling?
Oh, great! Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Actually, it really is what I do, and that is really what I actually wanted to create for my clients. But before I start, I'll just give you a little bit of introduction as to how I started my journey and what exactly I want to do for my clients. I started interior designing. I think it was when I started to build my home. That was the inspirational point, I can say. Like, I wanted to do the right thing for my house, and creating the right atmosphere for your space is very important. Like, we all know that we all are energy beings, and we all connect to vibration and energy and all of that sort. So I think when we look at it, the same thing continues in our house, right? We want that space. We want our children to experience happiness, prosperity, and growth. So I then decided that let me start off with my house, and to create that wonderful uh, space. And I started to learn a little bit of there are so many things, like, in India we call it vastu, and in the Chinese they call it feng shui. But let's not talk so deep about that because there's so much to understand there. For me, it was like the aspects, and having certain things in the right direction was very important. So I then spoke to my family and understood that, and I put those elements into my house. And then I thought, like, this is the right time for me, because I was getting very curious about everything. There were so many things to learn from, and I started my business, and I started to study first. And today I am a founder of Om Interiors. I'm so proud of that. And for me, Om Interiors is the true essence of what Chaitra is, because I just love to be connected to the right energies, to feel that, to create a space, you need to be in the right energy, right mood, right time. Everything comes along, and that is what I started off with my business. And today I am so lucky that I've got opportunity to create my friends spaces and word of mouth. I've done a couple of projects, and it's been quite a journey, and I'm sure there's still so much to learn and so much that I can offer the world. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
powerful.
yeah.
Powerful. And that sense of creativity and not just your home, but in the spaces, I think is really important. And I know Shika as well works with that creativity in the body and self portraiture, in that creativity of noticing your surroundings. And I feel like with interior design, that art of noticing, I
Yeah.
think is really, really powerful. And when I was working with you and taking photos of you for some updated things, um, when you were just sharing insights on even like your bookshelf, how to, display certain things, there is a creativity behind that. And so, as a mum, did you feel like in your journey of coming into that creative side of, designing your home, designing rooms, designing your life, did you feel like at times you didn't have that creativity?
I think that was always there, but I think it is to recognize it. I think we are all born with certain talents and creativity, but I think when you've given that opportunity or when you've put in that situation, and that's when you kind of realize that I am actually good at it. You don't need validation from others, and we start believing in ourselves to actually kind of take that step and think that, okay, this is what I really want to do, and I want to do it for myself and not for others. And I think as a mother, and my background, actually, I'm an accountant. I did my accounting from India, and somewhere I was not enjoying that and wanting to always do something more creative. And I used to just work with organizing an event, or helping my friends to do their home, or to give them tips, or to there was that creativity was always there. But it comes to you like, okay, this is the time that you have to fully give up what you're doing and do something for yourself which you really love. And I think that was the point where I was like, okay, it's time for me to get more creative, learn and explore the other side of myself. And I did it. And the journey is beautiful, like, because the support I have from my family, my husband and my children, is amazing. Like, I couldn't have done anything without them, because I was also going through a phase of a panic attack during my studies, and all of that. And for me it was like, I wanted to do it for myself, not for anybody else, you know and once you want to do something for yourself, I'm sure you're going to make way for new things to come through, and you get into the deepest creativity mode, and you start exploring that. And yeah, I think that journey was beautiful, actually.
So, Chaitra, I always come to questions that relate to the audience of the mothers, and my curiosity comes from my life.
Yeah.
This is as a person who creates spaces, a person who's invited to create spaces, and when you create spaces where mothers and children, and especially young children, exist, um, what is it that you think the design world can bring in to blend between what the children need to do to express, and at the same time it can be designed and look, I just think the children's world anyway look amazing, but it can blend is the word, because
Yeah.
mothers struggle with little children, and we struggle on two aspects. One is design it like however each mother wants to, but
Yeah.
at the same time she also wants to not hinder the creativity aspect and let them draw and and scatter. And definitely I'm on that category. The more you scatter, the more you draw, the more you do things, I think the more life comes to you. So if I was your client as a mother, and like me, there are many who are unable to get this balance. So we are either off balance and everything is just scattered and with little children, or it's too designed and then the creativity of the children are stifled, and then they are told keep everything organized, we've spent the money, we've spent the design, the house
Yeah.
looks bad. And so I just, because this is a mom summit and I want to bring that aspect as an answer as a designer. If you got me as a client and I said I
Yes.
don't want my children's creativity to get stifled, let them create whatever you do, but at the
Yeah.
same time I want the house to have
To-
a design element. So what would
yeah.
you do as a designer in that space?
That's as a mother we always think look, just leave the mother part of it for a second. And as a human being, you always want our world to be beautiful, and everybody who walks into our house is like, oh wow, you want to be recognized, you want to be validated, like, oh wow, what a wonderful job you have done. But the reality is, like, we actually, like, no matter what we do, we actually forget that there's somebody else in living with us as well, right? We miss that point. And especially, like, with our children, we don't understand what they want. And every time we create a space, we are always thinking that, okay, that should be organized, that should be kept in the right space. And we don't understand what they really want. I think to identify exactly what they want, and also creating a space which is, like, when you have guests, to be more organized, like having more organizers, to have that space, balancing between what your child wants and what the guests want to see is very important. So, and those kind of small changes which we can create, like putting the right organizers, and when having that space created as per your child's wish, and aesthetically and pleasingly, is very important. You're looking at all the aspects of that. As a designer, I would look at what the child really wants and how I can accommodate by with the design. Those balancing, those kind of things are very important.
I have another question, because I have to
Yeah.
ask. I'm a mother of a young child, and
Yeah.
fortunately or unfortunately, my children are photographers' children, so they get in and are allowed many things that should be or should not be allowed at whatever.
Yeah.
Um, what happens is that when your curiosity is developing in the at home level, and we all are putting in effort, one phase is the dinosaur phase, and within 6 months, the dinosaur phase changes to a
Yeah,
underground
Superman.
phase. And now it's gone to the bird phase, and then there will be a Pokemon phase coming in, and then there are two different kinds of children who are going to bring totally different things, and you just have one room to share with them, and then there are questions coming in. So, have you ever experienced this kind of a confusion coming in, or if you do experience? Because if I'm telling you, if you came to me as a and my
Client.
children were given permission
Yeah.
to speak, we three will be speaking three different things altogether for their room,
Yeah.
and within 5 months, the dinosaur has to be out now. It has to be out now because the dinosaur phase is over. Okay. So, how do you do the recycle way of doing things, that dinosaur can be out and Pokemon can come in? And it's interesting because worldwide people will struggle with this kind of a
Yes.
thing. And because I'm very pro children becoming themselves,
Yes.
and it can be as maddening. But if the design world can give a solution from Pokemon to the dinosaurs to, two children shifting, moving, half and half things and all, what are the like what products do you think could be suggested that people, we don't have to spend, you don't have endless money to spend all the
Of
time.
course. Yeah.
All the time, even the task of changing is such a task. You want to make it once and not change it for 10 years, and you're just like, so how does the rotation and recycling in the design, you think, can help mothers to think this way, so that they can balance out what children want, and they can balance their sanity of still having the
Yes.
thing not to be done again and again. Marie is
Uh,
really agreeing to it, because
She's really nodding because I think most of the mothers can nod at the
See,
same.
I've gone through that stage as a mother as well, but luckily I have like my two children are like 8 years apart. So I think I didn't experience, but I have a girl and a boy. But even till today, they fight for their space at home. Like, oh, I want my Barbie to sit here, and my son is like, no, I want this to be here. So it's always that you're trying to, and in the middle you're stuck with like, oh my god, which one do I choose? And I keep telling my daughter like, and the first thing, Shika, is like, try not to buy a lot of stuff. If the child is going through a phase, especially because the phases keep changing, and getting, we as parents want to give the best for our child, like, and we're thinking that, oh my god, if we don't do that at that point of our time, because they go back to school and they discuss and they go into that trauma, or like, oh my god, my mom is not doing that. So I think, the best way as a designer, what I would follow or I would do if I'm in a situation like that, is understanding, like, I know the trends change, the phases change, right? So just get limited stuff and have things which are like, for example, like books are the best way, like, because they are something which cannot go out of date, and whether it is a dinosaur book or a Pokemon book, and the child is still happy with that phase by having that in their room. And those kind of small things, and having like wallpapers, as a partial wallpapers, which is not some, which can be removable, and it's not going to cost too much for us, like as parents, like, okay, having a wallpaper of a dinosaur face, like, divide the room, like a theme where both your children's wallpapers, nowadays wallpapers are customable, like, you can customize your wallpaper with whatever design you want. So, and you can add them, you can change the colors, you can change everything, maybe in 6 months or maybe in a year. I know it's like, you might be thinking like, oh, 6 months is like such a quick way, to change something. But nowadays, the market is so advanced that, we don't have to change it. We can also just replace it on top of that with another design, things like that, those kind of things where, it's always going to be a part of your life, and it's going to be a part of your child's life as well.
Great advice.
Yeah.
These are great questions, Shika. And I think about like the energies of the other people in your home, like whether it's multiple children or even like your partner, your husband, or if you have family members, like maybe you might have parents that live with you, and just noticing their energy in this space as well. I know with my daughter growing up, I started as a mum having like things like so beautifully, spread out, and this was for this phase. But then I've noticed over time in the relaxation, in stories I was telling myself, I relaxed a lot. And then I found things starting spreading out in this room here, spreading out over here. And I know my husband, he's like, everything has a place where it lives and it should go back there. You need to put this back here. And me and my wildness growing up, my mother was very like, everything's got to go and everything's got to be clean. And so like in my home, I honor that. But then part of me is like, let's just make a mess and let's be free. And sometimes it's okay for that to just be there and not have the story around it. What's, I suppose, your advice or your wisdom with communication and energy and managing spaces, I suppose, when things start to spread and overlap and impact other people's stress levels?
Yeah. I think, when the stuff is all over the place, we all feel that, we are not, I think, we have reached a point in our life where we understand that, having space well balanced is very important. Like, over cluttering is, like, I've read it and I have understood it myself personally. When you clutter your space, like, the energy doesn't flow through, and we don't want that for our space, right? We want, the more frequently you shift things in your space, it actually creates new energy to flow through. And yes, like, our ancestors or our parents would have told us, and as kids we would never understand that. Like, my parents always said, like, keep your room clean, keep this in its place, keep that in its place. And I was like, oh, why do they keep saying that? But today, when I'm working as a designer, and I think that, when I go and revisit my client's space, and I'm like, oh, I did that then, that was where I actually placed, but they have moved it or they have shifted it, kind of for a second puts me back. But then again, when you look at it, it's like the energy, you're shifting the energy from different places is very good. And having a cluttered space is not recommended. We don't want the place to be cluttered. And the best solution for all of this is, I think, when you're designing your space, it is to understand that you don't want your space to have unnecessary things which doesn't have any effect on your life. That is something which, be as because as human beings, you just want to keep buying stuff, and I know it's desires, you cannot stop doing that. But always come to a conclusion saying that I need to keep this because it holds a memory, it is something which is important and which I'll be reusing it. And something which you're not going to use it, just don't keep it, because it's accumulating negative energy, and it's creating a space which is not appealing. So I think, getting those things right and having proper organizers is something I believe in. Right organizers will solve half our problems. Yeah. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, you did. Anyway, I just think we have another upcoming speaker, but this conversation can go so in so many places because um, the blending of the children and the emotions and the expression, and then of course the aspects of overbuying and too much available and accumulating, and then also my second child is about to be there, so just keep it for them and not discarding and
Yeah.
then collecting, and all this is also part of motherhood journeys.
Yeah.
At the same time, a mother desires to have a space when she enters, and everything should be the way she thinks is perfect. So
Yeah.
yeah, so just to ask the last question, Chaitra, is that sustainability is the next step for all of us now in
Yeah.
design, in anything that we do. And do you use a lot of sustainability, reusable stuff that can, like, I have my husband had designed a cot for my little one in a way that it can become a bed back later.
Yeah.
Designed it when he was born. Now he's 11 years old. The younger one is about to outgrow it, and now we'll turn it into a back and we'll make a queen size from the back of it. It's designed in that way that now it'll become like a teenager's bed when you
Yeah.
extend it. So, what kind of like comes off your head as suggestions that you could do this when your children are growing up and still use, and not only from money point of view but sustainability? We can't keep dumping things, creating and dumping and creating, because
No.
kids will grow, right, and
Yeah.
they will leave. So, how do you have, like, do you have that design element where tomorrow, if this is this today, tomorrow will become that, something like that? That's, or what all can be. Like I just gave an example of a cot. What all could be um, remolded in
See,
that?
there are so many things which can be recycled, right? Like, there are, like, what our grandparents used as a table. Like, we can use that as our, like for example, our study tables, and repaint them, give it a new look, and we can convert it into anything. Today I think the DIY projects are like so many in the market. Like, everybody shows like, let's do this with this, and it's like, it's creativity is endless. Like, you can, there is no limit for your ideas and for your creativity. So every single things, you can reuse it and show a way, give it a new life. Like, there is no wrong or right in design, like, because a table, for example, if a part of it is gone, for example, I'm just giving you, the leg is broken, you can actually cut the wood, the top part of it, and maybe use like a low, like, use it for a study table for your child. You can create whatever you want to, cut off half its legs, and like, where how we used to sit down and study, and we have a table like laptop desks. There are so many ways which you can actually create. There is, like, that's what I said, there is no right or wrong. It is just how you want to use your creativity at that point of your time with your resources, and how, what ideas come to you. So I think, and I believe in that sustainability. Yes, we all have to reuse things, and we don't want to pollute the world, because that is what we want our children to have a wonderful life. And I encourage my clients, like if they say that, oh, that's old, that's thing, I'm like, just don't throw it. Let's just leave it there for a couple of days. And I'm sure we'll have an idea. And I go back and I'm like, okay, what can I do? And if I'm doing a room, how can I use that table in the bedroom? Like, for example, like a table, you can just take cut off the top and use that for your, makeup table or something like that, right? There are so many ways you can use. So I think the small small things, you just give time and think. And I think we are in a age where, we just kind of have the habit of just throwing away things. And we are not being taught, like, this is what we have to do, and this is what is going to help our future. And so give it time, and understand what you want. And always visualize. I think for me, the visualizing always works, and I am very creative there. So I can say, okay, this is, I can use that for something. Maybe take, for example, a bed head. If you have an upholstery bed head, if it's in a good condition, reuse it for a different bed. Or you can have that for your sofa, create like a day bed or something where you can use that. So parts of that, there are so many ways. I think it's beautiful how today's world people are open for ideas, and they are fine to use, reuse things. So yeah, those
I
small
love
small things. And even like with kids toys, like I have seen a lot of people, and like I used to always wonder, like, how do people reuse things, like toys? Or I've seen a lot of, even like, people actually use, cut off those toys head and use them as like magnets and fridge magnets, and so many ways. I'm like, oh, that's beautiful. Like, it's again your creative mind which actually has to come forward to do things.
I love that. And it's such a beautiful way to end on sustainability, on creativity, and just like you said, anything is possible. You either find a way to reuse it, or if you don't need it and it doesn't serve you in your life, you can donate it, you can pass
Yeah.
it down. There are so many ways that we can declutter and have, the things that we just need or desire, or to build that aesthetic, as well as be human and play and allow mess and to clean and to balance, like we've all
Yeah.
said, in life, in what it is.
Yeah.
So Chitra, so wonderful to have you share your insights. And one of your beautiful, or your gift that you are providing for any of our VIPs, do you want to just tell us briefly about your beautiful gift, of how people can gain more insights and chat with you and have a consultation with you?
Yeah, the best way to contact me is like, I'm on Instagram. You can DM me there. And the offer, like I have gifted everybody, is like you can just call me or DM me, and I can get in touch with you to help you understand how your space can be more energetic, and things which can be removed. And the best, and the best thing is, like, we all know it, but I think coming from another person's ideas or perspective, it makes it more easier for us to understand those things, those small changes. So those kind of things. And I'm more than happy if you all want to ask me any questions about your house, your space, how you can design. I'm more than happy to help you all. You all can follow me on Om Interiors on Instagram, and I'm more than happy to help you all.
So beautiful. Thank you, Chaitra. And folks, it's everything is energy, and energy is everything, even in your home, and how you get to play, create, be, live. So thank you so much for your time, Chaitra. And look, Chaitra, this is her first time speaking, everybody. So send her some love hearts. I think you did a fabulous job and
Thank
stretching
you.
yourself and just honoring you in your story and your wisdom. So thank you so much for being part of the summit.
Thank you so much, Maria and Shika. It was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Beautiful. All right, everyone, we're going to go to a little short.
Okay, we are back, and we are back with another keynote, and the beautiful Charlene, whose journey is a beautiful testament of resilience, transformative healing. She has faced 2 near-death experiences and life-saving surgeries, multiple. From a cancer diagnosis and a 3-year prognosis, she embarked on a profound self-healing process, with her young son serving as a catalyst for change as she navigated both motherhood and a holistic health journey. Today, as the founder of the House of Alchemy, she is fully healed and filled with vitality. She shares her story and empowers others to harness their own potential for healing, growth, and inspiring them to become alchemists of their own lives. And we are welcoming the beautiful Charlene. Welcome, welcome. Oops, I don't have enough room for you, so I've got to add you in. There we go.
That's okay. I'm true motherhood style. I've currently got my son's school calling. So I'm like, you can't make this up. So I feel like I probably need to call them back to see what's going on.
That's okay. You can go ahead and do that. And I'm just going to take the reins for a few minutes until you're ready. And that is perfectly fine. So go for it. Oh, don't we love this beautiful motherhood? And I'm going to bring beautiful Marie in so we can have a little chat just while that's happening, because these things really do happen. We've had
And it's like going with the flow, right? And that flexibility you spoke about earlier, Flea, in our opening, like being able to be flexible, to just, shift and turn. And I feel, this is a beautiful skill. And sometimes in society, just humans, we just get so like strict and stagnant, and it's like, this has got to be this way. And and I know we've shared this earlier today, but motherhood just allows you to just deeply surrender, be flexible, do the things like take a phone call from the school. And I know we had the pleasure of connecting with Charlene at our August summit, and hear her story and be in her beautiful space. So, we can't wait to share a little bit more with you, with Charlene. And look, if something happens, we'll get her on again later. It's all good. We'll find a time to reconnect. But this piece around that inner healing, dealing with unexpected things. I know when I listened to Charlene's story, it just really blew my mind and brought this deeper sense of like faith. Like Shika was saying earlier, if you can do it, I can do it. And I know, folks, when you hear this inspiration, you will be again blown away. Like all of the amazing women that get to share their stories and their insights here, and to almost die twice and to continue to choose life. And I know when talking to Charlene, her son was such a big catalyst, a catalyst for her vision, for her mission, and the inspiration of what she's created in House of Alchemy, and holistic healing, and finding other ways has been so beautiful. I know you experienced some profound transformations in that space in our last summit, and the inspiration that came through, didn't you, Flea?
Absolutely. And a lot of what you just said there really comes down to that recognition of suffering in somebody else, but not just suffering, the resilience and the courage it takes to get out of it. Like, I know that when I hear these stories, and I've got my own journey, I've got a story to share like everybody, but when you hear other people's stories, and there's things I haven't experienced, like your story, Marie, like when I heard that, it's like I don't even know how to offer the advice or the comfort or the love, because it's not something I know. And when we experience these stories, and like with beautiful Charlene, it's like I've never experienced that. But as my health and things are changing and shifting, I'm like, I really need to take more care and attention and pay more attention to my body, because that could be me and I could experience these things. And it's really scary, and but also profound to actually have that insight and to go, hang on a sec, even if this happens, I know people that have survived it. I know people
Yeah.
that have come out the other side better, stronger, like more powerful, more in touch with who they really are, and like that deep knowing. And with that, we can welcome back Charlene. And I'm just going to add another space
Beautiful.
in so we
And
can do this right. Thank you.
yeah,
Can't make this up. Like true to a motherhood summit, and I'm getting the phone calls from school.
look, and we go with the flow. And we were just talking about this piece around like the catalyst, and Flea, you said power. And Charlene's going to be diving into this, her story of how becoming a mother was her catalyst, and how our children then inspire us to step into our fullest power, which you just literally said, Flea, before bringing Charlene back in. But our children are such big inspirations and drivers of change. And I can't wait to just hear more of your wisdom, Charlene. I know every time you share, I just feel goosebumps, and there's something that just exudes from you, this light within, this wisdom. And I can't wait for the audience to feel more of your beautiful, beautiful essence.
Thank you. Yes. All right. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate you all waiting for me. My son's okay. He apparently had a soccer ball to the face, but he's fine. So yeah, I guess Ryder, my son, he's on reflection, he's been a catalyst at a lot of transformative points in my life. even prior to obviously the most recent one involving, my health and well-being. When prior to falling pregnant with him, I was in a long-term relationship with his father. We were married 10 years, and it was very, very abusive on all levels, physically, emotionally, verbally, financially, but I just could not leave him. I could not leave him. And I remember one night just being like, please, God, please give me the strength to leave him. I can't do this on my own, like, please. And then I fell pregnant with Ryder. And that provided that push I needed. I don't know why. I guess I've unpacked it now, but up until then, I couldn't leave him, and I didn't understand why. And having this other little life that I was responsible for provided me with the catalyst to leave the dynamic that I was in. Silly enough to say, but for me, I could withstand it. I thought I could. And I was like, but I couldn't allow it to happen to an innocent little child. I went through most of the pregnancy on my own. His dad was sort of, tried here and there. He was on his own healing journey, and it was once my son was born, his dad came back in for a little bit, and the violence and the drugs and all that sort of started coming back. And I think Ryder was 2 weeks old, and I was like, no, you need to leave. You have to leave. And it was so hard for me, like over 10 years, intertwined in this toxic relationship. But I just couldn't allow my son to be witness or receive what I was. And I also didn't want him to think this was an okay way to treat women. And so I remember being pregnant with him, and I'm like, you're going to do big things. You're going to, I just would speak to him while he was in the womb, being like, you are going to bring in kindness, love, And so as much as he was the rebirth of, this new version of me coming through, it also involved a lot of, death. It did. I had to let go of a lot of things. And it also was the catalyst for a lot of that inward journey, lying there at all hours of the night with my baby not sleeping, doing newborn by myself, with no reprieve. I didn't have help from family. I didn't have that. And so there was some long, long, long soul-searching nights, and that's where all my epiphanies occurred in between breastfeeding. I would be lying there unable to sleep, and I would just start unpacking. And I was like, why is this happening to me? Like, all of this reoccurring stuff, it doesn't just happen by accident. Why is this happening to me? And so it was the catalyst for all of this reflection and self-inquiry and brutal honesty as well. Like, I had to be responsible. Like, I do not condone anything that was done and I received, and it was awful, but why was I staying? Why was I there? And why was my life not enough to leave, but my son's was? And so there was all of this unpacking, like I said, this catalyst for this journey inwards that I was, previously too scared to go in. And it was, during that unpacking of obviously, transitioning into that mother archetype, that I started reflecting on my own childhood and my own mother wound that I came to understand was a mother wound. And that, I was like, why would I let someone treat me this way? And I started unpacking it, and I was like, well, where did I first feel these feelings? And I was like, oh, my mum. And, bless her, like we speak into, she did the best she could with what she had, but that still was not good enough for me in that time, And so I started unpacking that. And so whilst obviously raising Ryder in those newborn stages, I was also remothering myself. And, it's quite confronting having your own child and that feeling that love. And for me, it was this consuming, unconditional love. And the reflection of but how I could never do the things that I received to my son, how could my mother do those things or treat me that way? And so there was this tug of war of like, you know, and it was heartbreaking because then there's all these reflection pieces like, you know, how could a mother do this? And obviously, you know, that's the initial stages of unpacking and going inwards. And yeah, so that was my catalyst for going inwards and unpacking where all of my lack of self-worth, that unworthiness was probably the big one. And the unworthiness of being loved. There's something innately wrong with me, you know. I remember as a child like wishing and crying and being like, I wish I was skinnier so my mum would love me more. I wish I was this because mum would love me more. I think I even remember wishing I wasn't even here because I could not handle that hurt. And so my reaction was to obviously polar swing the other way, which is what we do when we're in the beginnings of this healing journey, right? Like I polar swung the other way and I was like, I am not going to allow my son to experience any of this. And so and it wasn't even intentional either. It was just natural to me. But I made sure that I didn't want him to have to unpack and undo all of the stuff that I was currently, or at that time, unpacking and healing, you know. And so I was like, I'm not going to allow him to have to experience this. You know, I was like, I'm going to change the paradigm here. Instead of having to learn through separation and hurt, I want him to learn through love and connection, and he can learn through that way. And so that's what I did. But what I did in the process of that was it was self-sacrificial to an extent. Like I became consumed with being the mother that I didn't have. And so, you know, that's okay in the beginning, but, you know, fast forward 2.5, 3 years from there, it's not sustainable. I could not sustain that continual giving, and it was almost like I was proving to myself vicariously and to my mother to a degree that this is what a mother should be. This is what a mother should have done, to the sacrifice of myself. You know, I didn't, it was just me and Ryder all the time, you know, and martyrdom. That's right, Marie. Yeah. And so, and it became, even though the intention was good, I polar swung the other way. So, you were experiencing things in childhood. We either, quite often that can be repeated or it can be the exact opposite. And I went the opposite, but I polar swung the other way to the detriment of myself. And so, like I said, solo raising my son, minimal help. And the paths that I chose intuitively, I didn't go down the normal route. Like he didn't go to childcare or preschool or anything like that. So it was me and him 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then obviously COVID and all that just amplified it. And then, it was, he was 2.5 or 3. And then I guess I reached crisis point. And my body was like, you cannot keep doing this. Like, again, I refer to the chalice quite often, and my chalice was dry. I was pouring from an empty well. There was nothing more to give. And then, I reached my crisis point of, ending up in hospital, even to the point when when I was at the peak of, like, obviously being rushed into emergency, I didn't want to go. And my reasoning was, I don't want to scare my son. I didn't want to scare him. I ended up going, and then obviously it just happened so quickly. I went in, they scanned me, and they're like, this is what needs to happen. I was like, and then it went from then he was the catalyst again. I'm like, I don't care. Do what you need to do. I've got a son. I need to be here. Like, I don't care, Cut 10 centimeters of my bowel, give me a colostomy bag, do what you need to do, just get it done, because I've got a purpose here. I've got a son and I need to be here for him. And so, and then here we go again with this catalyst moment of, waking up out of surgery and lying there alone for the first time, being away from my son for a prolonged amount of time as well, which was really brutal. And just helpless, and I surrendered, and you want to call it praying, contemplating, whatever, but I just was like, what do I do? What do I need to do? Like, God, help me. What caused this? What do I need to do? And yeah, I got like, you need to let shit go. And that's when I started meditating. So it was the catalyst for this. And it's like an onion, right? So I had that first level of healing, and then it was the other layer. And then I had this realization that if I'm not here, then who's going to look after him? So this, martyr, self-sacrificial way of, being the mother, if I keep going this way, I'm not going to be the mother. And so, and then he's getting older, and I was reflecting, and I'm like, but do I want him to be this person? I'm like, no, and so what happened from there is, for lack of a better word, I became selfish, but I did it also to show him, to show Ryder that you need to prioritize yourself. You need to look after yourself. You need to do these things because you are just as important as everyone else in your life. And if you don't look after yourself first, you can't look after anyone. And so it became my point of pivoting and moving shifted. And again, he was the catalyst for that, because I was like, well, I need to be here, and I can do all the self-sacrificial stuff, but if I'm not here, I can't be here. And again, speaking it makes it sound very easy, and obviously there was a lot of resistance and all of that to journey through. But yeah, like he was there watching me, like, mummy needs to do this, mummy needs to meditate, mummy needs to do this for herself, mummy's healing, mummy needs to do this, and he started doing it with me. And it's amazing watching him now do the things he saw me do, and start, like it's exactly what I thought it would be, like showing him and teaching him through that way, instead of sacrificing and thinking I needed to sacrifice to show him I loved him, and it was in that attempt for him not to feel what I felt. And so then it's that, again, moving in life through the separation point or the unity love point. And so I was just like, I'm going to keep showing up for him through that connection and that unity and that love, not the separation, not the fear, not the anything. And so, like he's just really has, like, and so I'm in awe of him. And I'm like, yes, I am his mother, but like we've all spoken into so far, these little beings, they are our teachers, and I often speak into that most of the time, adults, us, we are little children in adult bodies ourselves, and so we look at children that are, and we say, oh, they're, they don't know as much as us, but if anything, they're more connected and know more than us because they're not disconnected. Over the time, we've become disconnected. And so, he was just this catalyst for a further self-honoring and self-love, and showing me, what do I want to mirror, what do I want my son to be, what do I want him to, how do I want him to treat women, and that carried through to the center. Like I love hearing him speak to people, and they're like, what does your mum do? And he's like, my mummy helps people, my mummy helps people heal their bodies, or and he asked me, he's like, why do you do that? And I said, because I like showing people that they have the power to heal themselves. And so, I'm walking that way. I'm illuminating that path for him. And so he has been the catalyst of that higher expression of love for me. So it's not, like I said, not that sacrificial love. It's that illuminated, connected, version of love. And so, that's sort of, if anyone wants to chime in. Flea stepped away. So no, you're fine. So for me, that, like, and in between that, there's been, hey, oh, no, you're fine. So, I feel like as parents, we have our children are our catalyst, because generally they're our mirrors, and they force us to look at things that we wouldn't normally, or no, we shy away from looking at. And when you've got this little human reflecting it right at you, there's no hiding from that. And yeah, when you, I guess, obviously, yeah, like having the prospect of I'm not, like, it's quite confronting. Like, I may not, conceptualizing, what if I'm not here? Who's here for him? And that's just a daunting thought. It's a really daunting thought that, prior to that, I never thought. And so I had to be like, what? And so that was also like, how do I foster a sense of self and being in him that's not from lack, that he's a full person in his own right. And the best way I can show him that is by showing him that in me myself, it journey, like, I can't teach him honor your body whilst, depriving myself of food or over exercising or punishing my body. It's a contradiction, so it makes me very aware of how in tune and how authentic I am in what I speak and what I do, and holds me responsible for that as well. Yeah.
I think you raised such powerful points in your story, and apologies. We were just doing some technical things, and I'm like, we'll jump back in and join you. But that piece around, role modeling and being the bridge and the ways forward that our children get to witness is a really fine balancing act. And when you were talking about swinging from one spectrum to the other, and instead of having it to be like these big swings, it's like dancing. How do we like dance with more harmony, with the flow, in noticing, yes, we do make sacrifices, and yes, we can, push ourselves to this extreme, but then it's like, what message is that sending to our children in choosing those things? And I really resonated with you. Like, I see this big vision I have with Awæcnian, with Fleed, the work I'm doing, but I also see it pulling me away from Aya, from my time. And then sometimes I think, what a hypocrite I am. I talk about present, and then I have these inner battles. I have these moments. And so I feel like these pieces that have been coming up in the themes today about sacrifice, martyrdom, actioning, alignment, presence, choosing ourselves, the sacred selfishness, it's all so complex. And I know, Flea, you've embodied and explored all of these facets in your life too.
Oh, very much so. I was thinking about that as you were talking, Charlene, about, I just had to be selfish and I had to show him to be selfish. And it's like, but how do we do that? Because I struggle with this still. It's like, and it's not even, a lot of the times it's not even something I'm consciously aware of. Like, I just automatically go into default mode and it's like, I'll just do. And then it's like, hang on a sec, I was actually doing something for me. I was actually invested in what I was doing, and all of a sudden I will drop everything and go and do. And it's like, why did I do that? Like, that self-sacrifice, like, it is ingrained in us, and a lot of that does come from childhood trauma for me. But like, how do we recognize, and what were some of those selfish things you did? And on top of that, what was Ryder's behaviors around like coming into that? Like, did he act out at all? Because I guess even if it's not your kids, like partners and stuff would probably be the same when you start taking back that power.
Yeah. As you were just finishing that, that's what I was going to speak into. Like, it wasn't so much Ryder that I got the pushback from, it was family, and that, like, that's why you shouldn't have had children then. That was one of the things I got. Like, if you have children, that's it. That's all you are like that. And I'm like, all of these beliefs that are imprinted on us, and so again, there's that you're unpacking all of these things yourself whilst meeting the resistance and pushback from others. And so it takes a lot of inner strength and determination and inner resource. So not worrying about what other people are saying, just sitting within self and that inner pillar and that center pillar and being like, okay, other people are saying this, yeah, whatever. What feels right for me right now? Like what feels right for me, and what is my point? What is the origin point of why I'm doing what I'm doing? And so that's where I would act from. Like, okay, I want to go for a walk because I'm feeling overwhelmed. Let's take that for an example. Or I need to meditate, whatever it is. Okay, is that selfish? No, it doesn't feel selfish. It feels like that's what I really need right now. If I don't do that, I'm going to feel overwhelmed. I'm going to be short-tempered. My nervous system's going to be fried. And who's going to receive that? My child, because I'm going to be resentful that I didn't get the time I needed or I didn't do what I wanted. And so really they don't receive the best version of yourself. And so we think that we're doing the right thing when really we're not. And all we're mirroring them is then, because you don't even need to say the words. Children are so in tune. They'll feel, mummy doesn't want to do this with me. Mummy hates doing this with me, even though you're doing it because you're trying to push. But they'll receive that as, mummy's always angry when she does this with me. So you're better to just do what you need to do, and then be with them, in those sort of aspects. But again, there's so many different versions that this can come up. Like the work aspect, I journeyed that myself. I was lying in bed next to Ryder the other night, and I'm like, oh my God, he's getting so big. I'm like, I don't spend enough time with him. It's this eternal, tug of war. And, but I guess also that's a part of having children. They're going to grow up and they're going to get bigger, and how awesome that we get to do that with them, because how amazing that we get to watch that journey. Right. And, it's just a balance, but also they're that beautiful balancing point that can check you in, because it is easy to swing that other way and be too focused on work. And if they can pull you back into that center and be like, hey, mom, my son does it to me all the time. Mom, you've been on the phone to work, and I'm sorry, you're right. For the next hour, mummy's just going to spend time with you. And it's actually being disciplined in that for me as well, because you can get pulled, but also in the same respect, I hold that for him. I'm like, okay, Ryder, mummy spent this time with you. I need to do this for work right now, because if I don't do this, I can't spend the time with you after. So it works both ways. And so he understands that it works both ways. So that's where it alleviates that area of him feeling one way or the other, because I hold that standard for him as well. But to be honest, like when I was journeying through the health stuff, he didn't really, I think, again, he's very in tune. Like if anything, he would sit next to me, he'd hold my hand if I was too frail to walk and be like, I'll help you, mummy. Like, we're going to meditate. What are you meditating on, mummy? Like, so I think he was super in tune, and, like I've spoken into, he doesn't fully understand. Like he just thinks mummy's stomach was sore and that I had to have some surgeries and I was healing. But yeah, no, I never, honestly, the pushback was from family, even when because obviously I chose not to go down the chemotherapy path. And that got pushed back as well from family, because they were like, what are you doing? And so I would go and do like hyperbaric chambers and infrared saunas and all the other things, which take time. And I remember, because I was temporarily back in Melbourne, and my mum would need to watch Ryder here and there, and she would be resentful of it. And I had to pull her back sometime. Like, you do realize I'm not just going on retreat days. Like, this is my version of healing. Like, this is my chosen path. If I was in hospital getting chemotherapy, would you still be resenting the fact that I'm doing this, And so it opened up that throat chakra, like, no tomorrow, because there was just like this unapologetic, like, no, like, no, I need to do this. Don't make me feel guilty. Don't make me feel bad, And I guess when you've got the extremity of, life altering health staring at you in the face, you're unapologetic, because you're like, I don't care. I'm here. Like, I don't care anymore. Like, my priority is my health, my well-being, and my son, And so like, even if there was resistance or pushback, it was met with like, I don't care. Like, it was real, which obviously for everyone that had known the previous version of me, I get it. It's confronting. Like, I was usually the like, the pull back, don't really speak, go into recluse, hide away type of, but yeah, and but in saying that, like, also it's interesting with the shifts, like I've been reflecting recently, the shifts that I've made. It's interesting how everything around you, everything else in your life shifts when you shift. And that's why I often refer to it as the kaleidoscope, because I would never have expected my son's dad to come back into the picture and be involved in his life. I never in a million years, like, but he has, and he has come to me and apologized, and has had all of these moments, and I am just like, whoa, like, where did this come from? Like, because he's not actively changed, and the only thing I can come to is because I've changed and I'm not in resonance with that energy anymore. That energy doesn't have space in my field, so you either rise to meet me or you fall away, and that's where these crumbling moments can happen, because anything that's not in resonance, it's going to fall away or it's going to come up to meet you where you are. And that's not, that's a very simple way of explaining it. It's a very messy process, but yeah, that's often what happens. But it is, being in integrity with yourself. And I feel like, going back to the initial question is like, just always going back to that inner pillar. But to be in that inner pillar, you also need to be brutally honest with yourself. You can't be in that pillar and not be brutally honest with yourself, because there's times where I'm brutally honest with myself. I'm like, all right, that was me. Like, okay. So it involves brutal honesty as well, and again, Ryder's great for that. He'll call me on anything and everything, like, so I'm like, all right, fine. Like, so yeah. And like, yeah.
I was going to say that piece around brutal honesty, either with yourself or or children or family members or friends, just speaking that truth for us to feel it and see it. I think as women is so powerful and humbling and harsh and beautiful all at the same time. I know, like, in these times of chaos and these moments of, like, when we feel like a deep despair, it's like, where are we not being honest with ourselves? I remember having, like, as you were sharing your story, even when I was going through my recent kind of trauma, there was some questions and things that I was reflecting with Flea, and I'm like, I need to speak this honesty and this truth of what I am hiding and fearing, and having someone there, whether it's your child or partner or friend or somebody that gets to witness that. And this is the power of women coming together, the power of sharing these stories, is that we get to witness all of ourselves and the facets that have been suppressed for so long. And like you said, even with your mother, just being brutally honest with her and going, hang on, because by you vocalizing your truth and your honesty, and this is like your life, you're alchemizing, whether she's aware of it or not, you're shifting her frequency, her energy, her makeup in that brutal, honest, powerful choice. So just honoring you for that. I just wanted to add.
But that's what it is, right? And I feel like we all journey this to a degree when we are that cycle breaker, or that one that's illuminating that piece that needs to be dissolved. Like, it's time in that, whether it's family, whatever the dynamic is, that light is so illuminating on the shadow that, family members, partners, whatever it is, sometimes it's too much for them. It's too much, and it creates this like, and it's an interesting point, because it takes that self-conviction and that honesty with yourself, because it is that cycle breaker, whatever you want to call it. It off, by the time it gets to that point, it's like, I'm ready to scream it from the rooftop, sort of thing, right? Like,
It's back, like what you said at the beginning. It comes down to their beliefs stepped in, and like I call it the Goliath, because when you look at the actual word, it's the little lie in the like. So we believe something in the likeness of what we don't know to be true, because if we know it, it's very different. So this Goliath that
Mhm.
is there. Like you mentioned it, like my family were like, what the hell is going on? And seeing what you were doing as a benefit, as like a spa treatment. And it's like, why is that any different? And it comes down to the belief that
Yeah.
the medical system is the only way,
Mhm.
or this is the right way to raise a child. This is the
Yeah.
way that you're meant to behave. And it comes back to those, I call them generational curses, that those
Yeah.
beliefs that
Yeah.
this is what I was taught. So this is how I taught you. And if you rock that foundation, like I've done it wrong my entire life, it's almost like putting a layer of shame.
It
And
is.
that's why so many people can't
Yeah.
admit to it, because it's like, well, my belief was
Mhm.
wrong,
Yeah,
or my
absolutely.
belief had a layer that wasn't entirely the right shade of grey
Mhm.
for the, for the palette that we're talking about. And
Yeah.
it's as simple as just letting the person do what they need to do. Like natural health,
Mhm.
you're a testament. You're sitting here and
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
healed, healthy, glowing,
Mm.
and able to do things that
Yeah.
like you wouldn't have been able to do if you were going
No.
through chemo. Like
No,
chemo is
absolutely
devastating.
not.
And why
Yeah.
should you have to be in pain as well as suffering with the
Mhm.
potential, catastrophic event that's happening? So
Yeah.
those beliefs are so powerful. What you're sharing is so powerful.
Yeah. That
And
that
these
and
messages of
yeah. I always, yeah, it's like, and each time someone steps up and makes these, and they don't have to be big things, it just keeps diluting and diluting and diluting and diluting the previous before, and then eventually that doesn't exist anymore, like you've completely diluted those previous beliefs. And so I was actually sitting with this morning. I was sitting with the whole like cycle breaker, and because I was like, I'm not, this is where like it stops here. That's where I was like, I'm going to be this one for my family. But I was like, interesting, who's speaking that? Is that me? Is that my heart? Or is it my ego? Because I'm like, hang on, for me, my mother, was my mum the cycle breaker because she had to push me to that point where someone was going to break it, right? Because if she didn't, I wouldn't be doing what I was doing. And so then it would have just been slowly true. So I'm like, oh, hang on here. Like, who's the cycle breaker here? Like, and it just shifts that perspective on it. And I like what you were speaking into earlier, Flee. It's just changing that narrative around it. Like it's like, what's the story? Because everything is a story. Every single thing is a story. Yeah. Everything. It is. Everything is a story. And so if we change our perception or what's that saying? Like, it's not about what happened to us. It's about what we made it mean. Right. And so, it is. So the same thing can happen to different people. One person won't really mean anything. The other one, it can be life altering, catastrophic, and, go with them through life. And so it's like, what did you make it mean? Did it mean you were unsafe? Did it mean you were unloved? Did it mean that what did you make it mean? Because it's the meaning, not the thing. And so this is when we talk in symbology and metaphor and all of these things. What did it mean? It's not the thing. It's what's behind the thing, right? And so, yeah. But yeah, for me, right, it was absolutely at every single point, the catalyst for all of these, like, all right, next layer, all right, next layer, and even now, like a couple of the women this morning were talking into the journey now of, a stepmom or bonus mom. I was like, I love this because my partner has 2 kids and we're about to move in together and we're journeying that like, and the kids are asking us, what are you my stepmom or are you my this? Are you my that? And I'm like, oh yeah, it is a whole new journey. And like, where do I get to play mother here? Like, what's my line of being able to, contribute and, and also, while simultaneously, like, especially when there's 2 different family dynamics coming together and it's like, oh, how do we marry that together and still honor each child in their individual expression, not taking away. It's just like a whole nother journey in itself. But I really loved that bonus mom. I was like, yeah, I'm such a bonus mom. I'm not a stepmom. I'm a bonus mom. Like,
yeah. And that's the permission piece, though, is especially if they're old enough, you can ask them, what would you like my role to be for you?
Yeah.
Like this is not something that anybody ever told me. It's like, why don't you address it that way? Like, because I was put into the stepmom category before I even thought I'm not married, so I'm technically not you know,
Yeah.
in that way. So I was like, oh, well, this role thing, like, where does it go? Like, when does it become the mother? When does is it girlfriend to this,
What's
to
the
that?
line
And
that makes
really,
it?
yeah, really, it's ask the child. Like, I love your partner, your father or whatever. You know, what would you like my role to be? I can be a best friend. I can be like an aunt. I can be like, there's so many ways that we can contribute in that motherly role
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
now gets to be permission pieces for people. Like,
Yeah.
I would have loved for people to say, I'll be your bonus mum. Like,
Yeah,
I
I know,
need a
right?
bonus mum. Like,
But even
can
the
somebody
wording
nominate?
changes it, doesn't it? Like the word alone, again, because our words have attachments to previous connotations and everything. So you take the word stepmom and automatically you have all of the imprints that you've ever had to do with stepmom. Where bonus mum, that's new. You're taking a new pathway. You're like, oh, bonus. Bonus implies extra. Like, awesome.
Winning. Yeah, extra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just thought that was so good. I really loved that. But yeah, like that's another catalyst moment because now I'm journeying with Ryder. Like, how do we, and he, because he's very open, he'll ask me like, is he my stepdad? Are they my? And I approach it. I'm like, how do you feel? What would you want them to be? Like, what would you want to call them? And he's very open, like to the other extreme. So he's like already calling them stepbrother and stepdad. He's, and he's like my partner's kids are a little bit more reserved. my son's like, I'm all in.
Ellie, come on, join me.
But we asked them, like, would you guys, we're thinking about moving in together. What do you guys think about that? We're not going to, I said to my son, you get to choose. That's not our decision. If you don't want to, we honor your opinions just as much. Like, you guys get to decide all of this as well, and so at every step, again, I don't see him like, obviously, yes, he's a child, but I don't see him less than or younger than, because I don't even look at it from age. To me, he's an energy being, and he's, and I treat him as an equal in every step. Like, what would you like to do? Would you like to do this? He came and looked at houses, like he was involved in every single step, but it is, but yeah, I like the bonus mum, so I'm going to be taking that one.
Oh, so good. Again, it's the movement. It's a movement.
Yeah,
that's for sure. And I think the big piece around here is like noticing the stories behind the story, and opening that conversation with the people, the beings around us. And even though, and I think Flea and I have spoken about this sense of guardianship, like on another level. We've chosen our parents. We've gone into contract, whether it's been a hard life or not, because everyone's experiences is different. There are the curses that we get to be the breakers of that. But there's also blessings and gifts in each of the energies that we chose and contracted to come in. And so it's like being a parent. I know we're talking a lot about motherhood, but even, our partners, our husbands, the fathers, there's a whole, and I encourage any dads that are listening to share your stories more, because there is another side that I know as a mum I forgot about, because I was so in my stuff that I actually forgot what my husband Sean was going through, and his own initiations into fatherhood, and his relationships with not only me but my daughter. And it's like, I love that you brought your partner into this, and even your ex rising to meet you in a relationship, to have a relationship with your son, however that looks, but having that respect and that communication with each person and that guardianship, because like, we've all said, they all grow. And I still go into my daughter's bed until she no longer wants me to. And I know, Flea, you've had that time, and your girls are now gone, and it just flies by. But it's that guardianship of growing, guiding them to grow into their best versions of themselves, as well as us honoring our best versions of ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like it was like, like I said, when I had that polar, like when I had that realization that I'd polar swung the other way, like that I was like, it was I had to dig deep to surrender and realize I had an unhealthy attachment to my own son. Like it was completely, I had a codependency, unhealthy, like massive. And I had to let go because I did all the, like, I had the guilt and the shame. I felt bad because I didn't pick a better dad, that I was raising him alone. He didn't have a father figure. Like I went through all the layers of like feeling bad. And my way of redemption was being the best mum I thought I could be, because I felt like he had got the you know, the bad side of the stick on the other. And so I'm going to overcompensate in every other way. And so it was talking to a girlfriend, and she made me aware of it. She's like, you have to let it go. She's like, you got to let it go. Ryder has chosen this path, and you've got to surrender, like every single part of the way he's chosen. And I know you're trying to protect him, and I know you don't want him to experience all these hurts, but by you doing this, you might be interrupting him in a life lesson that's a catalyst for what he needs later on in life. And I was like, I got to let go. I got to let go. If I love him, I've got to let go, because just as I wanted the freedom to live my life the way I wanted to, and, you know, express like and as much as sometimes that's going to involve seeing our children in situations that is heartbreaking, you know, sometimes we do have to let go. You know, we have to surrender and let go of that grip. And I had to, and it was heartbreaking. You know, it was all the feels. I was like, oh my God, like, you know, but I can't. That's my job as a mother to protect him. And it is, but, you know, to a certain extent, and then you've got to let go, you know. And so it, again, it's that finding that balance every time. What's the middle way? What's the middle way? What's the middle way? Yeah. Yeah.
In that let go, because that's like your catchphrase, like I had to let it go.
Yeah.
So in that, because like that sort of brought me back to the natural healing alternative methods that you went through. Like for a lot of people, that would be really scary in itself. Like, I guess to release fear, like of your journey, was it easy to follow that pathway, or was there times where you've like, oh, this doesn't work, like I'm just
No,
fooling myself, I'm
I
delusional?
had full commitment. Like there was nothing, and this is what I usually say, obviously, because I have a lot of people that come into my space journeying this, and I'm like, no matter what you choose, whether it's chemotherapy or the other way or something in between, you wholeheartedly believe with every single cell, every bit of your being, that that's the thing that's going to heal you, because your belief outweighs all of it. And so for not one moment, like obviously, yes, there'd be moments when I call it scanxiety, where you go get your scans and your checkups, and I still do. And it's like, oh no, you know, just, it's a, you know, what's going to be there? What am I going to see? But no, it's like when I sat in that hospital, and I got like, for me, that was my, like, I connected to God at that point. Like I felt it come through, and I got that confirmation in that point that like, literally, you're going to be fine, but this is what you need to do. You know, this is what you need to do. And so I had complete and utter trust in that process. You know, there was never one point where I was like, no, I'm not going to be here. Like it didn't even, like, I was just like, no, I'm just on my journey. That's what I mean. And another thing, I'm like, I see a lot of the language around whatever it is, whether it's, you know, like even if it is you know, I'm a survivor of domestic abuse, but you're still attaching to that label. You're making that yours. Don't connect to it. Don't connect. Like, I never owned. Like my wordage was like, they found this. They diagnosed me with this. They said this. I'm on it. I never said anything was mine. I never said like nothing was mine. No, that's out of my body now. Like that's not a part of me. I'm just healing now, you know, like, but, like, yeah. And also I'm a glutton for knowledge. So empowering myself with knowledge just gave me, I was like, oh, there's so much out here. So I was to the point where I had people have like interventions like, you need to stop, could be 3 a.m. in the morning, and I'm reading studies and research, and I'm like, but I need to know everything. I just want to know it all. And but yeah, no, like, and all it kept coming back to each time is like, yeah, we can take the supplements and the herbs and do the hyperbarics, but if you don't get rid of the emotional, energetic stuff, that's where it, like, it's been in the energetic body a long time before it's solidified into the physical body. And so for me, most of it was digging deeper into all of the emotional stuff and letting go of all the stuff there. And then in doing that, it is surrender and trust and knowing, like, and yeah, it's just a higher level of connect. I'd talk to my body. What do you need? Do you want this? Do you want that? And that's why I speak of meditation a lot, because that's where I would get all of my guidance, like silly stuff that you like, I'd be like, okay, what does my body need? And a word would come into my head I've never heard before, like a supplement. And so then I'd Google it. I'm like, oh, that is actually good. I'll take that. And naturopath suggested I take iron, and I had massive resistance. And I sat in meditation. I'm like, show me why I have resistance to this. Why should I not take this iron? And then I got like, go Google iron and see what's relevant. And it was like, no, that's a source for a metabolic pathway. And I was like, wow. So for me, it was, again, just coming into that quiet point where you can listen and hear the answers, and also asking, because that was another thing, like, coming from that martyrdom and sacrifice, I never asked for anything. But when you don't ask, you don't receive, right? So I had to push past the not asking and start asking, and like, show me, tell me, what do I need, both body and spirit, like, what do I need? And so and also being open to receiving it, because if you're not open to receiving, then you're not going to get the guidance. But that was, no, I had unfaltering faith, to be honest. Like, I had unfaltering faith in what I was doing was working. And then obviously, as I had the scans and everything was, sort of supporting and showing positive of what was going on, I was like, oh, okay. And so I just started to reconfirm what I already thought. But I did get told, like, I remember when I got up out of surgery and the surgeon came into me, and he said to me, he's like, no matter what the results are, you're going to be fine. And I remember later on reading some research, and it was to do with cancer patients, and what they're told in their first diagnosis dictates what the trajectory of their recovery is. And if they're told, like, there's actual studies on it, they're like, if you're told 3 months, you watch people right on the 3 months be like, check out. Like, check out.
I 100% believe that. My first boyfriend's grandmother, she was a cancer patient, and they said, oh, you've got this amount of years to live. And she's like, no. The only time I'm dying is if I'm put in a home. And this woman, like, in the years that I was there, like, she traveled the world, she did all this stuff, didn't have the chemo or any of that. She just wanted to live a life. Perfectly fine. She was in a home for 1 month.
Yeah.
And that was the end of it. And it's like, wow, like, that is the power of your belief right
Absolutely.
there. And I just remember it hitting home, going, no matter what anyone tells me, I'm not critical. I'm, everything can be fixed. Everything can be solved. Everything can, there's always another way. And that's kind of my motto. It's like, there's another way.
Yeah. And the thing is, the usually, like, what I've come to learn is that we try to cognitively understand, or logically, and to step into the realms of miracles where you're like, you've got to remove logic, because the human mind can't comprehend it. But if you're going to play by the rules of logic, then your outcomes are going to come by the matrix, by the rules of logic. You've got to put that aside and be like, anything can happen, because then anything can happen. But you can't have conditions there. You can't be like, anything can happen, but, because then it's like incoherent energies. But but yeah, like, we all do it, but it is, it's like,
I do it really bad. It's like, I just need to understand. If I can understand, I'm fine. That's all there is. And it's like, logically, it's like, okay, I can't understand it, because it's like beyond this reality, and I do understand, but I don't.
You can't. You do, but this part here in this human physical brain can't. So that's the biggest struggle. It's like letting go of the need to understand, because it's so beyond our capabilities of understanding in this form. But the more that we attach to having to understand, the more we limit ourselves from miracles.
Oh, powerful way to end. And this, oh my gosh, boom, mic drop right there. You should go back and listen to this and write that down. That's a Charlene quote right there. Limit yourself from miracles when you, like, and this place of, like, allowing the feminine, allowing the intuition, allowing the flow to step outside the box and to feel into what your body needs. I love how you just spoke into like talking to your body, talking and to sit with yourself and the wisdom within, to hear the deeper whispers or voices, whether it's your higher self or God or source or your guides or whatever. It's all back into one, but to listen deeply and then make the decision from there to take action. And this is where the feminine, the masculine, where we get to harmonize the martyr, the sacrifices, all the past stories, and bring it into witness, to acknowledge, to release and surrender and to shed. So then we can allow the steps forward to go with more ease, grace, and flow. And I love that piece around miracles and anything can happen. And Flea and I talk about this all the time. And it's in our, I suppose, our mottos of what we create.
I read something the other day and it stuck with me. And it was like, God very rarely just enters through the front door. Like, he's not like, I'm here. Like, like, you know, it's not. It's like in the songs, in the whispers, in the little things that pop up on the screen. It's, someone just calls you and says something randomly. It's not like, hey, I'm here. Like, it's obvious, you know, but we've got to be still and silent and connected to self.
Yeah, so true. And so, Charlene, it has been so beautiful to hear your story and chat with you into the deeper wisdoms that we've been able to just resonate with. And how can people connect with you? Obviously, we've got locals and people nearby, but also people around the world that may want to, you know, come and find out more about your wisdom and what you do at House of Alchemy. How can they find you?
Instagram is probably best, and then everything from there. But it's House of Alchemy, whether it's website www.houseofalchemy.com or Instagram or Facebook House of Alchemy. Either. So, that's probably the most easiest way. And then also, we have a few other yummy things in the percolating. But absolutely. With also like a podcast coming out soon too. So Stories of Alchemy. So excited about that as well. So but definitely just House of Alchemy, whether it's website or socials. Yeah.
Beautiful. It's been a pleasure. And we've loved being in your space. And I'm sure we'll have more connections in there. And hearing more of your beautiful story and the strength and the wisdom. And folks, if you're listening in, send us some love hearts from, share what has resonated with you from Charlene or from any of our past speakers. We would so love to know what's hitting home into your hearts. And we look forward to our next beautiful guest who will introduce shortly. Bye, everybody. Hello, 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 amazing people. Oh my goodness, there are so many beautiful insights already, and we have some more amazing people joining us, and some beautiful breaks in between as well. We have the gorgeous Shika Khanna coming to join us, and after that, beautiful Carol and Michelle. And then I'm excited to be sharing my keynote as well after a beautiful break. So, folks, just tune in. Let us know how you're feeling. And Flea, what's been a key takeaway for you so far?
I just love how everyone's story, even though everything resonates, it's all different. Like the stories are different, but the resonance is the same. It's like the feeling, the emotion, the coming back to self, the general messages are all the same. It's like we really need to take care of our vessel, especially as mothers, but in teaching others as mothers to take care of themselves. So I've really loved that all of those stories really highlight all of that.
Yeah, it's powerful. And I know in bringing this together and collaborating with beautiful Shika, who'll be joining us any moment, you know, her vision that we've shared already today in bringing all these amazing mums together from 8 countries is about sharing and celebrating those stories. And Shika Khanna is India's first child and family photographer, speaker, teacher, and author of 100 self-portraits, 100 dreams. And in her book, she brought together over 100 mothers worldwide to join hand in hand and share in their stories and words through self-portraiture. Shika was recognized by India's Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, forgive me if I said that wrong, who acknowledged her important work of bringing the issue of motherhood to the forefront. And she has started Mothers United Moment, and it is a movement, and it's a movement regarding self-image, self-esteem, a mother's dreams fading away unnoticed, and just allowing us to be seen, felt, and heard. And with over 20 years of experience, she has captured and taught others to capture the spirit of love, adventure, trial, sorrow, and joy through the lens of a camera. And today, her brilliant work is helping students, especially mothers, to capture and renew their expressions of life through self-portraiture. And welcome again, Shika. Oh, so beautiful. What has been your key takeaway so far?
Oh, I just love the space that gets shared the minute the permission is granted to open up and speak. And for me, the of course, I some of them I've known stories, and I've interviewed them earlier, and I've seen them grow. But my favorite part has been just the sheer sharing, and sharing it completely without any hesitation, and sharing it so that the world can get inspired. So since morning I'm just listening to, in spite of listening to these mothers, and in spite of them telling these stories again and again, they go through the same emotional thing all over again, and they tell their story the same way. So it's amazing to watch them melt and become their stories when summits like these happen. So I'm just looking at it.
So beautiful. And this whole session today with you is like why honoring motherhood formally is so vital. And through platforms like what we do here at Awæcnian, I know Flea and I have this real passion to share the voices, the stories of those everyday people. And for us, it was like for us to share our stories. And then it was that invitation for others to join us. And summits is one way, but I know you also spoke to your prime minister where you are in the work that you've done. But what is this piece around this recognition and formally recognizing our roles, formally acknowledging and witnessing, whether it's through spaces like this or events in your communities, in articles, in magazines? Like, why is this recognition so important?
Well, I think that's the one thing that I kept on saying when I was doing the project, is that recognizing motherhood formally meant for me at that time was that it is an important job. It must be paid attention to. It must get the space it needs, and mothers must get the support from the community and society for doing it, energetically, financially, politically, whichever way, whoever wants to see it. Because you are a mother and you must do this. You know, it's been going on for way too long, and repercussions of that is that the mother gets lost, and she's always trying to prove herself, that I'm not just a mother, I have other dreams, I have things to do. And in that proving, the children get lost because they are also trying to adjust to whatever the mother is trying to adjust to. And many times even children don't know that it's a very important role when they're very young, because nobody's recognizing it anywhere, and the chaos in the society is so much that at this point in time, like a tribe, we must say, okay, she's becoming a mother, or she's a mother, or she's adopting a child, or whatever. She's doing a very important role, and I recognize it, and give her the stage to tell her story formally and say, yes, you're doing a great job. And in that formal, I also meant that even in the forms, and yes, I get these questions a lot, that why not dads? What have dads done to you? And well, I have nothing. I mean, I've been raised by a most beautiful father. I have two boys, and my husband is the most supporting husband I can find, but I'm still a mother. I can only speak for a mother. And the fact that when the mother goes through, her body changes and so many things that's happening within her, even the society needs to give her the space to say, that we understand it's at least a 2 3 years cycle before you settle down, and there are special spaces in you. If you're a mother, you can take an off. If you're a mother, you can do things. And in the forms I wanted to write, it was my vision at that time, I still have to do it, is in your category of what do you do, you must say entrepreneur, corporate, mother, other, not on entrepreneur, corporate, other. Because categorizing mother also as a duty or as a category formally is important, because if you tick the mother, then the person on the other side should know, all right, so now this is her right, so duties or things that's going to go happen, and the organization needs to adjust to this because she's a mother. The other is just another, like, okay, you're a corporate grade, you're an entrepreneur grade, but other is what? Like, what is other? Like, nothing. So I wanted to bring that aspect where a mother could proudly say, I'm a mother for next 5 years. I have very young children, but I want to work, I want to dream, and please acknowledge it formally that if your mother status is on, and that status should be acknowledged formally. So that's where it went to, that I could formally introduce myself. I'm a mother of two, and then not looked at, say, oh, now she can't work, or okay, now she can't do this, or now she's a mother. I'm a mother of two, and with that, this is what I can do. So please allow me the space to do this. Then she can maneuver with her children and dream and rise and contribute to the society at the same time, and she's contributing to the future citizens, not only her family. Those two, three minds are going to also become the future citizens. So that's where I got into this whole thing, to formally recognize that she's a mother, just not she's just a mother. Um, you know, give her the space and tools and opportunities based on the fact that she's a mother and she's taking care of two citizens of this country as the next generation is coming up. So that's where it went, and if that answers your question, in any way.
It's perfect. It should be a title, and it should be recognized as a skill. And I know so many mothers that haven't ever worked a professional job or a wages job, but their skills far outweigh anything, and it's just not recognized. It's like, well, have you ever had to manage 5 kids? Like, a lot of the mums that didn't work had great big families. How do you manage and organize all of those different personalities? Like, I know as working in retail and shop assistant, that's a hard job. Is, oh, can you work this day, can you do this, don't put this person with that person, and they clash, and all of the different things that happen just with scheduling. a mother has to do every single moment of the day when those kids are there. It's like, oh, they're fighting. Where are they? Are they in the same room? Are they back behind there? Like knowing where every single child is as well. Like that spatial awareness is a skill that I don't think a lot of FBI agents even have. Like to know, I know you're there. Don't you dare touch it. I can see you, even though I'm not looking. I know what you're doing. We all have it, and like these are skills that have had to be learnt. We don't come innate with them. Like we do have that protective nature, but we have to learn that. We have to learn through trial and error. Oops, they've just pulled something down and that could have been really dangerous. Now I've got to pay attention behind me. Like that's a skill. We may not be able to hone every single one of them as a detailed description for a job application, but there are so many that far outweigh any skill I've ever been taught in any professional type of job.
Yeah, and you're skilled. I mean, the minute if your form could say mother for last 10 years, I think the opposite side should know that the skills she has probably no other employee who's not a mother has in the organization. And we not only learn how to manage things, we also learn new things. We study for the sake of our children. I mean, I was never into dinosaurs. I hated dinosaurs. You asked me anything about dinosaurs for 6 years, I've just heard about dinosaurs in my ears, head, encyclopedias, everything. And I never, like now I know about birds more than anything else. And the studies that we are doing with our children is it's not a joke. Yes, formally you can't give me a certificate, but there are so many things that we can do. And then also formally recognizing her story, and say, come sit, tell me what's your story, what exactly is your side of the story, how are you feeling about this whole thing, and giving her a stage to say that your story matters. Because when I was collecting when I was doing this book and I was picking up stories, and people asked me what was the criteria of choosing the mothers, I said just the fact that they are mothers, and that's the only criteria. Whichever mother raised her hand and said, I'm a mother, including Lucy, when she said, am I a mother or not? The the criteria was only, are you a mother? Okay. Just because you're a mother, you're qualified to come here and talk about it. You don't have to be the special kind of a mother, or you don't have to be a particular kind of a mother. You're a mother, that's good enough. And also tell me the other part of the story. Like, because some of them would say, oh, I don't have such a dramatic story. I said, did you give a birth to a child? You're like, you have a dramatic story. Let's hear your story. That is pretty dramatic to just deliver a
Yeah.
child and take the child through the whole thing. And then suddenly they would just start recognizing, I did this and I did this and I did this. And they never recognized that, this was worth even putting, like somebody would even listen to these things of little things they thought that I must do, I should do. And that's why giving a formal stage to these stories are important, because how can you even resolving a little issue of your child and taking 8 months to resolve that little issue is an issue you can talk about. It's worth talking, because I always like when I tell people that do not underestimate the mind's capacity of destroying or making the world. We had people like Hitler coming up and destroying. One mind could destroy, right? So, a job of a parent and a mother is to raise a child with that positivity, and that's a very important job. Every mind that's getting raised is carefully coming up by work behind the mother is doing. And we had the inauguration, and we had special needs children inaugurating the show. And one of the moms who heads the special needs school, she said, oh, my children will inaugurate, are you okay? I said, absolutely fine, but this is a stage for a mother, so these children have to honor their mothers. And for the first time, when the performance ended, they all turned around and their mothers were suddenly called on stage, and all of them give a flower to their mother. And the mother was ever recognized, because we just keep looking at the development of the child, what the child is doing, how the child is progressing, and what the mother behind has to bring, neurodiverse children, so many other things. So the idea was to give the stage to the mother, and I said, the mothers had never been acknowledged by their own children, also ever to say thank you. And it was a moment to see that they were happy that the children were on stages, but they never thought that they could be on the stage to say yes, you know I did it. I do it every day. Every single day, I'm getting there. So the idea of bringing the storytelling method is that let's start sharing it, put them on the stage formally, and say, oh wow, like that's a great TED talk worth conversation to do. You don't have to, by just qualifying as a mother is good enough. And that's where this project went. And then we found stories after stories after stories, which were mind blowing, and it just opened up in different directions.
I love that. It's so powerful and honorable, because to be a woman, to be a mother, it is, you know, so innately human. But even when we think about, you know, our men and our women, our boys and girls, they're all birthed from woman. They're all birthed into creation by mother. And so I wanted to speak into this piece around, this is why we have these platforms to share story, but society, governments, other stories that are being portrayed in the media, in certain extreme groups, are wanting to replace the term mother, replace the term woman with inclusive language. And I say inclusive because, again, it's a lens to birthing parent, to pregnant people. And yes, they are words and they are things, but this piece around, and it's being pushed in other places, and I'm not going to dive too deep, but I'd love to just kind of bring awareness to this um, dangerous way that we can use language to dehumanize the power of story, the power of what it is to be woman, to be mother. So I'd love to just share or open up to your insights on these terms that, you know, we've seen in society, we've seen in some countries and places really leaning into as a mechanism for another agenda to,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
continue.
I personally feel that we've becoming a very, very scared race. Eventually, we are getting very terrified of attachments, terrified of getting emotional, terrified of listening to the story, uh, because honestly, there's a lot of research and consciousness and everything, but sometimes a simple thing can be simple for rest of its life and not be touched, just for the sheer joy and emotion of it. And uh, just dissecting and redoing everything all the time, remolding, story, like my story is my story, my way. My father will have the same story told in a different way, even if it's my story he's telling, right? Or my brother would tell the same story about my story in a very different way. So stories will always be different. But if we can just also have a common thread like mother or this or that, which are simple terms to attach to, and not just keep dissecting it further and reinventing all the time. You know, we're too busy doing these things rather than just stepping into the emotion of saying, call it whatever, but this is how I feel, right? Let's just not just get away. And if the stability comes from just calling a person a mother as stability, it's all right. For generations, it's been called, and that's the stable part. Why do we have to shake everything up to grow? We don't have to. There's always a base, there's always a root, there's always something that exists for an ancient period of time. Doesn't need to be, you know, I firstly feel that everything is shaking now. We're just shaking for the sake of shaking things up. And we don't have to restart everything. We do need to change, we do need to grow, we do need to prune, we do need to add, but shaking them up and putting them off the roots and then questioning it and just wasting this one beautiful life that we've got, is a sheer waste of time. I personally feel, if that's allowed to say, it's a total waste of time, because it's just a language. It's just some sounds we are taking out, to dissecting the
Think,
emotion.
I agree with you, but it's interesting. Some places are teaching it formally, and
Yeah.
trying to pull the word mother out of the vocabulary and
Too much
encouraging
time.
people to call their mothers or mums birthing parent. And it's like and like you said, it's like, who cares, these are, and we've lost Flea. Hopefully
Yeah.
she'll read
Yeah, it does.
this.
Yeah, it does take away the emotional part of it because, um, uh, just that's what I'm saying. Just dissecting constantly everything and then adding language to it and then adding extra emotions to it. It's yes, you can call it evolution, you can call it whatever, but everybody needs some roots somewhere to grow out of. You can't be just flying in the air with things, right? And it's happening everywhere. We just like, how do we dress up? What is this country? Don't call me an Indian. Don't call. Everything is just getting up in the air, flying here and there, and everybody's all okay banging into each other with these concepts, and then they can sit in coffee shops and discuss it. But the real thing is, how do you feel? What's the source? Where does it grow from? Can we hold that thing and just come forward, right? If you are attached to an umbilical cord in your mother's womb, you are attached to the umbilical cord, period. It's done. It's like, that's how it's done. So yeah, these just unnecessary dissections we are doing to just keep ourselves distracted and be busy, because the real issue is to deal with the emotions, the real issue is to deal with her story, the real issue is the generational trauma she's going through, the change that needs to come. Who has the time to talk about that? Because we have better things to talk about than change the name and things and culture. So yeah, it's just a distraction, nothing else. We're just distracting ourselves.
The power of language, but also the crippling, debilitating ways in which it's being used. It's an expression of self.
Right.
And, in that expression of self, like so many people that you see and you hear out there, it's like, oh, they didn't use my pronoun correctly. They didn't do this. And it's like, have you actually stopped to understand where they've come from? Have they ever had to do that before in their life? Is this even something that they would comprehend? Like, I just think of my grandfather, and he had dementia for the last 15 years. And it's like, trying to explain to him, oh, you can't address me as this and this, and he'd be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. You're talking nonsense, like fairy tale world. I do understand the respecting the person, and that doesn't come from a label, because as we're talking about like being a mother, we're already identifying that a mother is more than just the term itself.
Yeah.
And we can have multiple different things that have different meanings and different values, and that's okay when we're
Yeah.
intentional, which is something that I love. You can see the difference. It's like, I'm talking to you and I'm meaning this.
Right.
We don't need to then go and create our own fantasy and you're being rude and offensive and so on because you use that word. It's like, no, what was the story? What was the actual connection? What was the feeling and the emotion? Because if somebody's being derogatory, you feel it before you know what they're saying. I've had people come at me with such nice, kind words, and it's like, hang on a sec, that felt off. Like the amount of compliments you can get where it's like, oh, you're so beautiful. And it's like, yeah, you don't believe that. I could tell, like, instantly by the way you curled up your nose at the sheer thought of having to say that. Like,
Right.
so many times we compliment people with falsehood, and yet we're willing to believe that, but can't accept when somebody mispronounces or misterms. My own name gets mispronounced nearly every single time, and it's like, okay, who cares? You're still having a conversation with me. You're still talking to me. Did you
Yep.
get my name wrong? Yeah. Were you being rude about it? No. There's a huge difference between that. And when it comes to mum and opening up, what it is to be a mum, we can be accepting, but you don't need to be derogatory to the people that choose not to. Like, I don't want to call myself a cis woman. Like, I've never heard of that term before in my life, and all of a sudden I have to say I'm not a woman. Like, what's cis? Like, when on earth did that become a thing? Like, are you like sisters? Is that what you're meaning? It's like, no, it's something else. Like,
Yeah. It's not distraction.
why do I have to change
Yeah.
my identity? Like, I shouldn't,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
nobody else should have to.
Yeah, it's just a conversation that just needs to die down sooner, because it's all distraction free and Marie. I think there are things that one can feel, and from that feeling there a lot of things can emerge, and then focusing on that is so much better than sticking on even to our children, and even confusing them and not giving them a base or a root or something that they can stand on. You can start calling apples oranges, and then oranges watermelon, and then just confuse them even more. Roots are always needed to stand steady. And if we are bringing our children to the society, it has certain roots, and that's from there growth happens. And growth never happens in like straight way. It bends everywhere. So the acknowledging of the organic growth that anything can bring in, and the power of the power of a mother specifically is cannot be denied in any culture. Just the source, that whether it's a mother of a animal or you just can't. There are too many examples even in the world of animals that when the animal becomes a mother, like there's a super extra power that they get. And during my interviews one day I woke up and there was this snake video that came up on Facebook, where this little rat, like a mice, very small one, was pecking, like it's just going behind the tail of the snake and just like dealing with it, and the snake is getting away, until it zoomed in and we realized that that mice baby was in snake's mouth, and the snake was taking the baby away. And this mother mouse was just like going on and on and on and on and trying to deal with the snake, and then eventually it fell off, and then she just shooed away the snake somehow, whatever happened, and came back and reunited with the baby. Now if she was not like the mouse was not the mother, she would have been in the mouth of the snake. She would be so frozen with the fear that the snake would have grabbed her first easily and gone. But she was fierce, and she was fierce. And there are ample examples, even where I stay. We've just had a very like a cat who got killed because she's a young cat, but the dogs had entered my place and we were sleeping, and she had, just to protect her babies, she fought with the dogs and she died, of course. I mean, the dogs won. They were two big dogs who had entered, the street dogs from premises. So there are like endless examples of the status of a mother, her role, and what comes up versus a father in nature as well. Why are we like so ashamed of saying that the power she possesses to get her children? You can mess with a woman, but you can't mess with a mother. It's very difficult to mess with a mother, and that's what the stories that brought in is, yes, there is a masculine, and there is a father, and then the father goes and protects. But what happens and stirs in a mother, and the kind of dangers she takes in to protect the child, whether it's emotional, spiritual, anything, if happening to the child, she will step in, and that's the truth. And the result of that is that, we have one man in the book. And I was sitting in a Zoom call, and I must say that, I was sitting, and then Frank was in the Zoom for last 2, 3 Zooms in that Zoom. Then he just raised his hand and he said, I was on the 98th or the 97th number, and she's like, "Can I say something to you? I might be overstepping, and but I really want to speak." So I said, "Why? Yeah, sure, you can say." And I thought maybe I did something wrong. I said something wrong, and I'm going to hear something about not doing it this way. And he just told me one thing. He said, "Can you take my mother in your book?" And I said, yes, without knowing the story. There was this tears in his eyes, and he was always 60, 62. And then he just, "Can you take my mother in your book?" And I'm like, yes, I will. And he couldn't believe it. And the whole Zoom, everybody knew him. So everybody was in tears. I had no idea what it was. And later, when I interviewed him, his mother was no more. His mother had passed away in 2010, but she was an athlete 60 years before that, and she was not allowed in Olympics at that time because women were never going to Olympics. And she could jump in the car parking over the cars. And from there, she had 5 marriages because she had to have a husband as a partner to do anything in life. You had to do work, whatever. You had to have a man signing your entrepreneur forms. And went through domestic violence, and I was crying through the interview. He was crying, and she'd gone through domestic violence, and he had seen that to the extent of she being hospitalized, knives being dropped on her with one of the husbands, and all she went through. And then by the time she was out, and he took care of the younger siblings. But by the time she was out, she started inspiring. Um, she started inspiring. Why is it? Is it an echo happening again? Yeah. Just so she started inspiring many mothers, and she started telling people that if something happens to you once, you're a victim. If it happens to you again and again, um, uh, you are a volunteer. And she got a lot of women out of the victim mode, and stepped into and got an award. So we have stories like that as well happening, where the child recognizes the role that a mother has played um, to bring, and then it's recognized by the child later, and she was not there, so she's a golden page in the book. And we recognized her because she said, I wish somebody heard my story. Can you imagine, after she died 20 years later, her story was published in a book in India, where things like that happen. So if we just go beyond this conversation and distractions, there's so much to discuss and understand of what all has been happening in the background to raise the whole civilization, and the role of a mother, and just paid attention to it a little. We would do so much better as a society, and give a better guidance to our children to get rooted and not be displaced with all the stuff that's happening.
So powerful what you've just shared there. And I want to go back to, like, you mentioned like these superhuman abilities that happens, like the fierceness that is just unparalleled. We've all heard of the stories where you see mothers lifting up the cars to open up or to save their child, but there's this like unbound inner strength and external strength that we can actually tap into when we embrace the mother lion within us, or the dragon. I call it the dragon woman within, and there is like a fierceness there. And when I talk to my husband, or other men that share stories about, like, that deeply respect women, they're like, I'm really scared. When my grandmother did this or my mother did this, I got really scared, and I didn't want to like disrespect her in that way. So I think there's this like innate power and this superhuman fiery essence that gets underestimated in motherhood. And yeah, I'd love to just like tap into this a little bit more. I know, being a teacher, when I had my own daughter, and I was always kind of really, the nurturer, but I'd always stand up for the kid that would get bullied, or stand up for like not, promoting, putting other people down. And there's been so many times where I've just got passionate about, kids that just don't care about others or have done something to another person. And then there's this fire in my belly that comes up, and the protective part of me, but the nurturer, as well as like the warrioress that's like, no, rah, and I'd love to just talk about this side, because there's definitely that the dragon side within us, if we can tap into it. And I know maybe some women don't want to do that, but I know it's in there. There's a fire in the belly.
It just has to be activated for very, like, something has to happen. It's in there in every woman. I think it's very predictably understood that men will have that protective nature of going out of the way, and it's taken for granted for men, or they will go out of the way to protect. But trust me, when a mother woman, yes, but when a mother is messed with in a wrong way, the kinds of stuff that can happen is amazing. And I have a story, and I want to tell stories because that's my book, and I have a story here of a mom who of 12 children, and she has 12 children, and she was in an abusive marriage for a very, very long time. and she didn't know how to get out of it. I think the four of them still got in hospital. The last eight didn't even get the hospital. She birthed them, and I was breastfeeding my child at that time, and she would give me tips about how to wean my child off. But she had 12 because she's weaned them off, one after the other, one after the other. And she went through a lot by being asked, "Oh, are these all 12 your children? How can you have this thing?" But yes, she did have 12 children, and she had to walk with it. And one fine day, on her 25th anniversary night, she left with all 12 children and ran away from the house, all 12 of them, with one 10-man tent. And she told her children, "We're going for an adventure." And she left, and then I think her children were taken away in the custody by the government after a point, and then she fought for all of them and got their custody back, and then she is a coach now. But I was telling her that because you're a mother, you took all 12, all of them, like each one of them was important, and you took each one of them with you to rescue from that situation where you wanted to. You could leave yourself. Very difficult for a mother to leave the children. Yeah, it happens. Mothers do leave. But, she took each and every one and then got their custodies back, and made them stable. And I have another story of a visually impaired artist who decided to become a mother, and she had got burnt on her face while doing an experiment, because of which she lost her eyesight, and her hands had become like a fist. And when she got married to her boyfriend later, and she was expecting, doctors did ask her, "Would you like to have the child? Because you can't even hold the child." She started to paint with her knuckles, and she said she wanted to, but the day the baby came, she realized she can't even hold the baby to breastfeed. And believe me or not, the story is just so unbelievable that she cried and she did her best. And after 5 days, after 3 years, her hands actually opened up. She's a painter now. She's a visually impaired painter. Her hands opened up to hold her child. And when I interviewed her, she's actually taking care of her. She like, my child is colic, my child. So for a person who can't see, to know the child is colic or is turning around in the cot, she always had to hold the child, feel with her hands. But she opened, like the hands opened up, which had just got curled and got done together, and she now paints. So I told her that probably a child came so that you could hold the brush, instead of just doing it with knuckles, because she couldn't see, and she's a beautiful painter. So these are very fierce stories that a mother can go up to. Limits, and I've interviewed some of them. Yeah, somebody who's seen her father being shot and has taken over her siblings as her own children at the age of 17, and then was a single mom, and became pregnant, and how she left drugs, and her child made her leave drugs and take care of the siblings and stuff like that. So these are the topics that must be spoken about when you see a mother, rather than judging her that, "Oh my God, what's she going through? What is this? Why is she behaving like this?" There is so much that needs to be discovered and understood, and that those are the things we must talk about in summits like these. That there is a behind story for this woman before she became a mother, and that behind story is affecting the way she is operating as a mother, or she's raising children. So give her the support, let her tell her story, let her release it, and tell her that all is fine, but you're a mother now, and the next generation is in your hand. And how do we support that? So yeah, the fierceness can come in so many ways, and there's no end to discussing those examples at all.
Just on fire. The fierceness and the fire. It's hard to imagine any other way, really. Like as a mum, you just kind of do. But something that you said there, Shika, really like stood out to me. Like we've been talking about this bonus mum and the word mother and what it means to be mother. There's so many people out there that who have had children and don't classify themselves as a mother. And we have to recognize that in itself. Like just because you birth them does not make you a mother. Just
Yes.
because that's there, like there is this other layer. There is that nurturing needed, that care, and with that comes all of the beautiful things that we've been speaking about. And I only have to like wonder like where these stories can go to how much more we can grow when we embrace them with that. Like, what could I do? What can I learn from in this situation? So many women, we hear their stories and it's like, I didn't even think that was possible.
Right.
And yet, like the hands opening, that's phenomenal to be able to repair yourself like Charlene has done, like just for the sheer will of I've got to be here for that child. I have to be here for that. And like I know myself with my mental health and depression and things like that, there's been moments and it's that catalyst that it comes back to. It's like I'm here for them. I agreed to that. That's my contract. My contract is to be here to provide a better world for them. And whether it's actually in physicality where they're in my life present, or if it's just emotionally where it's I will do everything I can in my power to make sure that for my children as well, that they know that their worth is far greater than anything I could say, anything I could teach, anything that I could do. And with that belief, everything is possible. And like, what are some of the things that you're teaching your kids that, are unusual in that manner that, people might not think to include? This is that conscious parenting, I guess, that I'm asking about. What are some of the things that allow you to create that awareness within them?
I think the first step that I've taken is I have actually, I honestly have pulled out the identity of a mother and gone into an identity of these living beings that are living with me who I'm responsible for some time. And you can see one of them coming in. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, my lights. Go on. So I think the first step is giving them permission to come like this and to go out and to say you're important, your things are important. But I think I'm also learning from them. I've taken a learner's point of view now. It's taken me some time to understand it, but I just think they've come into my life to teach me rather than me teaching them anything. They're the ones who are teaching me so much more about me that nobody else can teach me. So just giving them the space and giving them the permission to be themselves, and letting them know that I have the permission to be myself, and that this is an interaction with imperfections and learnings, uh, is what I am going. So little things like I don't want to go to school cannot be just said, no, you have to. Why don't you want to go to? What's happening? Where is it coming from? What is bothering you? And they have the permission to say, nothing is bothering me, I just don't feel like it. That's a good enough excuse to not go to school, according to me. It's considered like crazy, but when they say because I don't feel like it, I'm like, okay, that's a great thing. And then everybody's looking at me. Is that a good excuse not to go to school? Yes, that's the truth. They're telling the truth, and I'm allowing them to tell me the truth that I don't feel like going to school. And that's where we're going to raise the next generation, where I don't feel like going to office today because my body is not allowing me, or my mind is not allowing me. I don't have to get into a mental state where my mind, body, spirit is not allowing me to go somewhere, but I have to go drag myself and do things. And that's the do culture that we've brought, that your feelings don't matter. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like talking to this person. Why? I don't feel like talking to this person. Simple. There's no reason. Doesn't have to be a big crashing reason why they don't. So I'm approaching with the thing that they are able to tell me honestly what it is. And when they are honest, I have to keep my mouth shut and say, I accept. Right?
Mm.
So that's one thing that I do with my children a lot, that I am
Before you
learning
go
to
on to, I
accept.
was just going to, before you go on to your next thing, I just wanted to like, yeah, just add value to that as well, and that piece around honoring the truth. It just took me back to a moment last term when my daughter, who loves school, she was just sitting there. She's like, I don't want to go to school today, and I was like, okay, what is it? And then she just burst out into tears, and because she was feeling unwell, and that not honoring the truth
within your body and not listening. Like her body was telling her she was unwell and sick and she hadn't slept because of her coughing or whatever in the night. But honoring the truth of our body, like you said, in that wellness and that being, and our children are just those reflections of seeing it earlier and sooner, and speaking that truth, because we as adults, as mums, we still force ourselves, and it's the martyrdom within us. We force ourselves to go to work. We force ourselves, even when we're on our cycles and our periods, to not listen to the rest because we have to do work. We have to do these things. So I just wanted to add to that piece around truth, which has been a beautiful stem from what Flea and I were talking about with Charlene as well, and honoring that truth within. So just
Yeah.
wanted to add that before your next point.
Yeah, that's it's the most important thing you can do. And when the event was happening, I was one fine, like, second day of the event, I saw these mothers dancing. They were eating and dancing, and I just started crying, and I didn't stop for next 4 hours. I was just sitting and I was just bawling, looking at them dance, and I was just like, I don't know what's happening, but it was just flowing out. And in that flowing out, everybody just realized that, of course, I was holding 100 stories, and I was holding my own story, my own mother's story, my own child. I was holding a lot, and it was all coming out, and everybody was holding space. But this little child going right in the corner, sitting there, helpless, didn't know what was happening, right? And my son was 8. So when he went through this whole thing, he went through a lot after. So we don't realize that energetically our children are also consuming whatever we are consuming energetically. So he told me after 9 months, of getting him back to stabilized situation, that that day when you were crying, I didn't know what to do. And I was just, why were you crying so much? So just small moments like them can take them so much into depth. But if you allow them space, time, they will come around to tell you the truth. And that's what I think, as mothers, first we need to acknowledge our stories. We need to sit in the truth of the fact that there is a story, and then allow them to also perceive it their way. And once that's resolved, I think the journey can be taken in a much better way. And yeah, you just see something or the other happening with the little one here.
It's so powerful. And both of you mentioned the word truth. And a lot of what Charlene was talking about, and I got cut off before I could say it, was that we have to accept the truth that mothers do work these days. And Marie, you were talking about that guilt, and I'm being taken away, and like, Shika, like, my child's sick and I want to do this. But the reality is we have to teach them this is what Earth is like. It's not back in, um, you know, 200 years ago, where women were just at home and that was their role. You stay at home with the children, you watch them. It is different now, and we can't keep putting that blame on women that we're not doing our roles as mothers, because we do have to take that time away. Because we, in teaching them the value of that and the truth of it, is that, okay, well, if we want things differently, uh, especially for the boys, that would mean them having to step up. It's like, do you want that extra time for mothers to be home? That would then mean daddy has to work more, or, even you as a son might have to get a job earlier or something like that's the reality. And that truth is powerful, because it's like, okay, well, I can see the value in that. I can see the value in mum going to work, because it does create an easier life, or it does help, to have more time and more quality to our relationship. Like, these are those things. And, if it isn't, then these are those conversations we need to have, as, well, why are we forcing mothers to work?
Right,
Because
right.
this is very different. This is sharing that moment and that movement. But the truth is if we really are going to be putting shame and guilt on mothers for not being there, not doing enough, not raising our kids to these standards of society, then we have to accept the truth that, well, that happened because we were all forced into work. We were all told, I know my grade 9 self, you have to get a job. Women don't stay at home anymore. And I was just like, why not? Like, what the value in having a mother at home? It would have changed my life. It really would have. It would have been a completely different scenario to have somebody there that was able to care for me when I was developing myself.
Yeah.
And this is that harsh truth is these kids are learning how to do that a lot of the time on their own or with influences that we can't control, like
True.
social media, like school and friends. And the truth of it is we have to accept that. We
Yeah.
chose this reality, and while we're continuing to say that mothers have to work, and it does come down to us because the cost of living and all of that can change in a decision. Like that is decided by people. People are deciding that we need to be this um economically valued. So
Yeah.
in that we have to remove some of that and go, okay, well, where is the true value? And that true value for me has always been in family. It's always been in coming back to the individual celebration of each other. Yes, let's grow. Yes, let's work together. And as mums, we can work from home. We can do jobs that still improve the economy. If anything, we can actually create a whole lot more when we're at home than we can when we're out in workplaces that don't serve.
Right. Yeah. And also, I think, Free, that's why these conversation summits need to happen, because these are the topics that people need to start talking about. And especially for new mothers, they need to hear all these different aspects. Nobody's talking about different aspects, different kinds. And honestly, the biggest gift I've received recently is that parenthood is actually temporary, right? You're a parent permanently, but parenting is temporary.
It's
Parenting will
phases.
end. Yeah, you'll be parent for a child for even when you're 8 years old. That'll be your child, right? But parenting will eventually die down. So how do you, like, this temporary phase of 10, 15 years, how do you maneuver yourself and your children and things around? If there are trainings done around it, if there are conversations happen, we can prepare the new mothers in a better way, with the experience and story sharing. That, like, it, like, you are at that phase where parenting part is probably ending, and being a parent will be a permanent situation as a thing. So we also think that this is an endless thing, and it's just going to keep going on, and we're going to be like crashed like this in my office for the rest of my life. It's not going to happen. So where are we going to let go? Where are we going to draw lines? Where are we going to be easy on ourselves, on themselves, and them, and uh, others?
Mm. It's a powerful initiation, parenting, and like you said, Flea, phases, and it is with you, but it's like such a beautiful opportunity to learn more about yourself in complex, hard situations, to learn about your nervous system. It is the most hardcorest lesson and schooling, parenthood school, in mastering yourself. And
Yeah, true.
not to diminish people that aren't parents. It's like not a judgmental thing, but I know sometimes people in society, like we started this whole conversation, the stigma around the word mum, the judgments that automatically happen. But it's the most powerful lessons in learning what unconditional love feels like, and learning how to harmonize the the balancing act and the harmonizing of the matter and the doing and the feeling and the rest and the all the things for yourself, so that you can be of service. It's the most utmost deep, and this is again my lens perspective of how to be of service while also serving yourself in a sacred way. And I use the word sacred because that's again a shift in my lens in this story that is my life, that I choose to shift and see and evolve and grow and feel into. That having these conversations opens up so many of these lenses of being, and not to judge others, and to allow the stories to be noticed, and again to surrender the story, because we are not our mothers, we are not our mothers' mothers, we are not the stories of the generations before. So it's this again, the harmonizing of the story and the voice and the expression, also with the surrendering and choosing to own your path and to own that light within as well.
And what comes to me again, if I may add to this thing, is that I'm asked many times, why are you talking about fathers? Why do you talk one sided? I don't even pay attention to this conversation because I always tell people, if I'm a horse, let me just talk about from the horse point of view. Don't tell me to talk from a cat point of view, dog point of view, because I'm a horse. Okay, and period. I'm a mother. I'm a mother of a kind, and being who's creative. I can only speak from that point of view. I can't speak as a scientist. I can't speak as a mathematician. I can't speak. So allowing somebody to just speak their way and then not getting bothered by what people come up and say, why don't you, like, if I'm a mother, I will talk about mother, which does not mean I'm disrespecting people who don't have children or who don't want to have children, who don't want to talk about motherhood. But I want to talk about motherhood, and we should stand up in our own truth in such a way that I'm a horse. If you want to listen to the horse language, please come and sit with me. If you don't want to listen to the horse language, please go to the cats and dogs and other people. And everybody's equal and everybody has their language to speak. So I'm again and again asked, and I keep telling people, I will keep talking about mothers, because I'm not saying that the mothers is the best and fathers' journeys are not good. I've never said that. I just want to speak to the mother's heart, because mother's heart is what is there. And also that, just this, peeling off and getting into a state of total degeneration and speaking from there about something which is as sacred as a source is also futile. So whenever I think I find those energies where everything is speaking from a very lower level vibration, degeneration, I just look at it and I'm like, there's no point talking here as well. There's no point speaking. I can sit quietly and observe or learn or not say anything. So, yes, we're talking about mums here, and we're going to keep talking about mums, and we're going to keep talking about the stories, because that's a very big chunk that needs to be spoken about.
And this is why we have 3 days of this and all of these beautiful people, which I'm sure if we had more time and more manpower would have been a hell of a lot bigger, really. It would have been shockingly bigger, because the more we reach out and we come together, the more that we have exactly what we need, which is the community to raise the children that we are here for. And our next beautiful guest, and where is our bio? Is the beautiful Carol Soto. She is a spiritual medicine woman. She brings a unique blend of corporate expertise and holistic wisdom. Her passion lies in facilitating healing journeys and creating a space for individuals to explore and expand their own well-being. And this is one of the first workshops that we get to experience. So let's everyone make Carol feel really welcome as we experience this beautiful transition.
Hello, welcome. Rising Conscious Children. How parenting with awareness shape the next generation. What if I told you that the way we parent today will ripple through generation, shaping not just our children, but the future of humanity? Parenting is not longer just about guiding our children. And this is not only about the life basic milestones. We are being called to rise consciousness, to be aware, to be spiritual, and to connect to our children so we can let this world in a better position. Today, I'm going to share with you how parenting with awareness and intention can help our children. My intention with this speak is about shifting the way we see parenting right here, right now. Giving you some tips, some tricks, my experience, some guidance, so we can guide the next generation. Our children are high sensitive, they're intuitive, and they absorb everything around them. By parenting with awareness, we can create an environment where we can thrive emotionally, mentally, spiritually, while we are having a human experience, while we are being our most authentic self. If you ever wonder how to connect with your child on a deeper level, how to help them navigate the complexity of today's world, and how to support them so they can live with a purpose, this session is for you. I am Carol Soto. I am a healer, I am a spiritual teacher, and also a global speaker. I work with empath and highly sensitive individuals. I help them align with their higher purpose and live happier, healthier, so they can follow their heart calling. I also guide parents and children, those who feel different, that feels a little bit disconnected from the conventional systems. As a mother of an indigo child, I have navigated this journey firsthand. I am passionate about empowering others so we can rise consciously, so we can be more emotionally intelligent, so we can be more aware of spirituality, about ourselves and being our authentic self. So what does it mean to rise a conscious child? Rising a conscious child means guiding them by self-aware, emotional intelligence, and spiritual connection. It is about helping them understand who they are at a soul level, but also we are supporting them through their emotional and physical development. Our children are often highly sensitive and they're in tune into the world, especially the one around them, which make them capable of extraordinary things. But they're also really susceptible to be overwhelmed, to anxiety. When we parent with awareness, we move beyond reacting to situations and we respond from a place of love, from a place of compassion, from a place of intention. When we shift to this, that we respond from a place of heart, from a place of compassion, from a place of intention, we are creating nurturing environment where our children can feel safe, where our children can feel that they can flourish. Here are key areas where awareness make a huge impact. Emotional intelligence. Raise your hand if you heard or one of your parents told you, I'm going to give you a reason to cry. Raise your hand if you heard, oh, you're being told, especially if you're a male, that male doesn't cry. Who have heard or have been in the situation when a parent said, I gave you life and I can take it? This is creating a lot of problems when it comes to emotions. We have children, adults, that they say, let me eat my feelings, because they don't know how to navigate the emotions. Emotions are energy in motion. We're supposed to honor our emotion. We're supposed to understand what the message of the emotion is, process it, and then let it go. In crying, it's one of the best tools for helping us clear, release when we are going through an emotion. If we hold the crying, then we trap that emotion. So consciousness parent focus in helping children understand and express their emotion in a healthy way, right? We teach them to recognize that emotions is part of a human. It is part of our being. But instead of shutting down their feeling, to be able to understand the message behind it. Why am I feeling frustrated? Why am I feeling hate, anger, any of the emotions? So let's help them express their emotions. Let's help them be able to navigate their emotions. 2, spiritual awareness. We live in a really fast-paced material world, super 3D world. And we didn't learn how to love ourselves. We didn't learn how to meditate. We didn't learn how to practice tools. If we did, we learned that later on in our life when we have a spiritual awakening. So now that we are awake, then we have a spiritual awareness. Let's cultivate that to our children. Let's nurture their gift. Whether it is their intuition, their empathy, their connection to nature, let's allow them to explore the world in a more deeper depth. And how can we do this? Simple. Let's practice our practices in front of them. Let's teach them to be in nature. Let's teach them how to ground, how to clear their energy, how to protect their energy. That when they feel overwhelmed, when they feel anxiety, that how the breath can connect them back to the here and now. Simple technique as saying to themselves, I am their name. For example, I am Carol Soto. I am in planet Earth. I am in the United States of America. I am in the state of North Carolina. I am home. Teaching them this practice that it will bring their energy back to the here and now. 3, self-discovery and authenticity. Let's guide our children to be authentic, to follow their true being. That it's okay to be unique, that it's okay to be different. Let's encourage them that their interests. If they want to do something that it's not part of the norm, let's allow them. If a boy want to play with dolls, let's allow that. If that girl wants to play with cars, let's allow that. Because we allowing them and giving them permission to express themselves. We are the one who bring the bias to this. This for them is just curiosity. This for them it is just learning, playing. Let's nurture them to respect themselves, to respect others. Let's build confidence. Let's build that it is okay to feel doubt. But we need to trust in ourselves, trust in the universe, so we can have less children with trust issues. So we can have less children that they don't feel confident, that they don't feel that they deserve. Let's teach them compassion. Compassion to themselves. I didn't learn what compassion was to myself. I was compassionate to others, but I was not compassionate with myself. My inner critic was really harsh. I didn't know what the word grace meant. I remember 5 years ago hearing for the first time, give yourself grace. Raising conscious children means helping them understand, empowering them through kindness, through love, through compassion. I started my own journey of conscious parenting when I realized that the traditional approach was not working for me. I remember one time telling my child, if I gave you life, I can take it away. And I traumatized my child. And I said it just because I heard it in the past. Not that I meant it. But then after it came out of my mouth, I did realize what I have caused. I caused a trauma. Going within, doing the work has shaped me into a better parent, where I bring compassion, where I bring unconditional love. That when my child triggers me, I step out and I ask, what's the message? What's the lesson? What's the growth from here? Because when we do our own work, it reflects in them. And I can see the impact now that I'm creating in my child, that I'm creating in my spouse. When I became more aware of my own emotional patterns, of my own traumas and my own issues, my bad habits. And I remember one time talking to someone about self-love. And my husband said, because of her, I learned self-love. Because of her, I learned about self-worth. Because as you do the work, you're creating ripple effects of everyone that is around you. Rising an indigo child, it is not easy. But I have learned a lot, especially patience. I have learned beyond what I thought it was unconditional love. And the importance of seeing our children by who truly they are. That they are multidimensional beings having a human experience. So here is a framework about conscious parenting. Understand your child. And it starts with what type of children he is. Is it an indigo child? Is it a crystal child? Is it a rainbow child? If you miss my earlier talk, indigo children are strong-willed. They're intuitive, and they're the rule breakers. They're here to challenge our status quo. They're here to challenge all our systems. Here's crystal children's. They're gentle, they're empathic. They bring love, they bring peace. Through their energy, they bring this love and they bring this peace. And last but not least, the rainbow children. They're joyful. They love to spread positivity and hope. They often have a really high vibrational spirit. But these children, right, they require a different approach. Practicing being present in the moment, in the here and now. Not in the past, not in the future, in the here and now. We have really high sensitive children. And when we help them ground, clear, protect them, then you can have a better understanding on what's going on with their self. Because they have the tendency of absorbing and taking others' energy, specifically your energy as a father, as a mother. So let's teach them to practice mindfulness. Quiet time in nature, breathing exercise that they can do in themselves. So when they feel overwhelmed, when they feel not in peace, they can do it so they can feel safe, so they can feel understood. Lead by example, parent. Our children learn by watching, and they're paying attention. They are watching. So try your best to be a role model. Do your own mindfulness practice. Build a habit for yourself and for them. Show them how to handle difficult times. Show them how to bring forgiveness. To practice self-care. That it's okay to do self-care as practice. Creating sacred space for learning and growth. Our children sometimes need space. Let's teach them to ask. I need space. I need silence. I need to be by myself. That is okay. Maybe let's teach them how to journal, that they can write down how they're feeling, what's going on with them. Or even let's help them creatively express themselves through coloring, through art, to dancing, but as a creative way, not as a competitional way. As we struggle with the 3D and the 5D realities, our children also struggle with it. Helping them balance so they can understand both worlds. The 3D, where there is so materialistic, that there is so much polarity between the good and bad, but also the 5D, that is all about love, unity, about dreaming. Now let's talk about tips and tricks. Foster open communication with your children. Create a space that they can express themselves. And I learned about teaching my son that if he is in trouble, to just say, Mom, I need your help. And when he says, Mom, I need your help, Mom just going to put a hat of let's find a solution to what you need, versus you feeling in the fear that you are going to be in trouble. Yes, actions has consequences. But if you, my son, come to me and ask for your help, Mom is going to help. We will deal with the consequences later. But it's creating a space that your child will come to you versus to the internet, versus to a friend, versus to somebody else. It's giving them a safe space that they know they can count on you, even if they're going to get in trouble later. Let's teach them that empathy, being an empath, is a superpower. And I believe in all my heart that it's a superpower. But yes, we need to set boundaries, especially energetic boundaries, so we don't take in all those people's energy. Encourage play. Encourage them to be outside. Encourage creativity. Give them opportunities to create, explore, and use their imaginations. Play with them. Bring your own inner child to the play. But be in the present moment. Not in the next task, not in the next thing that you need to do, not in the past, not in dinner. Be present with your child, playing and bringing creativity together. Teaching them about the power of affirmation by placing in mirrors positive affirmation. I am safe. I am loved. I am surrounded by love. I am capable. So this can help them cultivate to be self-confident, to be resilient. So as a summary of the tips and tricks, foster open communication. Use empathy as superpower. Yes. Elaborate on the grounding and the clearing and the protecting. Encourage play. Play with them. And use affirmations like, I am capable. I am loved. I am surrounded by love. Put them in the mirrors. Put it in the car. Put them in their lunch bag. If this resonates with you and you feel ready to dive deeper into consciousness parenting, I'm here to support you. You don't have to walk this alone. There is a community of like soul here in this beautiful summit. So if I can support you, please reach out. I am so grateful you are here with me today. I hope this talk brings you some tips, tricks, and information that you can use today for yourself, for your children. I am super grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And it definitely helps if you put your camera and your microphone on before you start to announce the next speaker. Thank you so much, Carol. What a beautiful insight, the indigo children and how we teach and build conscious homes for the next generation so that we can all live and breathe in a much happier and connected lifestyle. But our next guest is the beautiful Michelle Pockney. She is a remedial massage therapist and a clinical aromatherapist with an expertise in holistic integrative treatments that address both the body and the mind. She combines therapies like aromatherapy, craniosacral therapy, and bioelectric massage to help her clients achieve lasting physical and mental wellness. And this beautiful interview with Shika Khanna and myself and Michelle really just dives into how we can celebrate and give ourselves a little bit of self-love. So let's say a big hello and welcome to Michelle, and please enjoy the next presentation. Thank you for that beautiful introduction and bio, and welcome, Michelle, to this beautiful summit for lovely mums. And in the hustle and bustle of motherhood, it is really too easy to forget all about taking care of ourselves and making ourselves a priority. So I'm really looking forward to hearing how your journey through motherhood led you down this adventure and into this pathway of nurturing yourself in motherhood.
Yes, thank you, Felicia. The journey of motherhood, it's been 18 years actually. I have a daughter and also a son that is 16. And I am now on my path to, I would call it a little bit of an independence, where I start to look into myself, like what is it that I want for the next few years as the kids get older. So when the kids were young, I always dedicated my time to them. I had part-time work. And I really never had many body issues in terms of pain that I couldn't carry them or things like that. But as I got older, I started getting this pain in my leg, and I just started not wanting to go to the camping trips or maybe hiking because, it's too much or it's too cold or it hurts. And so I started exploring after doing all my medical appointments that there's nothing wrong with your knee. I started exploring what is going on. And during COVID, it was a good opportunity for me to start studying, and I got into remedial massage. So that was really interesting. I found that everyone that was studying had something wrong with their body, and I guess that's why we all get curious and want to find out more and more. And now that I'm working, I also did clinical aromatherapy as an interest of me. I love the vibration of the oils and how they help you to calm down the body and help you with aches and pains as well. And it's just been a beautiful combination with all the studies that I've been doing and how I can help not only myself, but other people. And when I get clients that, the young people that are having problems like putting baby to sleep, you get back pain, or you've been carrying baby for too long and then you get a back pain. And so it's really beautiful for me to be able to help people. And I just always wonder, what I would have done if when I was with my little ones, I couldn't carry them or play with them or run with them. So I think it's very important, as I've coming out at the other end with my teen kids. I realized that, we all need to look after ourselves as moms, that we give and give and give, but we need to allow that time to give to our own bodies that attention, because we're there for everyone else. And if we want to, it's a long journey. If we want to be there for them, we have to really put in the effort to look after our own bodies and not neglect it. Yeah.
It is so important. And I recognize a lot of those traits in myself where I'm starting to go, hang on a sec, what is this problem? nothing is wrong with me. You go to the doctors, everything is fine, but still these pains are present. What do you say for like those mums that I guess keep putting themselves on the back burner? Like, was there a particular moment in your journey where you just sort of recognize that this was more than just me, more than just my journey?
Yes, I guess when I saw that I couldn't, I was starting not to want to be part of the family unit because I had aches. So that's where I just think it's important to not leave it for too late, in that, okay, you start not having those those beautiful dreams of going away and traveling and being out there for your family. I guess that's where it was a big turnaround point for me. Like, I have to do something about this. I need to look after myself. When I started exercising, like, I thought I was very active. And when you think about it, I'm very active driving a car around. So it's always taking kids to events or picking them up. But I wasn't being physically active. So when I started exercising, my whole body was shaking because I was not strong. And it takes time to get back into routine. And it's harder than, just doing it on a regular basis, on a slow, like whenever you can, do it as part of your routine to go to bed, or when you wake up in bed. There's so many things that you can do, from stretching and just paying attention to those aches and pains, because your body is trying to tell you something, and we need to pay attention. Yeah.
I've had a lot of mums that have kind of said, like, and I've done it myself as well, where, okay, I need to get fit. I can feel it in my body. Everything is hurting. But then the hurting ends up becoming the excuse to not do the exercise to begin with. Like, what are some things that we can do to, I guess, shift that mindset and to, I guess, help ourselves on that journey? Because ultimately we
Yes.
know that the fitness is good for us, but at the same time, the excuse is, oh, I'm hurting and no, I can't do this. And I've heard this pattern with a lot of friends as well. It's like, oh, yeah, we'll do this together and we'll be each other's support. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, no, I've hurt myself. I'm sick, or my kid's sick or something. And then it all just collapses and it all just stops. What do we do there?
Yes, yes. When I work in a medical center where, people come with a lot of chronic pain, and they're in many programs like the HIP program or the SHIN program. So they're actually actively involved on wanting to get better. And when they come to see me, I release tension. So ease off the pain. So when I see people that are ready to exercise, I say, well, now is the time to do it, because you've come to me. I've released those muscles. You feel good. You've got more range of motion. And now is the time to own that space that we've created in your body, so that the body can see what you can do, instead of fighting against those tight muscles. So straight after your massage, start your exercise practice, and you will get some good results like that. Yeah.
So can you tell me a bit more about, like, I guess that side of it, the remedial side of it? Because there's a lot of stigmas around, oh, it's just nonsense and you can believe anything you want to believe, but there is a lot more to, like, those different pressure points and that physical touch that releases, I guess. I know for myself, I talk in modes of energy and trapped emotions and stuff like that. Like, in what way does massage and what you do help in
like to release those sort of trapped, unknown pains where we just, oh, I've had it forever and I don't even know where it comes from anymore.
Yeah, I'm going a little bit through it myself, actually. I'm doing some fascia decompression. So how it works, like with my hands, after I touch people, I massage, I can see where the restrictions are. So there's layers and layers. The superficial ones, muscles might feel good, might feel better. There's some joint restrictions that have been there for a long time. People slowly start to feel better. And then we get into the really deep layers. So that's where there's been so much compression that the fascia is compacted. There's no oxygen or blood coming to the area. And that's where your body says, hello, I'm in pain. So we need to put more energy into those areas. That being with your diaphragmatic breathing, so breathing through your belly so that the body inside warms up. I also use bioelectric therapy, so is putting high and low frequency energy directly into the cells. So as I massage, I bring that circulation to the area, the oxygen, similar to the massage, just normal massage. But with the energy, we're putting that energy into the cells. So these are ways of creating that space and allowing the fluidity within the body so that you can feel like there's more room, more space, more flow, and then you can start feeling what it used to be like.
I love that. And it really is a necessity. Like a lot of people are like, oh, it's just a luxury. It's just something that, you know, we get done for like pampering or spoiling. But would you say it's a necessity to actually have this physical touch and these release moments?
Absolutely. I think that I myself used to say, oh, I miss the times when I would go for a relaxation massage. It's not the same thing. I mean, you go to relax and it's not addressing specific areas. With remedial, we start from your posture, we start from the feet, releasing fascia from the feet. That's holding your whole body. So many people don't get attention to their feet, and it's so important. So yeah, it's something that you can work into your time. Like you can probably start like once a week when you got something chronic that you want to address, and as you start feeling better, you will know that your body would want to be working in different areas. So then you can just space it to every 2 weeks until it becomes maintenance, like once a month. Okay, now it feels good, is less restricted, I'm exercising more, I'm running, I'm walking. And yeah, so it's a matter of being able to incorporate that into your life. The same that the kids have school holidays, our bodies also need to have their own little holiday and check with what's going on. To be the best that you want to be for your family, you have to give attention to your body. Yeah.
It's very much like a car service, isn't it? We spend money to go and get the oil changed, but we don't really ever regulate ourselves. And this is really impactful for our children, isn't it? To be able to regulate your emotions and to be able to have yourself in that nice state of prioritized self-care and relaxation to then be able to give back to your family. In what ways does
Absolutely
this help?
There's I also do a treatment called craniosacral therapy, which works directly with your central nervous system. So that really just brings you down to a reset point. Like so many people come and they fall asleep And I sometimes wonder if people don't allow themselves time to stop. So when they come to the table, they just fall asleep. But yeah, it's a beautiful therapy that works from your cranium to your sacrum, and it's very gentle. It helps with any mental fog, with stress, with calming the nervous system. So there are many ways that we can help moms to take in a short period of time, like book for 1 hour, get your baby to go with dad somewhere else, give yourself that time, because then you will be so much calmer to do all those other activities that you go throughout your day and month.
I love that. I so need one right now. I'm like, yes, massage, please. And for me, please. All of those mums that need massages. Where can we find you, Michelle? I know that you're here in Brisbane with us, which is lovely. Marie and I are located in Australia as well. For people that are in this area and would love to experience your services, where are they before we get some beautiful Shika to come back on and answer or ask any questions that might be needing answers to?
Yeah, I'm located in Fig Tree Pocket, but I also work at different locations. I'm about to start work from Wilston, and also in a medical center in Everton Park, and I work with osteopaths in Turinga. So I like to stay busy and have a variety of clients. And my website is iahp.com/Michelle Pockney. So that's from my International Association of Health Professionals. It's the group that I joined when I studied my craniosacral therapy.
I love that. And we will have all of your details in the VIP space for those people that are coming in to watch and view that. Are there any things that we can do at home, I guess, to relieve some of that stress? I like, as much as a massage every week or every couple of days would be absolutely lovely. I know sometimes we do have a budget. Is there anything that we can be doing for ourselves that is going to help relieve some of that tension? And maybe the beautiful Shika will join us and see if there's any questions that she has that might need answering for those people at home as well.
Yeah, the first thing, like I said, the diaphragmatic breathing, which warms up the inside of your body, is very important. And a lot of people don't know how to breathe from their belly. They just breathe from the upper chest, which is not, it's good, but it's not giving that oxygen to your whole body. So a good thing to get started with is getting a roll-up towel and laying on it on your belly. Like on your belly button, and see what that feels like when you take a deep breath, like blowing a balloon on your belly and then breathing out, pushing your belly button to your back. See what that feels like. Connect with that breathing. And then when you get up, you will find that your body will start doing that more naturally when you're facing stressful situations, when you're exercising, when you want to get rid of pain. That breathing will help you out so much.
Oh, of course. The power of the breath is always something that I've heard so many people come back to over the last couple of years. A little bit more, I guess, what I was after is like coming back to that nurturing of the self. And you, like you said, that your journey started because of a knee injury, was it, or pain in the knee?
It was just pain. There was never an injury, and the doctors didn't find anything. So it's at this stage is everything to do with posture and getting your body back into the right alignment to get your the pelvis into alignment, walk properly, stand up properly, be aware of what you're doing with the body, so that pains that surface that have no reason to be that you find the actual reason for it. Yeah. So for me, it was the knee. I haven't had issues for a long time, but there's pain moving around as I work through my body. Yeah.
Okay, so just the posture can cause a lot of issues with our body as well, is it? And I guess even from I know I've been carrying babies since I was quite young. I was always the young mum carrying my sisters and my siblings. And I noticed that one of my legs ended up shorter than the other. And from that, it actually took a sporting event for that to be noticed. Like throughout my life, I've had scoliosis, all different sorts of back issues, and it wasn't picked up. And it wasn't until I went to do a roller skating event that they said, "Oh, something's off with your legs. Your knees don't match up." So when you went to do a particular movement, it was actually like pushing the other leg out of the way, and it was doing something incorrect because of the length difference. And that they said was just from carrying babies on my hips and that tilt that we tend to do as mothers. How how do we stop these things? Like it's something I still notice myself do now as much as possible. I'm like, okay, I stop and I stand and I rest all of my weight on my left hand side. And all the time I keep telling myself, like, okay, stand up straight, fix this, do this. And it, I still forget. What can we do for these things to, I guess, really get down to the problem?
They are gradual changes. So first of all, you become aware that you're doing it, so you want to change, and what to change it to would be the main thing. Like a proper standing up would be knees under your hips, no the not hyperextending, just slightly bent. Your feet, if you notice that one foot is facing out like a duck, realign it to face forward. And yeah, just coming back to that anatomical posture. And then if you can hold the position, then you know that you need to do some work with strength, getting strength in your muscles, so that when you get up, your hips will hold you. So when I started exercising with Pilates, I noticed straight away glutes, thighs, and holding your core properly. That holds the whole weight of your body. So you don't have to be standing on one leg or the other, or leaning on a desk because you feel tired. So if you feel that you can't hold a proper posture, that would be my first step, to do a Pilates to strengthen your core area.
Amazing advice. And I guess this is a mum summit, and it wouldn't be complete if we didn't ask, I guess, the real mum type questions. And how is it really being in business and working for yourself and still having that family dynamic and I guess all of those expectations on you? Have you found that to be challenging, or is that something that has really helped to drive you in this area of expertise?
I guess it's challenging. My kids are older now, so they probably don't need me as much as I probably want to be around them. And at the same time, I say, oh, now I'm a busy mom, I do my own thing. But when they're not around, you kind of miss them. So I guess for me, it's nice to do this as a gradual thing, where more and more I spend more time doing my work outside home, and then just really enjoy giving and seeing results. And then for my kids to see that, you can have some meaningful work that will help other people, help yourself, and help other people feel good.
And that really is that talk title that we started off with, that nurturing yourself and just making sure you're coming back and you're taking care of you, because if you don't take care of you, then we can't really support that family network, can we?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So any future inspirational legacy leaving advice that you would like to leave for, I guess, either the current mums, the future mums, or the ones that are just needing something right now that you think would be advice you would have liked to have given yourself?
Ooh, advice, like especially for moms that have done C-section. Like I'm currently working on the restrictions that my cesarean scar had on me. I didn't realize it's been 18 years. So now I'm like, hang on. If I start thinking back when I was feeling great and why I don't feel great now, it's not just that you're getting old, it's that there's things going on in your body. So just look after those scars, make sure that they don't cause any restrictions in your body. And if you do, make sure that you get that massage to have it released. Yeah, don't take like that idea that I'm just getting old, because that's nonsense.
It is. I hate that word. I'm not old. I'm just wise and experienced. It is. And
That's it.
That's the first bit of touch that we as mothers often forget. Like, we massage our babies, we put the lotion and the creams into our babies, but we so often forget that that's the first point of contact and massage for ourselves. And I know I will do my face. It's like, yes, I can't let the face get old, but so often it's like, oh, what about the rest of me? the poor hands and the legs, everything is so dry. And like everything that you've said now in this beautiful profession that you're in, where massage gets to be more healing and more transformative, really does start very simply with caring for yourself. And it's been such a pleasure talking to you, Michelle. Is there anything that you would love
Thank
to
you.
listeners at home before we say farewell?
Love your feet. If you want to start massaging a body part, just go for your feet. They hold your whole body and they will thank you for it.
Oh, that is so beautiful. They really do. They poor things get so neglected. Thank you so much, Michelle. And I can't wait to
Thank you, Felicia.
have you as part of one of our panel discussions later on. Bye, Michelle.
Thank you.
Yeah. Flea and Marie, I mean, Marie is not here, but I always say Flea and Marie together. But Flea and Michelle, absolutely. I get even Felicia's question was so amazing and so relevant. And Michelle, like every point you were saying about posture, I was correcting my posture. Then we talked about massage. I was like, just your voice was just already healing so many things that were happening. My only question, and like, because I'm working with mothers energetically for last 3 years now, I'm a mother myself. And 25 years of working as a photographer with mothers. The only question that I have is that, children see mothers having salads and saying, weight is too much, we need to lose, let's be healthy. Children hear mothers saying, become better, healthier, stronger. They also sometimes see their mothers exercising for the sake of the children getting inspired so that they can exercise. But the children never hear their mothers saying, this is very important. Relaxing, massage, touch, releasing the thing is very important. So can you give me some time? Because children always hear that. So if you have to give one advice to, because your voice is also very calming already, but in that voice, if you can give one advice to mothers, so how do they incorporate it to their children in their language, that is not just, oh, I'm just going to a massage thing because I want to get away from you. Rather than from that, I'm going for a massage because parts of me hurt. There's a lot of stored energy. They're all like, joints are hurting. so that when they grow up, they consider this as an important part of their lives. Just that was a question that Flea didn't cover, but Flea was beautiful. She covered every single thing, and I was just taking advantage of whatever you guys were saying, and incorporating as a mother. Do you think that's relevant, that even that in our conversation must be incorporated as an important thing? So just what's your point?
Yes, thanks for the question. I guess young kids always mimic what you do. So you tell them something and they don't do it, but they see you doing it and then they pay attention. So I would start by doing those self-massage treatments while you're playing with your child, or or even when you give them attention with massage, then say, oh, now it's mom's turn. So always reciprocate. So it's not just them receiving, and know that mom also needs a bit of attention, maybe from the child or maybe on her own, so that when you do have to go out and do your own treatment outside the house, then they know that is progression from what they've already been seeing. Oh yeah, mom's been taking care of that knee or that foot, and now she's gonna get her monthly massage because she needs a little bit more of attention. So yeah, I think just always by example is good with children.
Yeah, I just thought that point must cover up, because all our moms should start talking about it, just the way we talk about weight loss. I think that's one thing our children hear when we're growing up a lot. We have put on too much weight, we need to lose it, have the salad, all that is heard. But what you both spoke right now was so integral for her recovery and everyday performance, that it's very, very important that that language must become part. I'll definitely do it from today onwards. I'll make sure that that's part of my kids are very young. They should know tomorrow their wives or they themselves need to go for massages if things are getting stored. And it's not a option, but a necessity when it comes to it. So thank you, Michelle. You just both you and Flea are beautiful this conversation.
It's also, Shika, a reminder too that our bodies are our temples, and when we are in gratitude, and that's what massage teaches our children, is that physical touch, that, like Michelle said, like, treat your feet beautifully, because they are the things that hold us up. Like, teaching your kids, your feet are your temple. Like, when have you said thank you to your feet? I know this is something that I practice it as a shower ritual. It's like reminding myself that thank you for holding me up today. Thank you so much for the strength that my legs have given me, and that my body, progresses, the digestion of food, and like those processes of remembering that every part of our body is a vessel that needs to be worshipped in that gratitude. So it was a very important question there, Shika. Thank you. And Michelle for answering.
Yeah. Thank you, Michelle. Thanks, Flea, for
thank you
as a host as well.
Okay, we'll see you all next.
Yes.
All right.
To the mothers who rise with the sun each day, with hearts full of love, come what may. Through sleepless nights and moments so long, you carry the world steady and strong. To the hands that soothe, to the voices that care, to the endless patience only mothers can bear. In the quiet of chaos, you stand so tall, a guiding light, the heart of it all. Through every challenge, you lead with grace, finding joy in every embrace. With wisdom deep and love so wide, you nurture, protect, and stand by our side. This summit's for you, to honour your way, to celebrate your strength every single day. For in your courage, we all find our part, a mother's love, the world's beating heart. So thank you for all that you give and you do, for the beauty of life that flows through you. In every story, in every tear, know that your presence is always cherished here.
Welcome back, everybody. Hasn't today just been an absolutely fabulous session? I can't believe the wisdom and power and just connection that I actually feel from all that we have celebrated and shared throughout today's sessions. And our next speaker, I have the lovely privilege of introducing, is my beautiful business partner, Marie Ferguson. And Marie, words cannot express or put into a bio the simplicity and the extravagance that is Marie. As a leader in feminine embodiment, youth empowerment, and creative expression, with that 16 years of experience in education and that master's degree, she has overcome so many personal challenges like burnout and miscarriages, and she now guides others to reconnect with their feminine essence through these ancient wisdoms and teachings. The modern coaching techniques that Marie embodies and also guides others through in her products and her work in the Monarchy Project, as well as with me in Awæcnian Academy, integrates psychology, leadership, and mindfulness. An international author, I can read. Marie's contributions to Mum Magic, Mums for Change, has resonated globally, empowering individuals to become the best versions of themselves. And it is such a pleasure to be able to listen and to hear the insight for beautiful Marie today. And I do need to put out a trigger warning for anyone that the content that Marie is discussing today is in regards to loss, and there could be a trigger warning with sensitive content. So if there are young listeners, please just be wary, or if you are in a delicate position, just remember that we are here to guide and to support, and we don't want to trigger anyone. So please take it at your discretion. And thank you so much, Marie. I love you so much and can't wait to hear what you've got to share.
So beautiful. Thank you, Flea and Shika and all of the amazing women here. It has been such a powerful day already, with themes interweaving with looking at loss of identity, loss of self, coming back to reclaiming the power within you, the radiance, and finding you again. Talking about mental health and well-being and nurturing ourselves, self-care. With our beautiful last few speakers, we're talking about massage and listening to the body. You know, Charlene earlier was talking about that wisdom coming online and listening to the voices within your heart, within your body. And so this beautiful session, Hope After Loss, reclaiming your radiance and your power. This piece around honoring this initiation of motherhood, honoring this phase of beingness and stepping into the queen essence. Earlier today, I had my beautiful crystal crown on, And we've spoken about sovereignty in past summits, transformation, that inner light within. And this piece around motherhood has been a really powerful identity, powerful essence, powerful force that really anchors in, for me in my journey, a deep wisdom and this wealth of knowledge that gets to be brought out in these women. And so thank you, Shika, for bringing this passion forward for Flea and I to help bring this platform to the people, to the women, to everybody that's listening and those that choose to listen. Flea mentioned my first beautiful business, Menarche Project. And Menarche, if you break down the phonetics and you break down the meaning, Menarche means, or Menarche for some people, means your first rite of passage into womanhood. So our menstrual cycles, our flow, and honoring the blood wisdom that we as women get to experience in womanhood. Men don't have the honor and the privilege of having a sacred bleed, having the cycles in this particular move through us, like literally move through us. Men work on a different cycle. They are linked to the sun, and we as women are linked to the earth and the moon in a cyclical nature. And so linking back to what initiated me into creating Menarche Project and inspiring mums and girls and teenagers and the work that we do now to embrace womanhood, to embrace our emotions and our feelings, has been a journey, particularly over the last 4 years. And I have shared this story before in different facets, but I feel this lens I'm bringing today is like a closing of my final initiation into this wisdom that I'm going to share with you today. And so, as Flea said, there may be some trigger warnings. So, can I be vulnerable? Can I share authentically and honestly and perhaps harshly? We spoke about earlier with some of our beautiful speakers this brutal honesty, this brutal truth. And there is a brutality in the softening process of motherhood. Can I allow that part of myself to be felt? And in this invitation, it is to show a sense of empowerment and a sense of bringing another lens to what it is to be woman, what it is to be mother, what it is to die, what it is to be rebirthed, and what it is to be divine and human, all in this experience. And so with that pre-frame, this vision of stepping into not only encouraging our young girls, our teenagers, those that know me know that I've had a background in education for the last 17 years, primarily working with girls and teenagers in the arts, dance, drama, and young men as well. But this expression, this vitality, this creative essence, and in my journey of motherhood and in my journey of understanding my body through miscarriage, through loss, through identity crisis, allowed me to come back into understanding the depth of my creative sexual life force energy. And as we said earlier, the womb space is a sacred space. It's a sacred portal. And we spoke about this in one of our earlier sessions, that the womb is so, so beautiful that it brings soul into being, into the physical, into the parts where the carbons and the chemicals and the molecules and the cells get to form into the physical 3D. But there's a spirit that comes online. There is a beauty and a love that is unforeseeable and unknowable until you experience it. And so honoring the womb space, honoring our yonis and our vagina and this creative sexual life force energy, which is God's source energy, was a journey for me into diving deep into the shadow, into diving deep into the underworld, into diving deep into the ocean of my own heart and feelings. And so as I tell story, putting it out there that I do diverge, so just go with the flow, and I will hopefully bring you back like the waves of the ocean and bring you forward, bring you back. And so with that honoring of the emotions, and which we've been talking about with mental health and well-being, looking at regulating ourselves, our nervous system, our children, and honoring those emotions as emotion, energy and motion, which is communicated through our body. In my journey, I totally suppressed a lot, particularly being a teacher, particularly being in the martyr role, doing everything for all the students, doing everything for other teachers, doing everything for everybody else, and not for me or not for my husband. And I still notice times where it's not for my family or my child. And reharmonizing, we've been talking about harmony and balance, the parts of ourselves that remember to come back into pause, rest, contemplation, reflection, so that we can come back into some sort of balance and harmony within self. And so when I was teaching, I had my daughter, I was doing my master's, I was creating beautiful musical theater performances and really in my creativity, but I was definitely out of whack and out of balance. And so through this process of understanding my stresses and stretching my bandwidth and this resilience of overgiving, I lost my light within. I lost the radiance. I was sick, even though I was the most fittest and healthiest version of myself. I was dancing, I was competing at world supremacy battlegrounds while teaching, while doing 2 middle leadership roles, while being the overachiever and people pleaser, and having a daughter and a family and all the things. And this piece of imbalance was really, really out of whack. And even though I was really physically healthy, my emotional and mental well-being was definitely not in balance. And also my sexual energy and the ecosystem within myself, my hormones and the tiredness really brought my energy levels down. And so in trying to have another child, as society says, as your mother says, and I come from a Filipino heritage, and this piece around, just reading the comments in there, this piece around not honoring boundaries because I said yes to everything and put myself in this position of being the martyr that really put me down a rabbit hole of going into anxiety, depression, and occupational burnout, as Flea mentioned earlier. And when I was trying to have another baby, I had 3 miscarriages back to back in a 9-month period. And I've shared before the trauma that I experienced in the first miscarriage because motherhood doesn't prepare you for loss. I know my mother and other women around me didn't really talk about these taboo subjects. It's still a taboo subject. 1 in 4 women experience miscarriage. And there's still so many people that go, oh, you'll be right. She'll be right, mate, as we say here in Australia. You're strong and you're tough. And yes, we women are. but we keep pushing it under the rug and saying that we're going to be okay, when really the inner battles, the stories that we tell ourselves can really impact our mental health and well-being. And so there was a lot of inner battles, and I found even my hormone levels and my health really went downhill. And so it's interesting that after that first miscarriage, I lost a lot of blood. And during that process, no one had told me that at 8 weeks, 9 weeks pregnant, I was actually going to feel contractions like I was going to go in labor. No one told me that. And it was only when I was going through that the doctor said this is normal. So my whole body, my whole nervous system was so not prepared. And my nervous system just kind of went into shock. And I found that through that first traumatic experience, I was filling up a pad every hour. I thought that was normal. Apparently it's not, because I was hemorrhaging. And again, no one talks about this, either due to shame or it's okay, you got to do it by yourself. And there is a part of that. Or just like not knowing who to talk to. And this aloneness that I felt during this experience, this pain level, kind of just moved through me in a way that my nervous system couldn't handle, that I actually went quite numb. And that numbness through my body exuded through my emotional capacity, my identity. I felt numb to life. I felt numb to people. I started feeling a lot of rage, a lot of jealousy, a lot of envy. And these feelings are normal feelings, but I'd pushed it down for so long because I'm a positive person. I'm someone that is just like celebrating others and doing things for others, and I am. But there is also that other side of me, the dragon mama that I was telling you about earlier, if you were tuning in, and I encourage you to go back and listen, that had been pushed down and pushed down, pushed down, because as a little girl, I was told to be quiet, to shut up. Girls shouldn't say that thing. Don't speak up. Don't do that. And interestingly, throughout this process, I lost myself. I went through an identity death. My womb space and my cycles after that, my relationship with my body really shifted, and I was, looking at my body, looking at my cycle, looking at my bleed, and just really thinking I was broken, thinking that there was something wrong with me, and allowing those stories to filter through my system. And it was only until I was seeking connection, I was seeking something where I met or reformulated relationships with beautiful women I knew through a different world, through the dance world, who were now mentors in breath work, in movement, in women's work, who didn't have children, that I was yearning to find myself as a woman again, because I lost myself on that journey because of all the stories of what mums should look like, the expectations of what I was carrying on my shoulders. And fast forward, I did a lot of inner work. I worked with women. I went into circles. I surrounded myself with like-minded people. I did a lot of work in understanding the feminine energy and the masculine energy, which I've spoken about many times, that I share in my beautiful course, and learning to reharmonize my feminine, masculine, my yin and yang, my white and my black dragon within me. And that dance of reharmonizing was something only I could do. And so the paradox of the aloneness and the feeling that I had my back and the universe has my back, and the universe, if you look at it, the dark cosmic womb space of creation, that God is both feminine and masculine. God is the creator. God is birthing, and continually, like the orgasm and the orgasmic explosion of life is continually birthing in that sexual creative life force energy. And that's power. And I've forgotten over time what that orgasmic, ecstatic life force energy was like, because I didn't have that safety within my body. So through breath work, through movement, through dancing, through talking, through surrounding myself with women who understood me, not to fix me, but just to be there, to witness, to feel me, hold me, listen, and just bear witness to my soul's growth in all of its messiness was powerful. And the feminine wisdom within me came online. The mother archetype within me recalibrated and learnt how to master the energies within me. Learnt how to work with the warrioress within me, the goddess within me, the little girl listening to that she's the only one that is ever needing to be pleased. If you can get that little girl within you to be in awe of the things that you do now, that's all that matters. And our children are little sparks of remembrance of the inner child within us, the reflections to be the catalyst, as Charlene was talking about, of change. And this initiation, I spoke about monarchy, this initiation into motherhood is called matrescence. And there's no time frame on it, because every child, as we've spoken about, is different. How you mother one child is just different to another child because of their energetics. And every time we are shifting and changing, evolving and growing, we're never the same. And so matrescence has a process of honoring the life, death, life cycles. In the wild, wise woman within, in the crone wisdom within, the elder within, in the maiden that is still within there, that has that vitality and the new ideas, and the mother within us. And these archetypes and these characters I link to understanding our flow and our cycles. And in this final initiation, I recently, in the last 3 weeks, experienced another miscarriage, number 4, years later. And I found out on my birthday. And there was this brutal truth that was shown to me in the scans. And again, beautiful Charlene talked about scanxiety, the scans and the anxiety. And I was still hoping, and I was still dreaming, and I was still allowing myself to imagine a life with this future baby. And again, I was about 9 weeks pregnant. I was popping, I was showing, my body had memory. And yet the inner battles, the demons within, the past stories were always going through my head. And there was some really brutal truths and fears that was required to be met. And beautiful Felicia, I remember, she was actually the first person I called, then my husband. And she held space for me, but she was also very honest and real and raw, which then brought me back into reality. Still allowing me to cry and grieve. And the grieving process can look so many different ways. But it was over the next few days of sitting with that wisdom, that truth, that it's not the right time, that the anger and the rage that was bubbling through to be felt again was wanting to be felt and not resisted. And so through my tears, through my anger, through my voice, just expressing it to people that I trusted. And grief, again, I feel is another initiation into a deepening of soul wisdom. Grief is another gateway to the soul's evolution. For woman, allowing the grief to move through us like the waves in the ocean, I'll continue to use that symbolism, was a powerful tool in the water medicine, in the blood medicine, because blood is primarily made up of water and iron and all the other beautiful, rich nutrients. But there is a flow in our body that is very physical. And there was a lot of deep wisdom through all of the work I'd done in the last few years of understanding the feminine and the divine wisdom and the womb priestess wisdom that was really activated in my lineage, in the matriarchal untwining and cleansing and purifying of those generational curses that, Flea and I talk about in our podcast here in this summit. And it was a purification in our bodies as women through our womb space. We actually have the power to cleanse and shed the things that do not serve us very regularly if we tune in and listen and allow our body to shift through that. And it's not just for this existence now, it's also for generational trauma and those parts of us that are not required. And so this final initiation, and I say final because I tapped into the wisdom that was coming through in this brutal truth and honesty that I'm going to experience another miscarriage. And this time I needed to face my fear. This is the most fearful part of my life and my experience so far. My third miscarriage, I chose to have a DNC, and that was perfect for the time. So a dilate and curette, which is where they go in. And again, people don't talk about this unless you ask or they've experienced it. And it's a medical procedure where they'll go in and they'll scrape the womb cavity and clear out anything so blood clotting doesn't occur, but there are risks involved and they have to go through that. But for me, it was trusting the doctors and the surgeons, trusting my body to, again, have assistance and help to purify that space and cleanse it. But this time, the fear and meeting myself and not abandoning myself in the most scariest part of my existence so far was a deep rebirth experience through honoring the life, death, life cycles through my womb space and my yoni as the sacred portal. And I was birthing death. And I know that, again, that's a paradoxical oxymoron feeling because we shed the things that do not serve us. And to honor that brutal truth and actually the power to face it within myself was meeting another layer, allowing an old paradigm, an energetic frequency that was carried in my womb from generations and generations in the blood wisdom, because our blood, if we think about our DNA, carries all of the wisdom of the universe. And for me, during that brutal, honest time of allowing myself to cry, to feel the anger, to speak it out, to sit in silence, to bear witness to myself at another layer, was a death of ego, a death of identity, and a death of having to be all the things that I thought I had to be in that time frame. And this wisdom, I sought some beautiful feedback from another sister in Africa, beautiful Angelina, another womb priestess, gorgeous friend. And we'd worked with one of our mentors, Nadar, and went to Bali to really activate this quantum priestess wisdom. And over this time frame of gaining wisdom, practicing, embodying, being, shedding, all the things, growing, learning, all in motherhood, all in my essence of me reclaiming the power within, the light within, there was another piece of the puzzle that really dropped through within this 24 to 48 hour period. And so when we think about our nervous system, I'd worked so much on breath work, on my nervous system, on shifting my relationship with myself, with my body, with my partner, in intimacy, with my mother, healing all the wounds, doing all the things and anchoring in this frequency. Yet there was something my nervous system had not experienced before. It was this level of pain and shedding what felt like paradigms and lifetimes of trauma. The gift of this essence or energy of this future child or being that was gifted to me to realize this. And the wisdom that comes through for me is through, I feel it. It's the claircognizance. And I do have the voices of whether it's my higher self or my guides. But for me, this time it was the grandmothers and the crone wisdom coming in. And I felt that energy and this reclamation of purifying a whole lineage, breaking free the bonds of fear, of scarcity, of pain, of lack, of not enough, of all the things that made me angry, and not just me, but for woman to be released through this death process. And as I was talking to beautiful Angelina about what I was preparing, and also Felicia was also holding space and anchoring in this truth to be embodied and felt, there was this piece around the nervous system and the dream of having a future birth that is ecstatic, a future birth that is in joy, birthing life in orgasmic bliss, which I know women can do and have done in the past. Knowing that if we harness our nervous system through the pleasure senses, that we can ride the waves of pain. And it was through understanding, even through tapping into wisdom through another beautiful friend and mentor, Berenice Tan, through the breath work, that when we think about the pain and the pleasure cycle, Sigmund Freud talked about it being felt in the nervous system and the brain as the same thing, but the narrative and the story around it is what we then associate meaning to, which again is a theme we've spoken about earlier today. And so my story around pain, my story around suffering, my story around miscarriage being painful experience based on my past experience as a mother who had never experienced that before, the initiation on this journey to realize, actually, I know and I feel more differently with the relationship in my body now. And that wisdom just shifted my whole being, preparing me in a new way to anchor in my nervous system and coming back into, well, if birth can be ecstatic, can be processed through the breath. And when we think about birthing, like my beautiful daughter Aya was a C-section, so I never experienced the full labor pains into a natural birth. But we hear and we see women talking about making the sounds, making the groans, making the deep breaths on the exhale to allow the body to open and expand and to push out that and linking back to this piece around the sexual, creative, life force energy. If that creates life, if this ecstatic, orgasmic energy, this God source frequency of when we create children, when we create souls coming into being, can be orgasmic, then my reframe was, could this experience of pain be reframed if I tap into the story and prepare my nervous system for pleasure instead? Now, this was a big reframe, and when I was speaking to Angelina about it, because a lot of the work and the divine feminine work in honoring the yoni and honoring the womb space in our cycles and bringing back that juice and that flow and the magnetism, it does come down to anchoring in to the sacred sexual self. And so my reframe in this process, which all happened again in that 24, 48 hour period where all of these pennies dropping, all of this wisdom being anchored through and allowing it to flow through me like the waves and riding the waves of pain through the breath, through the groundedness, through the really a deep rooted breath that we would then feel and see within ourselves during creation, during intimacy, during sex, during birth. Could women experience this process without it being as traumatic, with a sense of support, and bring in this lens of perhaps recalibrating the nervous system so you can ride the waves with more ease, more grace, and flow with the body in order to release. And so in a lot of the sacred sensual work that I did, that I've done with women, a lot of it was to allow ourselves to reform and honoring with our sacred sensuality. And so when I was talking to Angelina, she was like, Marie, why don't you tap into that? And so I've spoken in other spaces, and this again may be triggering for people. This may be enlightening for people. This may be resistant. However, my experience allowed me to tap into self-pleasure, to prepare my body for pain, and to ride that motion with my nervous system with more ease, grace, and flow. And so as I felt those pings of pain, because if you had never experienced it before, the body is again preparing the contractions. There is like pain points that like just come down really sharp. So again, reframing the narrative. What if I could catch it before? And so the self-pleasure mechanisms, although it felt really contrasting and really paradoxical, interestingly, in my experience, and I am speaking courageously, I am speaking vulnerably now, because I want women to know there is another way to process pain, and it doesn't have to be so painful. And this happened at midnight. My beautiful husband was asleep next to me, and these pain cycles started flowing through me. And I was like, okay, listening to Angelina in my head, I can feel the wisdom. And I was like, right, let's tap into the nervous system and our yonis. And I've spoken about this before in many women's group. The nervous system and our yoni actually taps into every single organ in our body. And so when we allow the pleasure senses to come online in the female vagina, in the yoni, in the orgasmic nature, in the pleasure centers, it actually calms the whole body and the nervous system and all the organs. And if we experience that in sex and intimacy, and we get that feeling, the endorphins, imagine if we could honor that system and honor this technique to help our nervous system navigate pain, to allow the body to relax into the parasympathetic. And this is where I learned through breath work that when we allow the parasympathetic to go into the rest and digest state, we can heal quicker. And this is why people love, deep breathwork journeys and processes, because what is happening to the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system is really transformative. And so I share this wisdom for those that are ready to listen, to again reframe the narrative. The good girl within me, the girl and the woman who in this whole journey of motherhood, through this journey of losing herself, who was so insecure, couldn't love myself fully, madly, deeply. It was through understanding the divine feminine, understanding the sensual side, the sexual creative life force energy within me, to turn on the magnetism, to bring that confidence online. And this is the Marie you see now. This is how I can step onto stages and anchor in my breath and my body and my nervous system and courageously speak to people. Because that magnetism and the safety within my nervous system is so magnetic. This final initiation of facing my deepest fears, not abandoning myself and meeting something that was so scary in my mind and my being and in this experience of my life so far, with curiosity, with pleasure, allowed the next flow of pain and the next session of whatever needed to go through to happen more easily and quickly. And it was through the breath and that deep, wild woman, the deep anchoring of the breath work in the waves of pain, that actually I was like, oh, it's actually not as bad as I thought, because I anchored into my nervous system with those practices that I'd learnt from these beautiful women. And then the next 8 hours of shedding, because through that miscarriage process, the womb space is so filled with those nutrients, and it's not like a normal cycle. So to be able to breathe through that and to sense in the body, to sense when there were going to be larger pieces and larger facets are moving through me like a baby in a way, but it wasn't. To meet that with a reverence, to meet the most messiest part of me that people don't even want to know. That women go through this. Love your wife.
Oh no, it looks like we have lost Marie. Oh, she's back. That's okay. I will switch you back over. Lovely tech. Jumping in, I heard it go silent and I was like, where is she? Here we are.
Thank you, Flea. But to honor that part of reverence and to honor woman in the wildness, in the madness, and to be there and hold space. That's another level of courage beyond anything. Like birth, we honor birth with so much reverence, and having the child come through, whether it's one child or two children, and we honor that process and we celebrate woman to bring in life. We see it. But do we celebrate woman in the death cycles? What if we could reframe that narrative? What if we could reframe pain and suffering, not only for the women that go through it, but for lineages, so then our children and our daughters who may experience that with their bodies can meet it in another way, where the shame, the not good enough stories, the narratives of I'm broken, there's something wrong with me, just get to be shed, because we're not broken. There is nothing wrong with me. There is nothing wrong with women that go through this. And could we meet this messy, chaotic, dark side of death and rebirth with the same sense of celebration and reverence? When we think about transformation, when we think about going through an ego death, which it's not to compare, it's not to like judge or disown or like to say this is better than this, but to acknowledge that when women are going through a process like this, it is deep embodiment work. And the gift for me was to recognize, actually, there is another way. As Flea always mentions, there's always another way. And the biggest piece and this lesson for me was I will never abandon myself. We talk about stories of our mother wounding and our father wounding. You can fix that, not that it needs fixing, but in one thought and in one breath. Because if you can own all of who you are and not abandon yourself, then none of that matters. And you heal everything. And the essence of the mother and the father that you chose to bring into your vessel and to be here now, you heal it for them. You become the bridge and you are the living embodiment of it now. And when we talk about embodiment and this healing journey, yes, it is a journey, but we are already fully healed. And it is a remembering process to come back into our essence as woman. And motherhood allows a deepening of soul work for lineages. The soul work that we have chosen for generations in the past and in the future, because we are choosing ourselves now in the most sacred, sensual, creative, orgasmic, magnetic versions of ourselves. And yes, we put the crowns on because we are the queens. And when we honor that within ourselves and each other, then we rise. As women rise, our men rise, our children rise. And this is the feminine rising. And this is the hope. This is the faith. This is the energy of the new earth. And this is the energy that we get to anchor in and live and breathe every day. And so, this reverence of self, of our cycles, of the phases of womanhood And the motherhood, whether you have children or not, that mother essence and energy is within you. There are many mothers, many, many mothers. And can we be the many mothers for everybody? And this is the power of the feminine. This is the power of women coming together. This is the power of what it is to be mother. In that reclamation of the fullness of ourselves and the facet of mother, the facet of the divine goddess within ourselves. In the honoring of the life, death, life cycles. And could we meet pain with more pleasure, with more reverence, with more honor, to know that you have your back. And this sense of aloneness that we face as humans. Oh, I'm alone. My mother left me. My father abandoned me. My husband's not there. Or my kids are going to leave me. This sense of aloneness, again, in the paradoxical nature of we are never alone. We are one with God, source, universe, divine, whatever it is you would like to call that omnipotent presence of creation. And honoring that, yes, we are also alone in the way that honoring the individuation of self and self-mastery in our bodies, in our life experience, and this forum in motherhood as a really sacred initiation into the radiance of God, source, energy, of goddess, of the divine, and to reclaim that humbly and powerfully. My goodness, what generations we get to lead in our sovereignty. And in that sense of pleasure, could we take ourselves less seriously? And in the paradoxical nature of, again, feeling the essence and the seriousness and all the things, can we come back to joy? Can we come back to when we allow the emotions to be felt through us fully and at its fullest extent, that we can harmonize and let go of that story? And again, this paradox, we are living paradoxes. We are living portals. And the womb space is one powerful portal, and there are other energy systems that then get to come back into harmony, into oneness when we reclaim the fullness of ourself, the light within, the radiance within. When we meet the depth of our darkness, when we meet the depth of our shadows, the depth of our emotions and all of our fullness, and discern what is ours and perhaps what is our mothers, our grandmothers, and our great-grandmothers and fathers in the lineages beforehand, that we get to alchemize now in the breath, in the blood, in the relationship we form with ourselves, and allow that to be shed and move through us like the waves, the ebbs and flows. And so I know we've had a few little tech issues along the way, but as life throws at you, sometimes there are obstacles that we choose to be an opportunity, a blessing, or a teaching of some sort. And the pain body, we were talking about pain before, the pain body is one of the greatest teachers, choosing to listen deeply into yourself, not just your mind, but listening to your heart, but also listening to the holistic pieces that your body is communicating, and intuitively allowing yourself to make decisions from that place of deep listening, fertile listening in the feminine. So then when we action as mother, which is a very masculine energy, we talk about the feminine and the softness and the nurturing, because softness is strength. Our masculine side of us, the doing side of us, the nurturing and the caring that then imparts that into the world with our children, our partners, the people we serve, that gets to be in more balance and harmony because of the feminine energy and the masculine within self coming back into oneness, coming back into the radiance of the light within. And so to conclude, to honor the ego deaths, to honor those phoenix rising moments, to honor the dark night of the soul, to honor the shadows and the darkness and the monsters and the demons within us, and meet that with grace and compassion. That's the greatest act of unconditional love of self. And if we all did that, my goodness, what a world, what a universe we get to be in. So thank you. Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh, there we go. I was like, it's not working. We've had a few tech glitches. It seems that Facebook has decided that 9 hours was way too much, and we're not allowed to do that much. So just for the record, people, after 7 hours, Facebook will just cut you off and they will say no more. So it was streaming perfectly fine until we started, but it is on YouTube, which is fabulous. And we have recorded here. So we do have this beautiful content to replay. We are just going to do a quick reset just so that we can come back and get all our panel members on, and we can stream back live to Facebook. So thank you so much, beautiful Marie. So much courage to really share that content and the depth of that experience that so many people just wouldn't know. I didn't know that's what happened, especially so early on. I thought it would be just like a normal period, just something to experience. It's like, wow, to have to go through that whole thing unprepared, but the strength and the courage that I know you went through, because I got to hear that as you were going through it, and the release and the shedding, which is so powerful.
And really inspiring 1 hour, Marie, and so many little things that people can take from this. I could just see so much inspiration, so much courage, so much heart-centered sharing right there. So thank you for sharing it, first for yourself and then for the world to rise in so many ways in this direction. So very, very important what you started, and I hope it echoes to the right people and they can get the same courage to stand up and say um, that, yeah, this is what happens and this is what we go through, and please pay attention to what's going on and give the support needed.
Yeah,
Lots of love to
definitely.
you.
Oh, thank you. And the support can come in many ways. It can be through, women. It can be through clinics. But I suppose the biggest piece I wanted to share, it can be through you when we reframe this narrative of pleasure and the nervous system, and to meet ourselves in that depth. So, yeah, thank you.
So we're going to go in a reset now. Are you going to refresh and we rejoin again?
You guys should be fine to stay where you are. It should just be on my end. If it does cut you out, you may just need to log back in. But for those people on YouTube, same thing. Just refresh your page and hopefully we should pop back up again
And we are into
in the feed there.
yeah, we're in the panel now in another 10 minutes, 5 minutes more. We're going to start the
5
panel.
minutes.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Okay. See you soon.
Bye.